Sleepless Dreamer, Shadow Slave World. By Monosilence Chapter 1-20. Inspired by Entrail_G's introduction, author of The Author's POV. I must also be honest and give a disclaimer on this spin-off fanfiction novel for those about to read. Inspired by Guiltythree's book, Shadow Slave. It is fanfiction because it is inspired and set in the world and lore of Shadow Slave. Obviously. The original universe, spell system, a few characters such as mentions of Immortal Flame and his son's cohort, and known lore of the gods' demons belong to Guilty 3. However, there will be lore additions that are nothing more than a stepping stone for this fanfiction. It is a spin-off because it will follow an original character of mine named Hope. Yes. I know. I hear you. Set in North America a few years before Sunless, the main character of Shadow Slave was born. There will be elements and parallels to the original novel, however, their purpose in the long term will have a different trajectory for the story. Easter eggs. The fun part of fanfiction, or any spin-off medium, is that there are Easter eggs pointing to the original novel. Some may be intentional for the plot. Others will be just for the fun of it to point out. Whether intentional or unintentional Easter eggs, it will be up to the readers to figure out. Have fun treasure hunting. However, don't expect an Easter egg in every single or other chapter. You'll know when you know. You know. But do not read this novel expecting the same writing style or the same setting as Shadow Slave. Like Entrail_Ji has said, it'll just ruin your experience. I'll confess that it is more of a dystopian setting, considering in the synopsis mentioning restrictions of entering the dream realm. Also, my character cusses a little more. So, if that kind of character is not your thing, then well, now you know. He is also an anti-hero, so be aware that he is very capable of doing heartless acts either for the sake of good or just because. That is the type of character he is. Some people surprisingly don't understand that concept, so be advised. Read it with an open mind and not expect the same pattern, journey, or the exact same character type. Similarities. Yes. But my work cannot be on par with Guiltythree's. If you have those expectations, then by all means drop it and continue reading Guiltythree's work on Shadow Slave. That story is beautiful in itself. Uploading schedule. There isn't one exactly. Maybe I'll upload 1 to 2 times per week, or every 2 weeks, because it is a side hobby, a small passion, that I want to put out there. Now I'm no great writer either. I'm taking the step forward to write something down in which perfection paralysis has kept me stagnant for so long. So yes, it is bad. Surprise. So, if you are willing, please bear with it. Write some advice and criticism in the comments, but not outright death threats or hate. Y'all sadists. If it is that bad, then you do not have to force yourself to read any further. Eat wasabi instead. But for those of you that stay, thanks. First year of the nightmare spell. The first year of the nightmare spell was nothing short of despair. It was anything but peaceful. It was bleak, ruined, chaotic. But even before that, humanity had long tossed aside morale and had dealt with their own chaos in the world. At first, humans exchanged a dance of bombs and warfare. Their adversity seemed to have no bounds, even as to neglect the innocent lives they so claimed to have fought for. But their own violence proved to be too much that even nature felt inclined to join. A violence of its own that was a force to be reckoned with. Much of the earth gave up and showed no mercy to its inhabitants. Oceans swelled and swallowed the coasts, lands with cracked open jaws consumed much of valleys and mountains. Nuclear winters sullied the world in a period of darkness, and long after, the skies continued to shed its ashes. Even by some miracle humanity found stability amidst this chaos. The universe had different plans for it. The nightmare spell. No prayer could save them from this inevitable event. An arcane magic system, a forbidden creation, and a doomed future was fated to plague the world with an unforgiving game of survival. But one must wonder, did humanity find some solace in this mayhem? 10th year of the nightmare spell. The number of awakened had finally increased. Their aspect abilities assisted them in fighting back the monsters who invaded their homelands. A combination of combat and utility powers were used and explored. A new understanding of this new magic given by the spell had been studied, theorized, and adapted to. The heavy darkness that filled their hearts at the beginning of it all was now starting to clear. Human civilization slowly started to rise out of the forlorn ashes. Militias regained their wits and strength to face the profaned beasts. The spell wasn't only a threat but a challenge to their prowess. But most of all, Immortal Flame's legacy had begun. The first awakened had become a master. He was the White Knight. The hero. The symbol of humanity. Like himself, the news spread like wildfire. The hope and glory of what humanity could achieve was presented around like some mythical fable. Such hope spread throughout the world. Such faith on this newly ascended warrior. To the far south where the last remaining Icelandic structure remained, to the other ends of the earth across vast oceans on distant lands, to even the slums and hidden crevices of the settlements, his ascendance was made known to all. The responsibility that he took upon his shoulders showed humanity a future full of promise. The possibility to conquer the world from the nightmares altogether. The immortal flame. But then one early day, a boy was born. In a home far from the renewed civilizations, a place distant from many of the other quadrants, in a settlement that had built their own laws for stability, there was a small family that begun their own new life. Through all of these propagated tales of the immortal flame, a boy cried when he entered the world. Yet his mother smiled, as well as his father and brother. A few years later, his sister would also be born and the smiles would cycle again. But even so, the boy cried non-stop. Unaware of all these new joys and ambitions that sparked the hearts of many, his tears flowed out like a stream. He took his first breath into this new strange world in contrast to his family's pleasantry smiles at his new birth. This new life. This new promise of what was to come and what could be, all because of one man. The immortal flame. For the glory of humanity, people chanted. The boy's blue eyes glistened with tears, stinging from the glaring lights overhead and enclosed cold atmosphere. It was so shiny and illuminating above he thought it would rain down on him. Yet he could also see dark blurry silhouette figures towering at the ends of his vision. Their bodies loomed over him as if keeping a watchful eye on his existence. Where their heads shined like halos, their faces were all but mere shadows. Did he know them? Were they danger? No longer was he trapped in a cushioned womb, or weighed with an immense pressure on his chest, but now he felt naked and bruised. Oh, ho, p.e. What a low, belly, n.a.me. He heard strange words spoken from afar and felt foreign hands grasp hold of him. A strange contact. It felt raw, sore, and painful against his exposed skin. Who were they? Why was he here? What was glory? What was this world? Why was he even born into it? Ba bump, ba bump, ba bump, ba bump, ah, a much more comforting familiarity. The mother softly kissed the baby's fair hair and hugged him closer to her breast. She leaned down and pressed her forehead against his as she looked into his eyes. Her eyes, what color were they? They were but warm pools that stared into his. Whether it was a mother's secret knowledge or an intuition, it seemed she could stare deep into his own soul. Her hot breath tingled his skin as she spoke. For the glory of humanity, the boy's mother whispered. Poor boy. Named after a burden he didn't know of. Born to a world that seemed long forsaken by the gods. 26th year of the nightmare spell, the present. Ope, Ht. Hope. To your right. Hope flinched as he broke from a trance. Reflexively he brought his weapon up, rifle aimed at a monster lunging to his right, and pulled the trigger. The monster let out a pitched cry as its face crumpled from the stream of bullets before it collapsed to the floor. Keek. But it wasn't the only monster he had to be wary of. Shrilled roars and gunfire filled the late night, and he could barely hear his teammates warning through the deafening noise. His mind had wandered off in the heat of battle. How could he be so careless? It was a dangerous and foolish mistake for any soldier to make on the battlefield. Although, he supposed he had a good excuse for it. Hope gritted his teeth under his masked helmet and shook his head to wake himself up. Ah damn it. Of course, I just happened to be infected. Hope didn't think much of it at first. Soldier life wasn't of course easy and demanded his full devotion, whether it was being active on the grounds or patrolling behind stone walls. Hope even made it a priority to only sleep when he really needed to, be it 30 minutes or 4 hours. This routine more or less worked for him. So, it didn't occur to him that, at the beginning of the day, him feeling sleepy would forebode the chance of him having his own first nightmare. It wasn't simple fatigue he was fighting. This drowsiness was as if something was trying to take hold of his mind. And at the most inconvenient of times. Tonight was like any other night or was supposed to be. The constant travel between land and sea was the usual side duty Hope took on. Hope and his team were assigned to support the artillery transport to the port of Acheron. From there, the fortified cargo ships called Arks would ferry the equipment to Quadrant 3, Asia, their primary trading partner. There were 6 quadrants in total, and North America was the first, South America the second, Asia the third, Africa the fourth, Australia the fifth, and Antarctica the sixth. At first look, life in Quadrant I didn't appear to have a bright future. Sea levels rose and compared to other continents, half of Quadrant I's continent had already sunken into the ocean. But it sounded worse than it was. People thrived to the best of their ability and made extraordinary progress compared to life a decade ago. A decade ago, there were stricter laws, rules, and codes placed among settlements that meant life and death if anyone broke them. There was a strict number of people permitted to dwell in settlements, requirements for people to take part in activities, and the rationed food items distributed not at their flesh and minds. But with their new regimes and promised awakened warriors, even some masters now, civilization didn't seem impossible anymore in Quadrant I. In fact, a few cities were already returning to normal. Well, Hope wasn't sure what normal was compared to life before the spell, but that was how people described it to be. And if people had enough currency, they could access the Arks along with the cargo to the next quadrant. A luxury not many had though. But the main problem now was this annoying Category 2 gate that opened in the middle of their convoy. More than half of their vehicles had been destroyed, leaving only 4 remaining at the head of the march with Hope's team and some fellow soldiers. The gate itself appeared out of nowhere and seemed to have torn through spacetime itself like some spatial wound on the Earth's atmosphere. It had rumbled and shook the area, causing the remaining convoy to deviate off the trackway and fall into a crater, resulting in the death of their convoy commander in the crash. What Hope didn't understand was why they took this route in the first place. Whether the change of route was primarily in the best interest by command, their odds weren't exactly in their favor. Why the pressure from command to take this route? No. How could they make a mistake in finding the safest trajectory for this mission? Something wasn't adding up. But Hope couldn't think about that now. It was time to act. Hope clenched his teeth as he reached down his side and grabbed onto the edge of his knife. Its cold sharp bevel bit into his palm, sending a sharp pain from his hand to his brain. It didn't feel that much to him, but it was enough to keep his consciousness for now. Keek. Out of the shadows, another monster, but bigger, resembling a crab with stone-like carapaces charged towards him. An awakened beast. Hope tossed the blade aside and aimed his gun at the creature, shooting through the crevices of its armored face. The monster screeched and desperately reached out with its large pincer to grab him, but its legs gave way and fell limp with a heavy thud onto the marshy floor. Tink, tink. A clicking sound came from his rifle as he pulled the trigger. Hope quickly removed the empty magazine and dropped it to the ground as he reached for the last one from his chest rig. Hope slapped the magazine into his rifle, turned, and quickly aimed at all the other beasts charging at them. He and his comrades all opened fire at the first wave of incoming monsters. Only the first wave, and it wasn't even the second. The gates that opened always let the monsters out in waves. The first wave were mostly dormant beasts. Hundreds, even thousands, with a sprinkle of awakened beasts poured out here and there. The second wave though was completely charged with awakened beasts. But another challenge about this whole situation was that it was nighttime and dense fog reduced visibility for about a quarter of a mile. Hope could barely see the horde and wreckage in front of him as the fog obscured his vision, catching glimpses of their silhouettes just in time for him to subdue them. He could faintly hear the hum of the Category 2 gate somewhere above in the darkness. The source where all the streams of monsters were pouring out from. Dormant beasts would have been fine and doable if he had the rest of his convoy with him. But the sudden appearance of the gate not only destroyed their vehicles and caused crashes in their march, but the hundreds of monsters easily stepped onto the convoy and clawed their way through their thick armored shells, not giving any of the soldiers a chance to calibrate against the horde. Well, time to get the hell out of here. Even if by some miracle they got through the second wave, they would have to deal with the guardian of the gate. Who the hell knew what type of monster they would have to deal with? The situation was long out of their hands anyways the moment the gate appeared. They would have to do it the classic way. Bulldoze through. As Hope noticed the first wave dying down, he quickly stood up and glanced at his 3 teammates that crouched nearby. GA-014, take over the head of the convoy and head straight through the left flank. Reset course and find the damn trackway. Hope shouted through the deafening noise of bullets and roars. Bang! A monster's head blew up from his gun, and he spoke in a louder tone when his team didn't respond. Move it. Hope continued firing at the horde. He could hold a bit on his own since there wasn't as much as before. At least not yet. His team hesitated as they watched him but then stood up and shouted at the rest of the soldiers to fall back. He could hear their rushed footsteps squashing through the mud. After his teammates climbed back onto the vehicles, the motors immediately started. Then his teammates started to shout at him. Team leader, hurry, get back to the convoy. Well, obviously, he thought as he pulled the trigger. Hope shot another crab-like awakened beast down as it lunged at him from the front. To hell with being a martyr. Hope then threw a grenade at the horde before sprinting back towards one of the last vehicles, just in time to grab onto the rear as they drove off. He was lucky that the simple grenades and bullets they had worked on these dormant beasts, but the effect would only lessen when the rank of each monster increased. It was all about luck on the battlefield. Well, at least more so for average human soldiers. They couldn't always rely on the awakened cohorts. Now would be a good time as any though. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated behind them and shook the ground. Hope held tight onto the rail, feeling the cold wind hug his bones and his fingers turning numb. He looked up to see his 2 teammates kneeling on the roof of the carrier as they continued firing at the chasing monsters. There were also a few other soldiers on top of the other vehicles spewing bullets from their guns as well. Hope was about to give another order when the world suddenly blurred. Everything became hazy, images blending into one foggy mess. Even the sounds became muted. The supernatural drowsiness came back again to take hold of his mind. He could feel its claws on the back of his mind, whispering its slumbering spell in his ears. His body slowly felt detached from the world. His mind emptied like a hollow shell, and his eyelids became heavier with each moment. His grip loosened on the rail. It was all almost peaceful enough to give in. To just let go. Boom, boom. Suddenly his whole body shook violently. He promptly tightened his hold on the rail and realized they were clashing through the flank of monsters, bodies being tossed aside or simply run over, all being crushed under the weight of the tires. Crew air. Hope brought up his gun and shot at the monsters that tried to climb onto the vehicles. These monsters appeared to be more of a hound-like creature. Hairless bodies with toned muscles throughout their limbs. But they were only dormant beasts. Easily subdued with just the right number of bullets. Their pitchy cries rang out as Hope and his team pierced their necks and bellies. Their bodies dropped to the floor one by one, leaving a trail behind them. The convoy picked up their speed as they found their way back on the trackway again. The monsters desperately tried to run after them, but the distance between them slowly grew bigger and bigger. After what seemed to be an eternity, the thunderous roars started to trail far off into the distance. Hope looked back and saw the horde become smaller and smaller until they vanished behind the slopes. Finally, they escaped. Sigh. Hope rested his head against the rail. The next thing to do was to report back to command of this now dead zone area and have one of the awakened cohorts handle the situation. It wasn't his problem anymore to deal with them. Leave it to the experts, they would say. Team leader. A girl's voice spoke overhead, GA012. Probably wondering why he was still hanging back on the rear. Yeah, I'm coming. Hope tightened his grip on the rail. His fingers cramped from holding onto it for so long. Contact command for assistance. Hope spoke. He felt his words had begun to slur. Report back the incident and the coordinates of the Category 2 gate. Team leader, we're not getting any response over the comm channels. His teammate interrupted, but this time in a lower tone. Quote. Hope paused, then he quickly climbed up the rear of the vehicle and stood with his two teammates on the roof. He glanced at the other soldiers who were catching their breath on the other vehicles, unaware of the GA-12's warning. What do you mean no response? Hope said low so the others wouldn't hear as well. No one is responding. Hope sighed. He shouldn't have asked twice. It was a stupid question to ask if he had heard it the first time. His other teammate GA015 returned from aiding the other soldiers. Maybe we are still within range of the Category 2 gate. That could be damaging the transceiver, team leader. Highly plausible. Hope paused. 4 vehicles. 3 cargos remaining. He murmured to himself. It was against orders to open the cargo, but at this point, they might need to use the cargo ammunition if they crossed another horde. Or not. But it was best to prepare for the worst. He would like to survive. HSSSSSSSST. Strangely, Hope thought he could hear a sea of whisperers hissing nearby. He shook his head from the noise. Was it because of the spell? It couldn't be from the gate, could it? It couldn't reach them this far. Besides, only awakened could hear this sort of call from the gate. Something that they described about being lured by a nightmare seed on the other side. Hope was anything but an awakened, so it shouldn't apply to him. Hope glanced down and noticed how banged up the vehicle was beneath him from the wave of monsters. Of course, the front head of the march, or what was left of the convoy, was worse. But the other 2 cargo vehicles were in such bad shape that Hope wondered if any of their artillery were damaged. He would like to know that there wasn't a possibility in which they could blow up any second because of it. Hope observed pieces of sharp metal that were pulled back. Streaked claw marks dragged across the vehicles, side doors. Not good. Check the vehicle for any salvageable ammunition, extra rifles, or crates of frag grenades. Any damaged artillery must. Clang. Team leader. Hope's leg had buckled. He collapsed down to one knee and immediately struck the stock of his rifle down to quickly balance himself. No. He couldn't sleep now. Voices from his teammates immediately rose but were intangible to him. They sounded muffled and distant, like when one's head were underwater. Although he had an idea of what they might be saying, the only sound he heard clearly was his heart. His heartbeat thudded loudly in his ears as he forced his eyes to regain focus. Check on the cargo, now. Hope didn't know why, but he had a feeling that they should do it this instant. It was more important than him struggling to stay awake. In his peripheral vision, he saw one of his teammates' silhouettes pause but then gestured for the other to follow and climb down the vehicle. Hope recalled that his other teammate, GA014, was at the head of the march helping guide the course and probably checking on the rest of the soldiers in need of aid. Not that they could do much anyway. The medical vehicles were at the rear of the convoy before the Category 2 gate appeared, so full treatment wouldn't be offered until they reached the naval base at the port. Hope bit down on his lip till he could taste the metallic blood liquid on his tongue. None of this should have happened. Hope wasn't one to drown in his emotions, and he didn't feel particularly emotional now either. He was indifferent to his work because it was simple and repetitive. As far as he knew, these types of missions went thoroughly smoothly. But why not this one? From the odd route they were assigned by command to the lack of awareness and consideration of weather conditions that affected the performance of their march, it seemed as if something else had been put into play. But what? Move, an instinctive voice whispered. Hope tiredly went to reach for his blade again but then recalled when he tossed it hurriedly to the side back at the battlefield. Shit. Maybe he could use a gun to wake up. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? Hope staggered to his feet and looked down at his 2 teammates opening the rear of one of the cargo vehicles. Their voices suddenly rang out as if something truly alarmed them. Was the damage that bad inside? His teammates weren't ones to be easily startled. But Hope lost the urge to speak and to understand them anymore through his mind's haze. Their voices were nothing but a soft buzz in his ear as he glanced down at them blankly. Step. Part of his mind said he should check. Step. What was down there? Stay. His body swayed as he tried to walk again. Hope felt his feet awkwardly shift to one side and then, air. Nothing but gravity accompanied him. For a few moments it was like free fall, his body weightless like dust in the wind. But then pain shot through him, and Hope felt the urge to scream. But no cry came out. The feeling itself instantly vanished just as it came. Everything went black, numb, silent. Before Hope could even process what just happened, a voice resounded somewhere in the void. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Aspirant. Welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. What? A strange voice spoke in his mind. Hope wasn't sure if he caught its words clearly. His mind still felt disoriented as he tried to process where he was now. Hope opened his eyes and found nothing but complete darkness. At least he thought he opened his eyes. He couldn't see his hands or feet and felt like he was locked in some sort of box. His movements even felt restricted. It was simple yet it could be felt. It was suffocating. Where the hell am I? At the same moment, something flickered in his peripheral vision, and he turned towards it. A small white light flickered in the far distance like a candle almost being burnt out. Odd. It wasn't there before, but it seemed to be the way out. Well, the only possible route to anywhere. But was he looking at it up or down? To his left? No. Right. Hope hesitated for a moment, but then willed himself to reach out to it, expecting to pull back some cosmic curtain or to be introduced to some chthonic god on the other side. Suddenly, the white light burst forward and engulfed his vision. Hope felt a strong gravitational pull on his body, his limbs helpless against the force as he was sucked into the gaping maw of light. A moment later, he was welcomed into a new world. A wasteland of ruins. A world entirely different from his own. Am I dreaming? Hope tried to pinch himself but realized he still didn't have a body. Yet. Well, hopefully. Maybe it was a dream, and he was seeing it all from a third person's perspective. Although he didn't have a body, he did feel a phantom pain in the back of his head. Maybe he was knocked out so hard that this weird dream occurred because of it. However, he wasn't able to view himself or fly around to scope his surroundings. He was buoyant between the sky and the ground, viewing a wasteland that was dry and barren from any semblance of life. He looked directly below himself and saw a tall ruined cathedral in which its spires stretched high above as if it were pulled till the peaks were thin and pointy like that of a needle. Although parts of the roof were caved in and it also seemed far from its original appearance, it sat quite majestically in the middle of a village. Or what was left of a village. All the other buildings were blackened with soot, coated from distant ash that stuck to their walls, doors, archways, and streets. Tumbled bricks and stones where houses once stood were scattered around, and what remained seemed to be ancient tottering buildings. There were even huge columns crashed into some of the buildings and in narrow alleys that blocked exits. But even amidst all the crash, there were noticeable dented silver claw marks dragged all over the area. As if some caged animal had been set loose to enjoy a hunt that it had longed for. It was as if the devil himself flipped this land and turned it into his own domain. Despite the ancient structures and the foreign barren land in front of him, it all felt somewhat familiar to Hope. Even in his quadrant, there were still some sites like this wasteland. Some residues of bombing cities and plains paralleled much to this gray landscape. He didn't know too much about his world's history, but it probably was a result of fighting against numerous gates and defeating its guardians. His world of course had a much more modern architecture. This, however, had a detailed archaic touch to it in which he doubted his mind was even capable of creating such complexity. He wouldn't consider his mind to be an imaginative one. How strange. Hope paused and observed what at first looked like dull white specks littering the ground. He squinted his eyes and realized they were bones. Skulls planted here and there with cracked open jaws facing the sky as if crying out to some god to save them. Clearly, their dying wishes were all for naught. Hope nonchalantly blinked at the sight. Right. I'm dreaming. Just dreaming, but isn't this a little vivid for a dream? Sometimes dreams were so real that even Hope struggled to differentiate a nightmare from reality. But there would always be that small sense of detachment that helped him separate what was real and what was not. He didn't have that same feeling here though. Suddenly, Hope felt the world shift, and the ash across the ruins had begun to ascend. His gaze trailed the cinders from the ground towards the sky and noticed the gray clouds shifting from east to west. Slowly at first, then they scudded towards the horizon, stretching an endless blanket of itself from one end to the other. The sun wasn't visible through its thick layers, so the sky shone like one giant pulse, signifying at what seemed day and night to be passing. A couple beats per second, then 1,000 like gunfire spewing blinding flashes, forcing his gaze back towards the ground where the rest of the world was reversing. Stones restacked themselves into their original stories. Streets cleared from the heaps of ash. Skulls started to roll and bounce backward toward their counterparts. Hundreds of bodies ignited in one instance, but in the next restored themselves layer by layer. Time slowed as large fires roared back to life throughout the village, blooming through windows and corners of the streets as night took its place in the sky. Then screams pierced the air. That was when Hope realized, time resumed back to its usual pace. Maybe it's not a dream. So did I die? Hope frowned. The hell? Well, ironically, it really looked like hell. Not that he saw any images of it before. But he had heard tales of writhing bodies and gnashing of teeth. Which was similar to what he was witnessing right now. Hope blinked and found himself standing on a balcony of the once ruined cathedral. He was peering from a distance at the desperate townsfolk clambering over each other to escape the hungry flames. From afar, it looked like molded bodies in a disturbing pile of jerky limbs. And the smell of burnt flesh and smoke started to clog his throat. Hope jerked back and covered his mouth with his sleeve. He felt a rough fabric brushing his skin and he froze. He looked down at his sleeves that were loose and black. In fact, his whole outfit was a long priest garment in black with gray buttons sewn down his chest and its collar clasped tight around his neck. He even had a short elbow-length cape attached to his shoulders. However, what was stranger was the stark rich blue color underneath his cape. Richer than any clear sky he'd ever seen. Would one wear such attire when they wake up in hell? Hope blinked at the appearance. He had to admit that the outfit wasn't so bad. Well, you can never go wrong with the color black. Priest. Hope flinched as he turned away from the balcony and faced the inside of the room. The call came from just on the other side of the door. Hope subconsciously reached for his gun, but realized it wasn't there. Of course it wasn't there. This wasn't the waking world. Wait, Hope frowned at that thought. Hope then heard a rush of heavy footsteps storming down a hall heading towards the room he was in. A moment later, the door burst open frantically. There appeared a young knight in chainmail armor with a blue tunic and a long cape draped over him. He had blonde damp hair, disheveled in all angles with sweat sticking to its ends as he looked hurriedly around. He seemed to be about Hope's age of 16. Or 18. The knight turned towards the balcony and finally met eyes with Hope. Priest, please get away from the balcony. Hope raised his hands. Hold on. The knight dashed forward and yanked on Hope's wrist back inside the room. A sharp pang shot through his arm, causing Hope to slightly wince. That felt more real than he'd expected. We have to leave. Hurry. Hope blinked. Hope watched him with a blank expression as the knight rushed over to a far-cornered table in the room where some maps and scrolls were sprawled out. It was only a glimpse of what seemed to be of tunnels or sewage lines and marked symbols with scrawly notes scribbled around the edges, but the knight quickly crumpled it all up and threw it into a fireplace, along with a bunch of other scrolls that were on the bookshelves. He even accidentally spilled a bottle of ink and knocked small decor items in the process. Those seem important. But then again, there are people burning just right outside, so is that even a priority? Hope sighed and crossed his arms as he leaned against a wall. He closed his eyes and tried to recollect his thoughts. So an inferno. Possibly a mob attack. Possibility of being tortured and captured. Right. A dream. A stupid dream. But the worst kind. Hope wasn't sure when was the last time he had a dream like this. Almost every time he'd close his eyes to rest, the next thing he knew was that 4 hours had already passed. Sleep was always tricky like that for him. It was as if his mind didn't want to waste the energy of convoluting dreams but instead skip to the next waking moment. If he dreamt of anything, they were mostly nightmares. His nightmares were a variety of horror from being buried, chased, attacked, etc. His situation now seemed to fit the criteria of a normal nightmare. Although strangely he was a priest. Not a soldier or a regular civilian but part of some religious faction. Awak. Pete, please help us. Ear-splitting screams interrupted his flow of thoughts from behind where all the chaos was. Hope glanced back at the scenery and frowned as he saw people running with flames caught in their hair and garments down the streets. Some clawed at their faces as their skin was slowly being incinerated. Others rolled on the ground more helpless than ever in the sea of fire, their bodies charred from pink, to red, to black. Too vivid. How strange. Hope tapped his fingers nonchalantly on his arm. What to do, to wake up from a dream. He paused. In the meantime, the knight burned the last of the unknown scrolls into the fireplace and dragged his gloved hand across his sweaty brow. If we head to the back corridor in time, we might be able to escape by the river. Hopefully by then we can either sail across or. The knight looked back at Hope, who was perching on the balcony's ledge. Priest, this usually does the trick. Hope nonchalantly leaned forward off the ledge, glancing at the ground far below in which he was readily about to embrace. Usually, one would wake up from a dream when they jump from a high place. Well, it worked for Hope whenever he had nightmares, so it felt logical to go with this route. However, the knight immediately dashed forward and swiftly grasped onto Hope before he could fall. Hey, what are you? Priest, don't do it. You can't give up like this. Hope frowned and tried to shove the knight away, but the knight held on tight. It was like some childish wrestle between the two. Hope squirmed in his grasp like a worm. You're oddly passionate for someone not real. Priest, please. The knight's eyes trembled at Hope's indifferent attitude. Why was he making that face? It wasn't like Hope knew him. Hope tried to remove his arms. Can you just? No. There's still a chance. The hell is this guy's problem? Did dreams always have such passionate characters in them? At least for Hope, it was the type of passionate character that chased him with teeth and fangs rather than begging for him to spare his own life. Why was the knight so reactive? Wait. Hope paused as he looked around. Now that Hope thought about it, it wasn't just the knight but everything else seemed oddly detailed. And uncomfortable. Why did the fire actually feel scorching hot? Or the smell of smoke and burnt flesh actually clogging his throat? Or the knight so strong that Hope could barely breathe in his damn grasp? You can't. I won't let you. Tisk. Yes, you can just drop me. The knight shook his head. We can still try to escape by the river. The knight tightened his grip around his waist and Hope felt it becoming harder to let air into his lungs. The knight might actually kill him just by trying to save him. How ironic that would be. Hope let out an exasperated sigh. What the hell? What a nightmare. Hope paused. That sounded familiar. Nightmare. Wait. Nightmare. Exclamation mark. Hope gritted his teeth and quickly looked off to the side. The knight also paused and watched him with a puzzled expression. What are you? Shut up. Hope tried to focus on one single word. Status. It's status right. Out of thin air, a foreign language lit in front of him. Ethereal threads woven into a strange dialect, yet Hope was able to understand them. Runes. He had only ever seen imitations of them a few times, but the style was distinctive in his memory. He could have looked at these supernatural runes in awe, if it weren't for the fact that they proved he was inside more than just a dream. How unfortunate, Hope thought. Name. Hope. True name. Rank. Aspirant. Soul core. Dormant. Memories. Echoes. Attributes. Black sheep keeper of memory chimera. Aspect. Interloper. There it was. His own character profile appeared before him which didn't exist prior to his slumber. His name was there, his strange list of attributes was there, and his aspect. interloper. An aspect was some summary of who he was, right? At least, that was what he assumed. Hope summoned the aspect's description and new set of runes formed below. Aspect description. You are a hermit who appeared out of nowhere to be involved for some unclear reason in places where you don't even belong. Quote. Hope's eyebrow twitched. The fuck does that mean? Priest. Sigh. Hope facepalmed as he fully processed the situation. How could he be in denial? For this long. So strongly in denial despite the fact knowing it was going to happen before he fell asleep. Well, Hope had to admit that deep down he never thought he would experience it himself. Many people younger than him throughout the years were infected by the spell, yet he was able to somehow avoid it. And he just almost completely ruined his chances of conquering his nightmare and would have jumped towards an outcome of becoming a nightmare creature instead. Nightmares, Hope thought. The thought of the nightmare spell system was ambiguous to him in many areas, but he grasped the idea of it. Nightmares were trials that the nightmare spell had created. Not the regular nightmares one would dream of, but a nightmare that meant life or death. Each trial was like a dream, an illusion of some sort that resulted in a person ranking up in power once they completed their trial. It all began with the first nightmare, in which the trial was tailored to a person individually. Once they complete it, they become a dreamer, and then eventually become an awakened. Although, the description of my aspect is questionable. The process of the spell seeing it fit for Hope was interesting to say the least. Almost pathetic actually. Hope shook his head and tried to quickly recall the account of him and his teammates before he fell asleep. They were escaping the wave of monsters. He was climbing up the rear of the vehicle. He ordered his teammates to open the cargo. And that was where his memory cut off. Considering that it was a moving convoy and maybe, most likely, his teammates didn't catch him, he had a nasty fall as well. That would mean he was probably at a disadvantage in the waking world, just sprawled out somewhere open for the taking. He would have to finish this nightmare quickly before any monster found his unconscious body. Priest. Hope blinked at the runes one last time before staring back at the night. He'd have to check on the details of his attributes later. Right now was a matter of action. First things first, survive. He thought. But also, sigh, at ease, soldier. What? Hope tried to shoo him away. Get off. The knight opened his mouth to say something but then closed it. After staring at Hope for a little while, he slowly let go of his waist and took a few steps back. His arms were still slightly raised as if anticipating to snatch him at any moment. Hope couldn't blame the guy. Especially when at one moment he was about to jump off but then the next act as if nothing had happened. Hope climbed down the ledge and wiped off invisible dust from his garment. What's the situation, soldier? A mob? A raid? Terrorism? Now it was the knight's turn to blink in confusion. Priest, do you not? Possibility of imminent death at our door. Well, it literally seems like it actually. The knight stared dumbfounded, but Hope was talking more to himself now, so he didn't pay mind to the knight's bewildered expression. Hope hummed in thought. Each nightmare has some objective, I think. That would mean I have to find out the purpose of mine or someone else's objective and complete it. Hope paused. Or just have to survive the night. Kuong. As Hope was collecting his thoughts, a loud bang came from below like some wood being split open by a cannon. Hope and the knight quickly peered down from the cathedral's balcony and noticed a small group of 6 hooded men in silver robes break through the entrance with a huge log they carried between them. Their celebratory cries rang out as they started to enter through the broken shard door one by one. It is a cult, and a raid. Hope's eyebrow twitched. How really unfortunate. There was no way Hope could outrun those cultists. Especially with an inferno right outside their walls and no proper navigation through the streets, he wasn't going to risk it. Hope had to ultimately reason that he had to encounter these people. As terrible as it was to be held against his will with spears pointed at his face, this seemed like a plausible option. Hope was seated in a dark sanctuary leaning against an altar, along with 7 other priests and the one knight at his side. The only light source came from the outside. Both fire and moonlight illuminated through a dozen tall stained glass panels rendering mosaic images onto the polished marble floor. Images of a goddess or a saint glanced down, or up, in this case on the floor, at them. Her eyes were made into a gentle expression, others fashioned into a more noticeable expression of happiness. It was quite a sight. It seemed to be a grand and tranquil contrast to the chaos and bloodshed just outside those walls. But what was more out of place was the threatening cult inside the cathedral keeping a group hostage. No one mentioned cults in nightmares. Hope stared at a spear's blade nonchalantly that was inches away from his nose. It looked crude, however, he should not underestimate its wielders. One should never underestimate their opponent without knowing all the facts first. Even if he was a soldier himself, Hope knew these men were somehow capable of wreaking havoc and hellfire throughout the whole village. That was another thing he had to inquire about. How could they possibly destroy so much with so little they have? It could have been bombs, but there didn't seem to be signs of multiple explosions. Instead, there were claw marks. Hope looked up and faced the windows again. Right before time reversed, Hope remembered he saw claw marks throughout the ruined site. Hope's lips were stretched into a straight line. Did they release a fiery beast in the village? Hope blinked. Seriously. At that moment, Hope made a silent prayer in the sanctuary that he would not have to face such a monster. Young boy, you seem like a devout follower of faith. An old man stepped forward with a spear held close to his side. Hope could only make out the bottom of his face under his hood and noticed wrinkles being pulled back into an ominous smile. That elder seemed to be the leader of this group. He wore a silver robe like everyone else, but he had a thin black shawl around him. Even the beads and the crescent moon that hung around his neck were black. Those probably symbolized the tribe he was from, but Hope had no idea of what kind. Hope wished he knew a little more about the dream realm, but not much was known. At least, to the best of his knowledge. The company he was under and didn't care about their soldiers' education for another realm when their sole duty was to protect the real one. As a result, he only ever heard invaluable information from Awakened's testimonials. Some boasted about conquering a great beast or slaying down foes during their first nightmare. And then there are the other few who were too traumatized to speak of what they experienced. Who knew what unspeakable horrors Hope would have to face himself? He wasn't too thrilled to find out. Hope restrained himself from letting out an annoyed sigh in front of the elder. I suppose I am. Then it seems we can be on negotiating terms. The elder's eyes narrowed. Will you show us the way? Too vague. I need more information than that. Show them the way where? Was this some sort of treasure hunt? The hell kind of faction was this? Hope kept silent in his thoughts, however it was long enough for the elder to read it as a refusal. The elder let out an annoyed sigh himself, raised his spear and then swoosh. Hope felt a warm liquid splatter on the right side of his face. Hope heard a gurgling sound beside him. He turned his head and noticed the priest next to him choking on his own blood. The priest grasped desperately at his sliced throat as he fell forwards, thrashing around as if he were having a seizure, bleeding out on the floor. The poor man's eyes darted back and forth at the priest's then at the ceiling, as if some omniscient presence was watching him from above. Seconds later, his body went still. Then voices rang out all around Hope. You bastard! My God! Oh Heart Mother! Hope blinked as he looked down at the body in front of him, ignoring the clamor as he observed the gash on the priest's neck. He actually seemed quite peaceful. It wasn't the first time Hope witnessed someone dying in front of him, be it stranger or comrade. He didn't feel much emotion when he saw the townsfolk being burned alive either. Maybe it was because he first thought this world to be fictional, a dream. Nothing of value to his own world. But the same could be applied to this nightmare. Everything and everyone could be just an advanced version of an illusion. If that were the case, then a bit of blood spilt here and there shouldn't affect him. A scenario like that was always a question back in the waking world. Should they put value on these people during their first nightmare? No matter what one saw, what one felt, what one heard, as long as they conquered their nightmare, then it didn't matter what they did in it. Right. It shouldn't matter. The elder shrugged. You test my patience. What's one nameless priest worth? Nameless, huh? Hope continued staring at the corpse. No matter how he looked at him, he looked very much real. And his life only ended in mere seconds over a simple miscommunication. How poor of the guy. The priests began whispering prayers among themselves, their bodies swaying back and forth as they called to whatever god that listened. The knight on the other hand was stiffened with rage and had a dark gaze directed at the elder. Hope glanced at him with an indifferent expression. He couldn't help but think that the knight was a sheltered one. He may be around the same age as him, but he seemed more emotional, which to Hope made an inexperienced soldier. It was quite a leap of a conclusion, but his mind naturally connected those dots. Especially when the cult first entered the cathedral, the knight was easily subdued by them. Maybe he was an imposter as well. Who knows? Maybe wars weren't common in this region. What use was it in praying to a god if they didn't live in such strife? Was the goddess on the panels even still around? Hope felt something gnawing in his chest. He wasn't really emotional. Was it fear? Regret? No. It was much simpler than that. He was just slightly annoyed. Annoyed at the circumstance he was in. A simple soldier thrown into a fantasy-like world without much knowledge of his enemies and no weapons at his arsenal, naturally one would go mad because of it. Especially when no one coached him before on how to handle these sorts of obstacles. Luckily, Hope didn't have that frenzy passion. But it just felt very inconvenient. Inconvenience to Hope equaled annoyance. And if this was really all fictional, he knew it was out of the question to be attached to anyone or anything. He did feel a little uncomfortable to be partially responsible for the priest's death. It didn't benefit him in any way. His gaze moved up to the elder who still wore that ugly smile. Tisk. He wanted to carve that grin off his face. The old man chuckled and waved his hand in dismissal. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like a request. Let me rephrase that. He knelt down in front of Hope. Hope could now clearly see his face in the moonlight. Hideous lines decorated the elder's features like that of a stone golem that perched outside on the cathedral's terraces. Deep creases crossed his eyes and temple. He had a sagging jowl, a crooked nose, and a long, U-shaped scar that crossed his eyes down to the corners of his lips. A pungent smell of rotten berries came from his breath as he spoke. Young boy, show us the way to the Tears of the Heart God. Tears of the Heart God. Well, at least he found a clue on what his objective may be. The only god he knew belonging to the dream realm was the sun god. Mostly because that was one of the famous rumors people have spread around on that immortal flame guy. But Hope didn't even know if there were even multiple gods. With that thought, Hope had a feeling that learning more about them would make things complicated in the future. Luckily that was if he studied furthermore into it, in which he didn't plan on to. It wasn't necessary if that wasn't part of his field. He wasn't some archaeologist or scientist. Hope's eyes quickly darted to something moving behind the elder. Out of the shadows, one of the cultists approached the elder. It was also hard to make out his features under his hood, but his hands looked sickly thin when he held his crude spear. Huh, how strange. Were all of these men in silver hoods suffering from some sort of sickness? There has to be something else at play. Hope would just make a note of it for now. Father, the other man spoke, if you spill blood here then it will attract the beast. The elder sighed and rolled his neck back leisurely. No worries. The village is quite vast and there are a great number of prey to chase. This young boy was just about to answer. Right. Quote. If Hope didn't answer soon enough, then more unnecessary blood would be shed. Who knows? Maybe the elder would be too impatient and kill him next instead. Come on. Think. Maybe he could lie about knowing the way to buy some time. He was doomed either way. Hope's eyes trailed back at the dead priest's face. The lifeless eyes gazing up at the cathedral's skeletal structure as if it were calling his soul to the darkness. The seeping blood surrounded his head, its blood slowly forming into a pool of black on the floor like a spillage of ink. Wait, black ink. Hope's mind flipped through a sequence of memories at a sudden tangent thought. Finally, an image flashed in his mind back when he first appeared on the balcony. After the night came in and dashed to the corner of the room. The maps, the burning of the scrolls, the scribbled writings. although he didn't understand that language. But it was there. Hope sometimes had a weird tendency to link memories together from the simplest sight of things. He could stare at a rock's formation and think about the carapaced beasts he fought. Or a crack in the city's wall and think how his continent was falling apart, and they were eventually doomed in the far future. Or maybe not. Rarely were they that extreme and comical. Hope only glanced at the maps at the beginning of his nightmare, yet he could remember them clearly. And they were of great importance if the knight was so determined on burning them. That has to be it. The way to the heart god or whatever special water thereafter. He paused. Could that be from his attribute? He remembered one of them listed as Keeper of Memory along with the other odd two names, but he didn't have time to study it yet. Even so, he did realize his memory had become detailed to some degree. It luckily presented itself very useful in this situation. Although too bad for the knight who went through the trouble of burning them only for me to recite it by memory. Hope raised his head to the elder. I know of it. Oh. The elder raised an eyebrow. Hope continued on. I'll show you the way. He felt all eyes turn on him. The murmuring stopped, filling the dark sanctuary with an eerie silence. The knight began to protest but was instantly silenced by one of the other priests. That seemed to be a smart move. Any further inappropriate action from the hostages could bring unnecessary punishment. This strangely rational priest, who appeared to be mid-40s, gave the knight a slight shake of his head. However, his eyes were calm. Too calm. Did he know something Hope didn't? Or maybe he also accepted their doomed fate. Hope decided to ignore it. His priority remained the same: survive. To get out of this hellish nightmare as fast as possible. Hope shifted his legs to position himself to stand. And it isn't far. Hope slowly rose to his feet with hands raised to show he meant no harm. The path starts, he pointed. Over there. Hope pointed at the wall behind the altar. On each side was a tall female sculpture, presumably of the goddess or Heart Mother, as one of the priests whispered under his breath earlier, standing post. She had her hands held out, palms facing up, and a veil cloaking her face with a subtle smile forming through. If his memory served him right, there should be a pathway just beyond it. The only problem was unlocking that secret passage. The elder seemed to have noticed the reluctance in Hope's eyes. Wrinkles formed between the old man's brows in suspicion. Open it. Shit. Hope held back a sigh. Here came the difficult part in faking till you make it. At least, that was how Hope remembered people describing this kind of difficult situation. Hope slowly walked past the altar, the gazes of everyone else tracing his movement. Hope ignored them and placed a palm against the cold marble wall. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. Maybe there was some hidden button in the wall like some novels mention. Well, in all honesty, Hope didn't really read all that much. He mostly heard from fellow soldiers of these types of scenarios in fiction that they've read. Like for instance some secret button to a secret passage. Hopefully it wasn't complicated to find. Hope glanced at the middle part of the wall and pressed into the block. Everyone's breath hitched and then nothing happened. He moved to the next block. And still nothing happened. Maybe the top corner block will work. Or the bottom corner. He tried another. Then another. Then another. Quote. Quote. Maybe it's a lever. You seem to be stalling, boy. The elder said in a low voice. Just 1 second. Finally, his fingers brushed over a slightly rougher texture at the far right side of the wall. Although it wasn't visible to the eye, when he felt the tracings, it formed an outline of a teardrop with a flower in its center. Hope quickly pushed into the block and suddenly a part of the wall, about the size of a doorway, slid backwards a few inches. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr revealing a long downward staircase in front of him. It appeared quite narrow. The arching roof was low over the flight of steep stairs disappearing into the dark abyss with dry black soil compacted on each side. It seemed his luck and assumption weren't so bad so far. Hope would have been satisfied in solving this small puzzle, but now he had another factor to worry about. There's still that beast roaming around. There should be just one monster in the first nightmare. No wait. Maybe there were more. No one confirmed it to him if it was just one or several. But there had to be one that was of boss level. He didn't know what rank or class it could be either, which also served a problem. However, its ability may be related to fire. And the cult may have led it here, so maybe it wasn't too strong of a rank. A rank that they could handle if things went wrong with whatever power they had at their disposal. And it seemed like things have gone slightly wrong. As one of the followers mentioned, blood had been spilt here, and soon the beast will catch up. If that were true, then the beast must be attracted to blood. It must be relying heavily on scent to track down its prey. So, they should be on a time limit. Hope couldn't help but think how typical it was for enemies to slip up and cause their own misfortune without even realizing it. Just a few words from them and that could be used for his advantage. He just had to be perceptive enough to catch those details. Cults, beasts, gods, treasure. What's next? Curses. Well done, young boy. The elder sauntered forward next to him and patted Hope on the shoulder. Hope eyed at the wrinkly fingers. Come now, all of you. Ha ha ha, no time to waste. We've been waiting too long for this. The hooded men in silver robes approached the remaining priests in one night, roughly pulling them up by their arms. The mood among the priests became even more sour. Hope expected it. He willingly offered to reveal a big secret that belonged to the church after all. One of the priests, a slightly older one than himself, glared at Hope. You are a condemned young man. You have no idea what you've just caused. Hope simply turned away, not wanting to engage a pointless trivial conversation, which angered the priest even more. The knight also shook his head in dejection, not fully understanding Hope's actions either. Hope didn't need to convince anyone of why he did what he did. If it meant completing his trial, then his choices would benefit him to do so. It felt the most obvious and logical thing to do anyways. The elder sneered and, surprisingly, turned towards the knight that was brought near the front. Ah, young knight, he grinned. Such a shame that you did not fight with the rest of your brothers. It should comfort you to know that their deaths were very, very heroic. It seems they didn't have enough honor to stay alive. The knight's face grew grim. You have no right to speak of honor. The elder smirked. Of course. Pity they left you to defend the church on your own. You don't have the qualifications to even be on a real battlefield. And to make matters worse, your religion is lacking. A religion not even worth dying for. His words seemed to have stirred something inside of the priests. A mixture of shame and anger spread on their faces. What kind of goddess was the heart god anyway to receive this reaction from the elder? The old men turned and met the rest of the priests' gaze. For you all to simply give your names to the heart god is a fool's gambit. Goddess of souls. Goddess of memories. She's all but abandoned you. Honestly, even with those titles she's not worth groveling for. The elder pushed Hope forward with the tip of his spear, causing him to take one step down the staircase. The darkness eerily reacted to his presence. Hope's foot shifted on the step. How creepy. A dark aura could be felt from far below the staircase, and faint screams could also be heard. Screams he thought came from outside of the cathedral were actually echoing from the deep darkness in front of him. Out of the deep darkness, a supernatural wind blew past them, sending a cold shiver down his spine. It even made some of the priests more anxious. They now seemed to be more terrified by what was ahead of them than the actual capturers themselves. Well, someone is definitely dying tonight, Hope thought. The elder's followers started to light up their torches one by one. As they did so, their shadowed faces illuminated and revealed to be even more hideous. They all looked to be aged. Deep creases like that of their leader were dragged all over their features. Some had their lower jaws jutted out. An upside-down, C-shaped scar was carved onto their eyelids, lips, and forehead. Their eyes looked bloodshot and had a weird craze in them. Almost as if they went on days without sleep. As if something was gnawing them from the inside. Naturally, the priests and the knight involuntarily took a step back at such a sight. The elder chuckled again as he held his torch aloft, the fire gleaming in all their eyes. They all smiled and said in unison, "Glory to the beast god." Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. It was a long venture down the staircase. For a while the walls and floors were just layers of dirt that enclosed around them. But once they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw a large stone archway overhead and a ground paved in small round ashen cobblestone that led in 3 different directions. The width of each pathway would be able to fit 3 people if they walked side by side. When Hope walked onto the path, he paused as the stones slightly rattled beneath his foot. He looked down and stared at what was supposed to be cobblestone. Instead, in truth, they were skulls. He looked around and noticed there were numerous skulls compacted together throughout the floor, making each pathway. There must have been hundreds, thousands, maybe millions, considering how the routes were drawn like a maze on the map. I'm not going to question it, Hope blinked at the sight. Although he couldn't help but create a couple questions that came to mind. What other secrets did this church have that they hid all of this underground? It couldn't have just been the sacred water, but what of its history as well? Hope slightly frowned. More reluctant than he was before, Hope stood in the crossing where the paths converged and tried to reimagine the map in his head. Apparently, there were sigils along the walls that would lead them to their destination. On the map, they were also drawn the exact same shape as the tracing he felt back in the cathedral, a teardrop with a flower at its center. Of course, they were spread quite a distance from each other. One still needed a map to direct themselves through the maze. Suddenly, the supernatural wind came back. Only this time its aura felt slightly more suffocating, and the faint screams started to reverberate more in his mind rather than through the tunnels themselves. A cold sweat started to form on his face. Hope clenched his left hand so tightly till he felt his nails digging into his skin. His hand began to feel hot and stinging with pain. He wiped the side of his cheek, then turned towards the elder. "I think holding my own torch would be useful." The elder frowned at the request. Hope held back a frown at the reaction. Well, what did the elder expect? Have Hope lead the group blind? Moments later, the elder signaled to one of his own followers behind him. One of the men stepped forward and offered his torch to Hope. His eyes glaring down at Hope with such disgust. Hope of course ignored the gaze and grabbed the torch with his right hand from the man's pale thin fingers before he turned and started walking down the path straight ahead. Not long after did he find the first sigil that was shaped just as he imagined. Strangely enough, it was black and seemed to be of polished material rather than regular limestone or weathered stone. Hope reached out to touch it and felt a thick layer of dust on its surface. The priests and the one knight trailed behind him in a single file while the rest of the cult flanked their sides with their spears. Some of them started to realize what sort of pathway they were walking on as the skull subtly rattles underneath their feet. Hope observed their reactions. When was the last time one of them visited down here? What was the point in guarding something if they didn't know its true nature? Maybe they did, and that was why they looked more reluctant to come along. Hope frowned. "I'd be damned if I have to find out all of that for my first nightmare. That would be too much for the spell to ask for his first trial. It shouldn't be that complicated in the first place." Before Hope continued forward, he quickly glanced at the cult for a moment, recalling the mention of their beast god. So, did that make them a beast tribe? They certainly look like it. Now he knew there wasn't just a sun god, but a beast god and a heart god. Just how many gods were there in the dream realm? Hope recalled how the sun god was affiliated with immortal flame's aspect. That legendary hero, the supposed symbol of humanity. Apparently, his son-in-law and his cohort had become ascended as well. Or masters they also called them. And maybe his daughter. Hope wasn't sure if he had his facts straight, but he knew they were all legendary. Many speculated that Immortal Flame's cohort's aspects were also associated with the sun god. That they all worshipped under the same deity. But the mention of beast god and heart god made Hope now question otherwise. Hope peeked at the elder that walked a step behind him. Maybe I can get information out of him. Anything was better than nothing. As they continued down the shadowed tangled paths, smelling the eldritch scent of musk and rot, the tunnels shook from time to time. Likely from the damned beast above. Luckily that beast was still preoccupied with causing chaos amongst the townsfolk before it sought them out. Occasionally, Hope would lean on the wall for a little support. But besides the periodic quakes, Hope was in a constant mind battle with the supernatural aura and the faint screams inside his head. Clenching his fist till it became hot helped bring back focus to his mind. Even the elder seemed to be bothered by the aura, his hands and eyes fidgeting the further they went. Until finally a passage that they turned to had its left wall be entirely covered by murals. A depiction of carved stone panels of what seemed to be the heart god and her people. Some of the priests started to whisper prayers again, but the beast tribe stared indifferently at the images. The knight, however, surprisingly stared in amazement at the archaic work in front of him. His eyes bounced from line to line, subject to subject, as if being absorbed into its details. Hope blinked at his reaction. He seemed easily allured by its creation rather than the meaning behind it. What a weird night. Hope paused before speaking. Have you learned the history of the heart god? The knight seemed to jerk at the question and looked away in embarrassment. His chainmail armor clicking with the simplest of movements. Only a little. We, the Knights Templar, focused more on our physical upbringing than our education. The church's safety had to come first. He waved his hands nervously. But that's not to say I wouldn't have liked to learn. I find it very interesting too. Hope paused over his words. Maybe the elder was right. This knight might not have the stomach to be on a real battlefield. His heart seemed too pure for it. The knight's situation sounded a bit similar to Hope. Forced to train rather than to be educated. Fighting for or against something with restricted knowledge. Although, the battles and missions would have been very different. The knight awkwardly fidgeted before speaking in a low voice. Did you smell the elder's breath? Quote. How odd. I mean I did, but why are you asking? Hope remembered the pungent smell when the elder knelt in front of him. Hope more or less assumed it was due to poor hygiene. The knight pressed his lips together and lowered his head and spoke in a softer whisper. I heard that the beast tribe eats bloodbane. Bloodbane. He nodded. You know, red berries that grow from spilt human blood. Apparently, they believe they can build immunity to it. The knight shrugged. Hope frowned at the knight's calm reaction at giving such odd information. Bloodbane, huh? Hope thought. And they are called the beast tribe. Cultists really do the strangest things. Hope silently turned away, not wanting to engage further in this small talk anymore, and studied the rest of the murals. The first showed the heart god descending upon her people, arms spread wide as if to embrace them, her presence showing in all her glory. The people also had their arms raised out to her as if eagerly waiting for her arrival. Carved smiles on all their faces. It seemed she loved her people enough to leave the heavens or whatever domain she came from. Hope expected that any form of higher beings to not care about people on an intimate level, unless it benefited their name and reputation. Names. The elder mentioned earlier that the priests of this church gave up their names to the heart god. Names represented the core of a person's identity, their individuality. It could represent what they stood for, their culture, their community, etc. So not only did these priests become nameless, but they essentially sold their souls to the heart god. She had them all in the palm of her hand. Well, it was befitting for her to be called the goddess of souls then. Hope didn't want to think about his name though. That felt like a separate matter. To his right, Hope peeked again at the elder, whose face remained stoic as he stared at the images. Maybe Hope should take this chance to ask a question. Any additional information would help him complete this nightmare. At least he hoped it would. But he was also slightly curious. Hope turned to face the elder. Why do you need the tears of the heart god? Doesn't your god offer you the same? The elder raised an eyebrow as he side-glanced at him. He probably thought it strange that a priest of this faction would ask such a question. Luckily, the elder seemed amused by it. The corner of the elder's lips rose before he spoke. Truth be told, our God has gifted us many things. The power is beyond what you can imagine, even if it has its drawbacks. But yours. He narrowed his eyes at Hope. A pitiful waste in your hands. Don't need to be prejudiced, old man. Hope silently thought. Hope paused before asking another question. And you need ours for. To Hope's disappointment, the elder ignored him and continued walking down the dark tunnel to view the rest of the murals. The conversation was too short. If he could even call it that. Drawbacks and gifts, huh? It sounded like the same circumstance for his world. Aspects and flaws. Powers with drawbacks. When he completes this nightmare, he'd receive his own flaw as well. Hopefully nothing fatal. But if the same concept could be applied here, then wouldn't there be a drawback to using the sacred water as well? Unless it was so special that it didn't have any drawbacks. He highly doubted though. For something so precious, the security also seemed to be lacking. Too many questions. Hope let out a small sigh before walking after the elder with the rest of the group following in solemn silence. A little curiosity was fine, but too much of it only asked for more trouble. Hope couldn't help but think that curiosity was a tiring luxury. Most of his time as a simple soldier he just followed orders without questioning why he did what he did. Being too curious proved to be another puzzle and mission in itself if he wanted answers. And he was reluctant because of that. That took too much energy than necessary. Even if he was curious, if he showed it too much on the surface then he was usually greeted with scolding. Answers will eventually unfold themselves later, they would say. Or, just drop it. Does it matter? Both soldiers and higher authority alike. There was truth to that, Hope supposed. If it didn't really affect him now, then he shouldn't obsess over the possibilities when it would be revealed later in the future. If not, then he would have just wasted energy in all the what-ifs. Hope studied the rest of the murals of the heart god that summed up the rest of the interactions between her and her people. People welcomed her descent, she lived among them, she gifted them the sacred water, and in gratitude, they built a temple and gave offerings. Hope stared a little while longer at the water gift panel. The sacred water seemed to offer life and longevity to the lands and people. That was most likely the tears of the heart god, but she wasn't crying in any of them. Still, quite an extravagant gift for mere humans. As they continued forward, the murals repeated themselves. Decent, dwelt, gift, temple, offerings. Decent, dwelt, gift, temple, offerings. Decent, dwelt, gift, temple, sacrifices. Decent. Wait, what? Hope paused and stared at the last mural again. Then he looked back at the other murals. They seemed very much the same. But also, they weren't. Hope started to frown as he felt like he missed something. It was as if someone had placed two identical photographs in front of him and no matter how plain in sight they were, it was hard to identify the minuscule differences. Maybe it's not important, Hope thought. At some point one of the priests, the strangely rational one, locked eyes with Hope. It was the first time they openly acknowledged each other. Hope expected the priest to look at him in disappointment or disdain like all the others. But to his surprise he did something different. His lips pulled back into a smile. Hope immediately turned away. Young boy, the elder called out up ahead. I wish I didn't see that, Hope thought as he moved back to the front of the line. Do I have to deal with another crazy smiling bastard too? Keeper of memory, attribute description, once seen cannot be unseen. They all remain buried in your heart, no matter the level of consequence. The group still had ways to go before they reached their destination. With each passing minute, the ground was shaking more violently. Either the beast was punching the earth like a madman, or it was knocking down even more buildings. Probably both. Hope recalled how the village before time reversed was mostly in ruins with barely any proper structure standing. But all the while that was happening, and as Hope made the right turns through the labyrinth, he was finally able to study the rest of his attributes after putting to rest the annoying faint screams and suffocating aura aside. And, he was a little conflicted to say the least. The keeper of memory attribute wasn't a problem. It made sense as to why he could remember things easily as if he could flip to any page of a picture book. He could recall the image of the dead priest's detailed corpse lying coldly in front of him, or the image of the people's flesh being incinerated with each definitive layer of skin etching away. Even the image of when the Category 2 gate appeared was vivid in his imagination with the impossible colors swirling around its chasm. Not a faded or distant memory but a clear picture of the scene itself. He was lucky that the map he glimpsed at the beginning was fresh in his mind, or else they would really be lost. Keeper of memory, attribute description, once seen cannot be unseen. They all remain buried in your heart, no matter the level of consequence. The description sounded poetic but was still clear in its purpose. The next attribute was debatable. Hope stared silently at the rune description in front of him. He'd honestly almost tripped as he read the lines. Black sheep, attribute description. You are an outsider born into a disarray world. Forced upon a hero's fate, always against the odds, you wish to be seen. What? This sounded unfortunate. Hope tried to give the benefit of the doubt to this attribute when he first saw the name earlier at the beginning of his nightmare. But for it to describe him in this way, Hope's eyebrow twitched as he silently took a deep breath in. Is there, even a saying, of a black sheep in the dream realm? He didn't think so. Was this how attributes even work? No, it couldn't be. So, what the fuck is this? Hope bit down on his tongue to refrain himself from scowling. But what was this? This title felt like a jab on his side. He was an outsider. Always against the odds. Wishes to be seen. What the hell does the spell think I am? And what does a hero's fate and black sheep have in fucking common? Hope shook his head. He needed to calm down. Cursing especially was a terrible habit of his growing up. But how could he remain calm after receiving this in his first nightmare? Hope didn't want to be a hero. He was only a soldier. Just a simple soldier who followed simple orders without asking any questions. Anyone else who sought glory was insane in his eyes. Pursuing glory meant taking on more work and responsibilities. It meant being in some aspect an ideal warrior for others to look up to. If they wanted to get stronger and build some name for themselves, then that was fine. But that didn't mean Hope had to be roped along. Of all the damn things the spell chose for him, it named him this. The spell better not have named him this because he was a middle child. Consider himself unlucky then for the order of his birth. Tisk. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe the spell had a dark sense of humor. Or it was mocking him from its domain at his punic life. Although, that would be cruel if it did have such a side to it. Hope shook his head from his thoughts. He shouldn't get too wrapped around by it. But there was no doubt in his mind that his first nightmare had been testing his patience and sanity from the beginning. Or specifically the spell for that matter. Hope rubbed his temple in frustration with his knuckles. He could feel some heads turn in his direction but he ignored them. Even the knight made some weird, worried expression. Don't worry, damn it. I didn't lose my way and doomed us all. Hope sighed as he drew his hand away and touched the dirt wall for support as the ground shook again. The dust hissed as it fell over their heads, and the skulls rattled beneath their feet at each quake. Luckily the tunnels didn't give way to crumble completely. Silent thanks to whoever built these tunnels. Hope brought his hand down from the wall as the tremors passed and silently summoned the next attribute. Chimera, attribute description. Chimeras carry a complex nature about themselves. An illusory possession of both beauty and deformity, of promise and peril. A duality that stands in stark contrast within. Hope was done with this nightmare. The spell might as well say to him up front that he shouldn't have been born. And what the fuck is a chimera? Questions. Why were there so many questions? Never did Hope think that the very thing that could rile him up the most in this nightmare was the spell itself. The Elder was no doubt annoying, but this cosmic systematic entity or whatever the hell it was messing with Hope's entire future. Hope's thoughts were immediately interrupted as he noticed something up ahead. He abruptly paused in his tracks as he noticed the path start to diverge into two directions. Normally he would continue without fail, and maybe even act as if he were considering his options in front of the others, but now it seemed that he was in a predicament. As he continued staring absent-mindedly forward, the Elder walked next to him. I hope you're not leading us to our deaths, young boy. The Elder said in a threatening tone. Hope internally frowned. The other annoying variable has returned. Hope glanced at the elder's suspicious gaze, finding a hint of madness behind his eyes. This old man was getting impatient by the second. And desperate. We are heading in the right direction. Hope raised his hand and touched the black sigil on the wall. From time to time without fail they had passed a series of these sigils that signified the right course they were on. So, there was no need to question if they had gotten lost. Every other sigil or two Hope would touch them that seemed to others like some sort of luck or reminder. Before Hope spoke again, someone else did. The young priest is right. Everyone turned and realized one of the priests, the crazy smiling bastard one, spoke. Although the path is longer than I remembered, we are close. But if I may add. He placed a hand over his chest. It has been many years since we've last opened it. Since anyone has last used it in fact. It might prove difficult to get through the doors. Then we'll go by force. The elder snapped. But I also know that the gods can recognize their own followers once entering their sanctum, and you people obtain the heart god's blessing, so there's no need to worry. The elder shook his head as another thought intruded on his mind. I must admit, these tunnels have proven capable of driving any man insane. I almost thought the war god might have built it. Huh. He turned to Hope. Don't let that young mind of yours get any ideas. If I had it my way, I would have dragged half of your body to those doors if I had. But you haven't, right? The old man paused at Hope's sudden interjection. Hope couldn't help but think that the elder's threats were pointless. His actions were even childish. Why threaten someone if one was not going to do it at all? Or if they did, they waited too long to act on it. You're quite impatient. Hope nonchalantly responded. The elder scowled. Even the beast tribe members bared their teeth at Hope. The knight and some other priests had their mouths gaped open at Hope's strange bluntness. But Hope didn't care. If one thought about it, the elder and his followers seemed to be limited with their so-called godlike power. They refused to use their powers and instead rely on their spears. That would mean that they had serious drawbacks to use them. If spilling too much blood could serve as a problem, then what else could they threaten them with? They were strong but had a flaw. And there were other ways to kill without spilling blood. Maybe it wasn't just blood that attracted the beast, but also the scent of a fresh corpse. Hope removed his hand from black sigil on the wall and fully faced towards the elder. Desperate to force your way to the sacred tears. Well, tears of the heart god, but that's the same, isn't it? The elder looked at him with a dark expression. Finally, Hope had pricked a nerve in him. Although it wasn't too hard to do so. It was matter of timing. You don't know what you're talking about, young boy. I think I have an idea. Suddenly without warning, the knight and a couple of the priests yelped in pain and collapsed. Their bodies were shaking and twisting as if an invisible hand were playing with dolls' limbs mercilessly on the floor. The other priests unaffected by this torture cowered away, however the beast tribe blocked them from distancing themselves any further. But that wasn't what surprised Hope the most. Hope stiffened as he noticed the elder's face slowly aging. Not by a lot, but noticeable months, a year or two, started to wear on him. A thin sheen of sickly white coated his blemished skin, and his skeletal fingers trembled at this subtle transformation. His face, however, remained hot with anger. The attention was squarely fixed on Hope. Hope's eyes narrowed. So that's it. The drawback that the old man had been hiding, and probably the rest of them as well in similar regard, a consequence that plagued their bodies. That would explain how ugly they looked. Minus the weird scars they carved onto themselves. You best watch that tongue of yours, or should the next victims be your whole brethren. KRRRRAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA the skulls chittered filled their ears as if shaken in fear by the ominous presence. Everyone stumbled slightly at the quake and heard the distant roar echoing in the deep darkness behind them. Each of their faces paled like sheets of paper. Even the elders. Hope sighed as he stood up straight and casually wiped the dust off his priest garment. Ah, time's up. Hope was not someone who liked to keep promises, or even to put complete faith in someone. He understood long ago that humans were fickle and powerless against the laws of the universe. Whether people deliberately betrayed one another, or they happened to cross unfortunate circumstances, one should not hold things so personal because anyone was capable of breaking a promise. That was just another way of getting oneself hurt. Promised to see someone tomorrow. What if an accident happened? Or even be infected by the spell? Promised to visit another day. What if business piled up suddenly and grounded the person to their post or desk, preventing them from contacting back home of their unfortunate situation because it couldn't be helped? The primary thing was, keeping promises puts a burden on oneself without them realizing it. There was much more freedom when one wasn't tied to a promise. At least, the most freedom one could have. So, what if the priest that the beast tribe took hostage didn't do things as exactly as planned as they believed to be? Well, Hope didn't promise the elder anything of the sort that he wouldn't pull something off. Of course he had something up his sleeve. And it wasn't some genius thing. Just a simple tactic. They walked for 45 minutes. The distance from the entrance to their destination should have taken them 15 minutes if he followed the exact route that led them to it. The map depicted a maze with entangled routes that didn't look to be vast on paper but in person was a colossal labyrinth to walk through. Not only that, but Hope also wiped the blood off his face from when the elder killed the priest. Although, he thought that might not be enough, so he closed his fist tight enough that he drew blood from his palm. From time to time, he would touch and lean on the wall or black sigils so that the beast had somewhat of a lead to follow them. If it relied more on smell, then it would take it some time around all the routes he took on. It was a maze after all. Hope just had to make the right turns and circles as long as it went back on course. Although, he was a little nervous when the other priest, the crazy smiling bastard one, admitted to the whole journey longer than he remembered. He could have exposed Hope but didn't. Hope thought it weird to address him as that name. How did these priests even address each other? They're all nameless priests, so, did they yell, "Hey," till they get the right person's attention? Never mind that thought. Although Hope would have much rather reached their destination in time, Hope couldn't help but think that his objective in this nightmare was to prevent the beast tribe from reaching the sanctum. Evil was written all over their faces. He couldn't easily hand over this sacred water to them. The elder finally drew back his power. The knights and the priests were able to move their own bodies again. The poor knight was groaning as his whole body trembled, his face lathered in sweat. The elder really had some unforgiving power but revealed to be at a fatal price. The elder knocked the touch out of Hope's hand and jabbed a finger on his chest. "Where is it?" Temper. "Over there," Hope answered. The elder blinked in shock. What?" Hope nonchalantly pointed to the next tunnel over on their left. At first, Hope was weighing the option to lead them in the opposite direction, but there wouldn't be enough time for that anymore. The elder scowled and grabbed Hope by his collar, dragging him along down the pointed direction. Not even 20 steps later, two large double stone doors appeared with carved runes tracing its frame. Hope noticed there were intricate curvilinear engravings etched onto its surface from top to bottom. Now that they have reached their destination, one thing was for certain. Hope didn't know how to open this door. He could try the guessing game of finding a secret button, but he had the feeling it wasn't the case this time. "Open it, you fool." Hope didn't even bother to hide it. "To be honest, old man, I don't know how." "What?" Hope shrugged. "I didn't say I knew how to unlock the door. Just lead you to it." The tunnels shook again, and more dust rained from above that blinded their vision. Before the elder let out another outburst, a familiar voice responded. "I know how." The crazy smiling bastard coughed as he stepped forward through the dust. His mouth covered by his sleeve as he came into view. "Then open it." As the priest passed him, Hope could have sworn he saw the priest smile for a moment. Hope had a sunken feeling that he shouldn't be anywhere near the doors when it opens. Craw. Boom. 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 It seemed the beast was throwing a fit as well. The elder shoved Hope aside and walked a step behind the other priest who raised both arms and touched the engravings on the door. Something started to glow and illuminate from both his palms. An ethereal light. Is that soul essence? Hope thought as he watched the priest. He had only seen soul essence used on the battlefield but in instances. Now he was watching someone put their time and effort into opening a door. Which may not sound as amazing as with using a weapon, but still quite a sight to see. Hope shook his head and glanced back where the knight still laid. Even a couple of the other priests who were affected by the torture still struggled to recover. Hope hesitated, but then decided it would be best to have a good defense, or offense, by his side. Anything useful for his own survival. He turned and knelt next to the knight who was still curled on the floor in pain. "Hey!" Hope carefully grabbed his shoulders. "Get up." He helped the knight sit up against the wall. The knight winced and struggled to even respond. He even appeared to lose consciousness at any second. He was too weak to fight at all. My odds are low." Hope paused. Wait. He frowned at that thought. Hope turned to look back at the priest's progress and noticed the engravings on the doors were starting to be filled with light. Slowly, the doors were drinking up the luminosity from bottom to top. The tunnels shook again, and chunks of dirt broke off the ceiling and walls. Hope hovered over the knight to block from any that fell on above. KRRRSSSSSHH. Finally, the doors began to open. A yawning escaped through those doors as it opened to a room of pitch darkness. A darkness that could be felt. Hope also recognized the sound of the faint screams and the suspicious aura emanating from it. As the beast tribe that damn desperate to even go through that. But there was no time to raise questions or have second thoughts anymore. It was either stepping into the black jaws of death or be mauled by the beast behind them. Neither choice seemed fair. With the doors open, the elder smiled in triumph. His eyes gleamed in delight. Finally, a maniac laugh escaped his mouth as he beheld the entrance. At the same time, the crazy smiling bastard priest eyed back at Hope. Hope couldn't help but feel uneasy under his gaze. It felt like a warning, either for him to not get involved or to act accordingly. Hope turned to look at the other remaining priests who didn't suffer from the elder's abusive power. They had complicated expressions on their faces. Some nervous, some placid. Before Hope could process what was happening, the priests immediately lunged forward towards the beast tribe. Specifically at their torches. It wasn't a surprise that they were easily thrown off, but they all successfully were able to put out the fires or knock them out of their hands. Even the crazy priest next to the elder grabbed the torch's top end, putting the fire out with his own bare fist. The elder was too shocked to react, watching the priest's hand being smoldered by the flames. The sound of flesh sizzling filled their ears before the priest hastily threw the torch aside. And then darkness became absolute. Quick. Hope held the shaky knight close to the wall as he heard the beast tribe beating up on the priests. He tried to avoid the conflict as much as possible. He wasn't involved in this plan one bit. Now what exactly did the priests expect with that reaction? Hope had a feeling he was about to find out. Then the elder's voice rang out through the darkness. "What do you think you fools are doing? Ha 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 ha." The priest's sinister laugh answered. Glory. An ominous feeling filled Hope's chest. Fire. He thought. He needed light. Hope quickly turned towards the nearest fallen torch on the ground, the one that the priest tossed, that was barely kindling. Hope immediately crawled towards it. To the heart god. Erg. Hope quickly blew into the dying embers. The sound of choking and screams filled the dark tunnels. Hope realized that they didn't come from the priests but from the beast tribe. Their screams sounded beastly and raw, like some dying animal being strangled to death. What was worse, he heard bones cracking and flesh ripping apart. The taste of blood filled the air. Come on, come on, come on. Wait, The fire started to breathe to life again. Hope blindly reached out to the knight and held the torch up immediately. Then he saw a dozen hands reaching out to him. Hope flinched and braced himself for contact, but they all froze in place. As if the light had shunned them or they were caught in the visible eye. But they weren't regular monster creatures or even demonic beings, instead they were all made of stone, statues somehow brought to life. Tips of their fingers stained with red reached out towards him. The fresh blood glistening against the torch's flame, eager to reach for his. So that was what attacked the beast tribe. Even if the elder and the beast tribe attempted to use their powers against these statues, there was no blood, no flesh, no organic matter that could be manipulated. At least, that was what Hope assumed, that was how their powers worked. Otherwise, how were they so easily overpowered? All of these statues had a sculpted veil over their faces and a gown that seemed almost transparent, revealing a female's curvy figure beneath. However, their faces were familiar. Their faces, although blended with the veil, resembled a lot like the goddess portrayed on the stained glass panels back at the sanctuary. But instead of a series of kind, affectionate expressions, these expressions were an exchange of grief, horror, anger, and sadness. Why were there such grim expressions? Why did these statues even react this way? Hope felt his mind loosely wandering back to the mural site, recalling that he had missed something when he passed by those repetitive images. Was the answer even there? Descent, dwelt, gifts, temple, offerings. The heart god visited her people and occasionally lived among them. Out of love, she gifted them the sacred water. She stayed in the temple, and they gave offerings to her. But there was something else. What is it? Hope remembered at one point towards the end of the panels that it didn't seem they had given offerings but sacrifices instead. What was the difference between them? All sacrifices could be offerings, but not all offerings could be sacrifices. Offerings were gifts given willingly in devotion. The heart god's feelings were evidently reciprocated with her people, so it would make sense as to why they would give gifts to her in gratitude because of the sacred water. But when it comes to sacrifices to a god, that was usually an atonement for something. The people committed a grave sin. The tunnels were filled with an odd silence, accompanied by Hope's breathing and the crackling flames from the torches. He continued to lock eyes with the statues. It seemed that as long as he stared at them or had them in his line of vision, he'd stay alive. Or maybe not. Or was it the light that stopped them? The night was still a bit in a daze, while he slipped into unconsciousness while this whole mayhem played out. He slowly regained his focus, his blinking away the sleepiness, and finally noticed the frozen statues. His pupils started to shake at the sight. Priest. Yeah, what's that? Hope blinked. He didn't really have an answer. They were statues for sure, but were they corrupted beasts? Were they guardians for the sacred water? Quote. Wait, wasn't there only supposed to be one monster in the first nightmare? Are these creatures considered unalive then? If they were alive, then he was really unlucky for his first nightmare. Was this the type of obstacle that everyone else had to deal with? Hope was about to respond to the night when he heard light footsteps somewhere in the shadows. Although the fire was lit, its light didn't reach far in its surroundings. He could barely make out the figure until it was close enough for him to discern that it was the crazy smiling bastard priest. He's still alive. The priest tilted his head as he stared down at the two. Hope could see blotches of blood soaked on his priest garment and some streaks on his face. Then 5 other priests vaguely came into view. Their distant silhouettes towered over Hope in the night like some predator cornering their prey. They all seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Probably that crazy bastard most of all. He was the most unperturbed with the setting full of torn corpses and moving statues. Maybe it didn't really matter to that priest in the beginning if Hope led them here. Because they would all have inevitably died. The priest slightly smirked. Would you look at that? A priest who doesn't have the god's full blessing. Hope could faintly see the reactions on everyone else's faces. Some had expressions of relief, nervousness, and resentment. Hope raised his torch further out and noticed they were all bruised and tattered, alive nonetheless without any severe wounds. But thick fresh blood also coated their garments. Not from the inside, but from the outside, as if they were splattered on during a butchery. Hope blinked at the grievous sight. Well, Hope began. It seems the tears of the heart god are in good hands now. So, we can all leave and. No. Hope frowned at the priest's response. Well, he didn't really expect much from that reaction. Especially when they didn't look sane one bit. It felt unfortunate that he had to deal with this sort of outcome as well. There was no way he could negotiate with them at this point. Maybe his black sheep attribute was being activated, in which they saw him nothing more than an outsider. Or was it the chimera as well? How unfortunate all of it is, damn it. On the other hand, the knight next to him wouldn't accept the priest's words so easily. The knight tried to lean off the wall. What's the use of fighting us? Aren't we all on the same side? The priest sighed as he wiped blood off his face. No unbeliever should leave with the forbidden knowledge of this sanctum. Surely you know. He grinned. So don't be complacent, Templar. You. Hope placed a hand on the knight's shoulder. The knight looked back in surprise. An enemy thinking they won before they eliminated all variables. That was a big mistake. And clumsy. But beneficial for the escapee in Hope's case. You forgot one thing, smiling bastard. Hope said. The priest sneered as he bent down to pick up one of the beast tribe's spears. And what is that, pray tell? Hope leaned his head back against the wall. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Quote. The priest frowned and tilted his head in confusion. At the same time, Hope didn't dare to look away from the statues, especially not what was about to happen next. It had been too quiet for the past couple of minutes. The death of the beast tribe and the doors opening were all a great distraction to tear away focus on the one common enemy of them all. In his side view, Hope could see a pair of yellow flaming eyes peering behind a wall. The hairs on his arm stood up, and goosebumps crawled all over his skin. It was about time for the beast to fully embrace its hunt. Grr! A throaty growl echoed in the darkness, alerting everyone of its presence. Before they all could react, the monster lunged and instantly prowled onto the crazy smiling bastard priest. It buried its fangs into the priest's neck. A man's scream let out as he desperately tried to claw the jaws off him, but then the sound of tear followed, and blood vehemently overflowed. Even without removing his gaze from the statues, Hope could make out the beast repeatedly opening and closing its jaws around the priest's skull, as if trying to find a proper way to crush on the bone. All the other priests screamed and scattered around. Terror being spread throughout in the dark tunnels. Their legs tripped over beast tribe's corpses and slipped on their blood as they blindly ran for their lives in the dark. It was like watching rats retreat at a sudden predator in its midst. Hope grabbed onto the knight's cape and pulled him up to stand, carefully circling around the outstretched stone limbs. It was time to move. Time for action. This was the only chance of escape, but not through the tunnels. But through those ominous doors. Don't look away from the statues. Hope shouted. You watch my back and I'll lead the front. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Exactly, the ones who were covered in blood. And a lot of it. It swiftly slashed down one of the nearby priests' bellies. A glimpse of pale pink spilled out of his torso. A desperate cry followed as he was forced at the mercy of the monster's savagery. The knight stumbled at the gruesome death but stuck back to back with Hope as they went around the carnage. Without wasting another second, Hope tightened his grip on the knight's wrist, held his torch aloft, and led them through the pitch darkness. Cold. It was cold. And suffocating. It felt familiar and yet wasn't. Voices screamed out in pain behind them. Some of the priests cried out prayers for their goddess to save them. Perhaps they should. It was made evident that the beast wanted more than a simple hunt. It wanted meat. It wanted carnage. Hope held the knight close as he carried the torch through the darkness. Wait, priest, where are we? Hope ignored the knight's protest as he continued forward. Their footsteps were muffled out by the blood-curdling screams, but Hope paid no mind to it anymore. It wouldn't be long till the beast had its fill. Unless it took its time on their corpses. But at the moment, it felt like they were walking down an endless void. Hope could have sworn he saw faint glimpses of statues as they passed, and he tried to maintain eye contact long enough before they came into the knight's line of sight. There had to be an end to this room. He was sure of it. As he thought that, Hope's foot finally hit a wall. He stepped back and noticed it was another double door. There was another reason Hope needed the knight for, to open the next entrance. He recalled on the maps there being 2 double doors before one could enter the room of the sanctum. And now that he saw how the priest opened the first door, he could use the knight to open this one. Hey, switch places with me quick. What? Hope had them spin a 180 turn. However, he did it a little too hastily that in the next moment a frozen statue appeared steps away from them. Its ferocious face snarling at the 2 intruders. Priest, what do? Use your soul essence to open the door. My soul essence, all right. As the knight tried to focus on his soul essence, Hope continued to stare at the fiendish statue. It really looked like a corrupted version of the heart god, a very ugly one at that. Damn it. Why am I shaking? Despite his mind being calm, he felt his own body betraying him. His hands were slightly trembling and he felt cold sweat falling down his face and back. He had to admit that this nightmare had truly been the worst nightmare he had to ever experience as far as he could recall. And there were even more nightmares they could conquer if they wanted to rank up in power. Hope couldn't imagine the struggle they must have to go through to achieve their goal. Was it worth it? Probably. Especially if it helped fighting against monsters that invaded their homelands. Or even inside the dream realm where they had to face such abominations to establish a gateway. But it almost also sounded not worth it. If others could do it, then that didn't necessarily mean Hope had to either. Being an awakened sounded too much of a responsibility. And Hope was on the path to become one. Tisk. Well, if he lived through this nightmare. For a moment, he saw a light flash behind him. The knight was still channeling the soul essence from his core to the door. However, it would probably take 30 seconds before it opened. Got it. That fast. The other priest took over 20 seconds. Well, maybe because he was a priest so he didn't have to battle monsters as much as the knight did to saturate his core. Or did the priest stall on purpose? Hope couldn't help but think that the knight was still an inexperienced soldier, so how did he have enough soul essence? Nope. Doesn't matter. Not my problem. Who cares for the reason? It wasn't Hope's job to fill in the gaps. It was time to get the hell out of here. However, the door didn't open itself this time. Hope could feel the knight's back being repositioned to push the doors open. Hop. The knight leaned forward and used all his strength against the stone doors. At first the doors didn't budge. But whether it was from age or from something else, something clicked, and the doors began to slide easily. Stone scratching against stone, the entrance finally started to open. Faint screams escaped through the crack and began to bellow louder as the doors widened, a deafening wind filling their ears. Hope couldn't help but think that they will discover new secrets on the other side. Ones that would mean life or death. As Hope continued to stare forward at the fiendish statue, he felt a rough tug on his collar. In the next moment he was dragged inside of the room. The sanctum. He lost his footing and fell backwards, landing on some rocks. Hope didn't check beneath him and instead looked up at the knight who was already closing the entrance. The dying screams past the void had long been hushed. And they both knew what that meant for them. The knight's face strained from the weight as he pushed again once more. Blonde strands of his hair sticking to his face, arms trembling as he closed the doors, staring into the stone-carven eyes of the statue that still was frozen in place with a snarl plastered on her face. Suddenly, a pair of yellow flaming eyes emerged from the darkness. ! The knight also noticed the pair of eyes. Hope scrambled to his feet. Watch out! He outstretched his arm. Priestess, stay back. The door was 10 inches away from closing, but maybe even that won't stop the beast from its hunt. Hope rushed towards the knight and grasped his arm to pull him back. But at the same time the beast surged forward and snapped the knight's head like a raptor taking out its prey, pulling his body forcefully through the narrow crack of the door. For some reason, Hope didn't let go. He couldn't explain why. It was as if his body responded on its own again without the rational thought of maybe dying in the process. The disturbing sight of flesh and armor being stuffed between the narrow crack of the door was like how one would shove clothes in a suitcase. Layer upon layer folded itself until it fit just the right size. The smell of blood and the sound of metal being scratched accompanied by the monster's snarling overwhelmed his senses. And just like that, the weight escaped from Hope's hands. The arm he held onto so tightly slipped out of his grasp as the knight and the beast disappeared back into the abyss. Hope stumbled backwards and froze, hearing the drag of the knight's body being carried further and further away. Move, an instinctive voice whispered. Hope then snapped free from the shock that had rooted him in place and ran towards the door. Right. He couldn't stop now. The beast may have taken the knight, but it might return any second. Even while still holding the torch, Hope didn't see the snarling statue there anymore, but he felt eyes watching his every movement. Maybe they didn't dare enter the sanctum and maintained their distance. Hope didn't care to know the reasons why just as long as they kept their distance. Hope took a deep breath and mustered with all his strength in closing the door. Luckily it was moving, incredibly, and insufferably slow, however. It was like he was pushing against an impregnable wall. He would have believed that he wasn't making any progress if he hadn't heard the faint scratch of the door. As he did this, he heard the knight's body being reduced to the sound of bones crushing ominously far away. His muscles burned as he pushed, and his chest felt like it was about to explode. The heat swelled in his face, but he didn't stop. No matter how shaky his limbs were, or the aching pain in his bones, the screams in his muscles, he refused to give in. The door was 5 inches closed. Come on. 3 inches. Close, damn it. He saw the flaming eyes appear in the distance and his heart dropped. The ground shook. The beast was pouncing towards him. At the same time, the doors shut just in time and the curvilinear carvings on the door pulsed with light as it sealed. As he stood there in disbelief, the room suddenly shook violently and Hope fell backwards again, the torch flying out of his hand. He grunted as he looked back at the entrance and realized the beast was slamming into it from the other side. Hope's mind raced with what to do next. But luckily some seconds later, the beast stopped. The ground still quaked and the beast's roars and growls echoed from the other side as if directed to an opponent. Almost as if it were in a battle. Was it fighting the statues? If that were the case, then maybe Hope had some actual time to recover and devise a new plan on what to do next. However, he felt his body rigid and grounded to the floor. Hope paused and looked down at himself. The hell I'm still shaking for. Hope felt his whole body tremble this time. Maybe it was because another person died right in front of him or the sight of the beast up close. Of course, the priests and the beast tribe were also massacred. But he didn't care about them. Even when he faced monsters out in the real world, he had not felt this disturbed from what he could recall. All he had to do was what he was taught in training and maybe solve a few contingency plans. Supposedly this nightmare was a place the spell thought fitted of his stature. But all of it was, a little too much, wasn't it? Statues, cults, blood power, catacombs. Could a simple soldier really adapt to this sort of setting? Ah, damn it. Of course he could. Adapt. That was what he trained for. It wasn't impossible. But his body was acting strangely unresponsive compared to his mind's rational thought. He just had to find a way to relax. Hope sighed and buried his face in his hands. Despite feeling the ground shake and the unknown chaos beyond those doors, he took deep breaths to steady his heart. He had to shake off this weird feeling. It wouldn't do him any good when he had to move on to solve the next problem. He clenched his fists in his hair, counted to 10, then slowly let go. He knew there was a high chance that there would be deaths in the nightmare. Regardless if they were allies or enemies. Oh well, nothing he could do about it now. But now the real question was, how to complete the nightmare. He got to the tears of the heart god and yet he was still here. Alright, I'm at the sacred water or whatever. He shoved aside memory traces of the night, the beast, the carnage and lifted his face from his hands to embrace the new setting he was in. He didn't properly observe his surroundings due to the adrenaline of escaping, but now that he could, Hope's eyes widened slightly in shock. It was a small cavern with blue aquatic reflections dancing along the walls like wisps of blue flame. He was sure it came from the sacred water which sat behind him, but he didn't look back just yet because something else had his attention, which was the graveyard of skeletons loitered all around him. They were all in different positions. There were skeletons curled into a ball as they held their limbs, others clawed at the walls leaving a series of scratches with faint black traces of what old blood could have been. Others held their craniums as if to prevent it from falling apart. Then finally, there were some who crawled their way back towards the entrance, as if to escape some tragic fate from the water's luminosity. But among the aged rotten bones were bright red berries that grew amongst them. Its vehement color stark against the blackened soil glistened like 100 tiny blood droplets. Their thistles entangled around the rib cages and eye sockets as if claiming the dead as their own. This was not exactly what I had in mind either. Hope muttered. None of it made sense to Hope. Wasn't this sacred water supposed to grant life? Or maybe, immortality, for that matter. Well, maybe not immortality. Longevity maybe. Immortality sounded too extravagant of a gift. The goddess would be a fool if she had done such a thing. Hope slowly stood up and stared at the graveyard of bones. A morbid mixture between nature and man flooded his view. However, Hope noticed that wasn't the only thing on the ground. He noticed telltale writings scrawled across the soil and scratched onto the cavern walls. There was a reason why they clawed the earth in desperation. Not out of madness, but in hopes for something else. It seemed that with their dying breath, they were trying to relay a message with their bare fingers, as if warning to any newcomer who came to drink from the sacred water. But they were all in rune writing in which Hope did not understand. Not even the spell offered translation. Whatever it was, it clearly had to be an omen. Hope finally looked over his shoulder at the source of the cavern's ambience. There it was, a great wide pool illuminating a brilliant blue light. It was a similar blue that Hope wore under his priest's cape. Hope recalled how he compared its color to be richer than any clear sky he'd ever seen. But was it really like the color of the sky? Not the sky of high noon, but the type of ambience when dusk sets. A chilling color with a faint warmness to it left by the sun before it drowned its last goodbyes to the moon. Hope thought his comparisons probably didn't do it justice. He wasn't good at describing things in a proper light. Maybe it was because of his lack of education or his lack of living outside of the army. Maybe then he would have enough comparisons to properly describe things as he truly saw them or felt. Such is this new feeling. For some reason he felt in his heart a weird energy stirring inside of him. Like the rush of cold water, or the kindle of a warm flame, or the slight shivers of the night. A whirlwind of something threatening and comforting was tugging on him. Was it because of the water's presence, hand-touched by the goddess herself? Did this water really give life? Hope could hear murmurs instead of screams coming from the water, as if it were calling to him gently. What sat in the middle of the pool was a great statue of the heart god herself. Carved flowers blossomed at her feet, vines trailed up her dress in an intricate fashion, and her hands were clasped around her chest where her heart was. Her head was tilted as she stared down where Hope stood with an expression of tenderness. Similar to the one he saw back at the cathedral. Unlike those corrupted statues, Hope blinked at the sight and felt his mouth go dry. Tears of the heart god, what exactly did you cry for? What grave sin did the people commit that she held back her gift? Or maybe even cursed it? KRAAAWWWWR. Hope immediately turned to face the entrance. The whole cavern shook again as something rammed into the door from the other side. Dust spewed out of the cracks and rocks bounced off the walls with each quake. Once, twice, 4 times. The beast was trying to break through. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. What the hell do I do now? Hope stumbled when a bigger impact occurred. This time the doors cracked. What the hell am I supposed to do? Hope gritted his teeth and stared at the doors helplessly. Whatever happened on the other side with those statues, the beast seemed to be more bent on getting Hope now. Hope scanned the cavern, looking for an escape route, a weapon, a crevice to hide in. Anything. Should he hide in the water? No. He couldn't dismiss the fact that these skeletons seemed to have suffered a terrible fate when they consumed the water. Anywhere but there. Hope's eyes fell on the thistles. More specifically on the red voluptuous berries. He made a deep frown as a sudden thought crossed his mind. A memory of when the knight spoke of the cultists consuming, bloodbane, berries. Made by spilt human blood, he said. This graveyard seemed just the perfect terrain for it. Tisk fine. Say if it works, no it's still a bloody beast, what if it doesn't work? Boom. ARRG damn it. Throwing all logic out the window, he was going to bet his life on chance. Hope immediately dropped to the ground and carefully disentangled the thistles from the bones. Craw. After Hope had disentangled the ropes of thistles, he turned and ripped away 2 femur bones, broke off the heads, and placed them on each side of his right forearm. He tightly secured them with the thistles, wrapping it up like a bundle of wires till he could see no more gaps in between. He did the same process to the rest top of his arm. Boom! The etchings on the sealed door pulsed with each impact from the beast. Almost like a ticking time bomb before it would eventually give in. The sound of stone cracking layered and stretched not just on the doors, but on the walls as well. Damn it, is the whole cavern going to collapse at this point? Finally, Hope grabbed a cluster of bloodbane berries with his right hand and another broken femur in his left with its sharp broken tip. Hope paused as he stood up and glanced down. This is a bad idea. The prickly stems were tightly twined around his arm down to his palm as if it were in a cast, and his right hand which held the bloodbane berries were stained red. Hope planned for the broken femur in his left hand to serve as a weapon against the beast, but would that be enough? A bone, against a damned beast. Doubt filled his mind, but he couldn't back out now. It was better for him to die trying rather than to accept fate. He took a stance away from the door for about 10 meters. The beast's roars reverberated through the walls and the cracks on the door grew bigger and bigger. Hope felt his heart thumping loudly in his ears as he waited and crash. The stone double doors crumbled to the floor and there emerged a shadow at its chasm, slowly advancing through the clouds of dust into the cavern's blue ambience. The beast snarled and shook off pieces of rubble on its back, its glowing eyes like two floating discs before the dust cleared. This was the first time Hope properly laid eyes on it. At first it looked like a wolf, and slightly young. He wasn't sure how he knew, but it looked like it hadn't fully matured yet. It was also about neck height level. It had burnished black skin with a scorched black, red mane around its neck. Embers kindled through its bristly strands and eyes lit like yellow flames as they both met each other's gaze. When it snarled, its teeth were like polished ebony with glints of blood dripping off its canines. But despite its intimidating stature, the beast was brutally wounded. Hope slightly stiffened as he counted the wounds on its back. Traces of hands grappling onto its skin and tearing off layers from it were visible even from this distance. Did the stone statues really cause this? Just how vicious was the fight between them? Oil-black blood trickled down its side, and small chunks of flesh were missing. Even its lower jaw seemed dislocated, the mandible awkwardly crooked to one side and half of its face was lopsided as well. Or was that just how ugly it looked? Either way, it looked pissed off. Fast and big. Hope narrowed his eyes. Had Hope fought dormant beasts up close before? Yes. Awakened beasts? Also, yes. Of course, with a team by his side and with formidable weapons at hand. This, however, seemed anything but a normal beast. It obviously was an awakened beast, but its powers were different. Ones that were akin to almost an aspect's ability power that carried a fire attribute. Either it created fire or was immune to it, or both. But if Hope could simplify his situation, in which he really needed to in this dire situation, it was just one beast. Some, but not all beasts, had the same attack pattern at their core. Which was having barely any gaps between 2 to 5 attacks and, for this beast's height and type of creature, always aimed for the head, neck, or belly. So flashy tricks of flipping around or somersaulting were out of the question. Hope just had to think of this like any other fight he had as a soldier. Minus the strength gap between him and the monster alone, the feeble weapons he was using instead, and no armor. Tisk. If there was one thing he had enough faith in during battle, it was instinct. From what he could recall, it had never failed him. Hope took one step back and held up the bone like a dagger in front of his eyes. Come on then. Grr. The beast eyed him as it slowly circled around the room, sniffing the air. Its nose probably being filled with the overwhelming smell of death from all the numerous bloods collected on the soil and the long rotted bones scattered at their feet. An intoxicating smell for it. It paused in its tracks and Hope got himself ready. Hope noticed the slight bend in the beast's knees before it lunged towards him, its snapping jaws directed at Hope's head with such ferocity. Hope quickly dove off to the side, rolled back to his feet and then leapt back again to avoid the second strike. Just as he predicted, the strike went high for his throat, but the beast missed. The beast let out a throaty growl as it slashed its third attack next. Hope ducked in time and pressed his advantage, driving the broken femur into the beast's flank as he moved past it. Crawr. Hope quickly distanced himself meters away and turned around to see the mark he made on the beast. Well, he did leave a mark, but nothing that reached crucially underneath the skin. Just as I thought. The beast came at him again with another lunge, striking with a low, ankle-slicing blow. Hope quickly tried to jump back, but its claws caught onto the edge of his priest garment, pulled Hope downwards, and he slammed to the ground. His whole side felt numb for an instant. Hope quickly looked up and saw the beast rear its head back before diving it down towards his throat. Hope rolled to the left, then swung his arm behind him in a deliberate motion, the strike drawing blood from above the beast's eyes. The beast roared and backed off, the spray of its black, red blood filling its vision. Hope gasped for breath as he regained his stance, a stream of thoughts flooding his mind as he reassessed the situation. It didn't seem possible that he could kill the beast with a piece of broken bone alone. Especially not deep enough on the surface. It was too thick. The stone statues were able to do some great damage, but only because they attacked in numbers. Realistically, he would definitely die, and the beast would inevitably win. But maybe he should change his objective. Putting aside the value of his life, what could he do that was guaranteed? He could make it hurt. No matter how and what the outcome may be, he wanted the beast to hurt by his hand long after he died. The pain was just the annoying necessary factor to achieve that goal. The beast growled as it glanced back at the scratch Hope made on its flank, then tried shaking off the blood on its face. Hope noticed the blood mixed in its eyes produced an orange glow like that of sunset. It probably was annoyed that a mere human could land a finger on it. The beast snarled and bared its fangs as it lunged forward again, only this time it moved from side to side in a zigzag fashion before outstretching its black arm towards him. Hope jumped back and dodged as the beast reached for his belly. Then he tried to twist himself in a different direction to avoid the second strike. However, he lost his footing and felt his heel trip over a skull. Damn it. This whole terrain did not give him an advantage to serve as a proper battlefield. Not enough concrete ground to maneuver through. The odds just seemed to be getting lower and lower as he continued this fight. Wait. Don't fucking tell me it's because of the black sheep attribute. His thoughts were interrupted as the beast reached forward with open jaws during his midfall. However, his mistake from tripping over the skull helped him slightly. Instead of reaching for his head, the beast's jaws clamped onto his shoulder. That was where the luck ended though. A tearing bite ripped into Hope's shoulder as teeth and skin made contact. In the next moment, the beast started to shake its head violently like a predator would with its prey. Its disgusting hot foul slobber ran down Hope's neck in the process. Hope hissed as it felt like acid was scorching his skin. But now that he was finally in close range, although he wished for it in a different way, he reached up and thrusted his left arm. Sheik. The bone shard was shoved right into its eye. The beast let out a shrill yelp, immediately dropping him as it writhed its head in agony. Hope, disoriented, scrambled back to gain distance, barely avoiding the flying claws and thrashing arms as he rolled away clumsily over the field of bones. Krar. Krar. As the beast tried to claw the bone shard out of its eye, Hope desperately crawled towards the furthest wall. He was nauseous from all the shaking and grappled onto the wall as he climbed to his feet. He turned and met eyes with the beast. Or eye. Blood oozed out of the beast's right eye, filling the hole with gush of red and black torn flesh as it leaked down its snout. The beast snarled at him, its black lips pulled back in contempt. Its lower jaw hung awkwardly to the side as it let out a low guttural sound at him. With ragged breathing, Hope pushed himself off the wall as he staggered forward. Had enough. Grr. The beast growled in response. The look of grim determination on the beast's face was illuminated by the water's brilliant blue. For a moment, Hope thought he could also hear the faint screams echoing ominously in the air from all the dead who died in this cavern. But strangely to Hope, the dying screams reminded him of the sound of cheers. A raw cry that resembled a lot like the conquering of battlefields back in the waking world. Hope never paid much mind to those cheers, but at the moment he felt a small spark stir within him, what one may call a motivating force. It kindled, hot and cold, for one more desperate move to end this hellish nightmare. The beast growled, its teeth red with Hope's blood. In Hope's eyes, he might as well be dead. He may even join the owners of all those dying voices after this. Hope grunted as he straightened himself. Tisk, good. Krwr. The beast let out one loud final roar and charged towards Hope. Its body rippled through the air with such raw power. But instead of retreating, Hope surged forward. Before they could meet in the middle, he forced his body to sidestep at the last moment, his muscles screaming at the sudden transition as he moved to the left. However, it was not enough for him to avoid the beast's attack. But it wasn't to dodge the beast either. Hope then thrusted his whole right arm into the beast's hot gaping jaws. With the beast's indisputable weight, Hope was knocked onto his back. Pain ripped through him, but regardless, he grabbed onto the beast's mane and shoved his right arm deeper into its throat. The beast tried to bite his arm off, but his arm was already far down its throat and its broken mandible couldn't properly close all way, especially not with the bones Hope armored his arm with. The feeling of the beast's hot burning slobber was starting to soak through. His arm felt like it was drowned in boiling water. But Hope didn't mind. That would make things a lot easier actually because he had the bloodbane berries and its prickly thistles right where he needed them to be. RRRRRRRAAAAAAAAQ. How many bloodbane berries did it take to kill a human? 3. 7. But how about for a beast? And for how long? Hope thought a thick cluster of berries would do the trick. As long as he kept them in the beast's throat long enough, they would have done some effective damage. If not, well then, he tried his best. Hope hugged the beast with his whole body just before the beast started to shake its head violently. Then it began to roll all over the ground. Hope felt his body squish and bones crack, or was that the skeleton's bones breaking beneath them? He couldn't tell anymore as he held on. Maybe it was anger. Or pride. But if he was going to die, then he was not going to leave the beast unscathed from a fight with a mere human. Rock. At this point Hope didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it was 10 seconds. Maybe it was a minute. Either way, he still refused to let go with every fiber of his being. He didn't want to give the beast a chance to throw up these poisonous berries just yet. Rock. Rock. The beast let out another ghastly sound as it stubbornly refused to swallow. Just a little longer. Hope felt its mane start to heat up at that moment. Shit. Its elemental power was now finally revealing its true form. Before its mane could be set completely on fire, Hope hugged the head tighter one last time and jammed his arm as far as he could till his shoulder was partially in the beast's jaws. He felt the thistles scrape the inside of its throat and the mush of berries leaking from his hand, disappearing down its gullet and into its stomach. Krrr. Its mane finally set ablaze, and the world had gone bright white. From his waist up, he felt his body become scorched, the flames eating through his garment then his skin. 1,000 needles all stabbed him at once till he could feel no more. A stench of burning flesh vaguely touched his senses. Krrr. The beast gave one last violent shake and this time Hope let go. His body flew across the cavern floor, and another wave of pain exploded inside of him. Somewhere in that same instance, he could hear the beast screeching and gagging as though it was being torn from the inside. Hope's body rolled through the soil and the graveyard of bones like a broken doll. And then, splash, into the water. Drowning was not as peaceful as it seemed. There was a time when his teammates asked among themselves which death was better, drowning or being burnt alive. Honestly, either were terrible choices. Hope would know since he partially experienced both just now. Well, he was still in the drowning process. Hope opened his eyes and felt himself being submerged in cold water. The blue luminescence flooded his vision as well as 1,000 of clustered bubbles from his plunge swirled around and fleeted to the surface. He tried to move his arms up to swim, but his body refused to respond. Hope had probably broken all of his limbs. Either that or every ounce of strength was drained with the only movement he was capable of doing was with his eyes. His eyes flitted to his right arm and saw that it was completely mauled, portions of his flesh gone with glimpses of white bone visible between the torn muscles and tissues. His blood seeped out of his arm like vapor, its red threads rising towards the surface, tails flicking behind as it sailed high above. However high the surface was he did not know. He felt himself sinking further and further into the abyss. The distance between him and the beast thickened as his body weighed him down like a rock inevitably descending into the waters. He hoped he was able to do some sort of damage to that damned beast. Something was better than nothing after all. MMMPH. Hope squeezed his eyes shut and felt his lungs about to burst. He was running out of air with each passing second. An incredible pressure suffocated him. The breath he knew he could not take stressed his heart as if it were in death's grasp. He tried to hold on for as long as he could. Until he couldn't anymore. Hope exhaled and then involuntarily inhaled, choking as water flooded into his mouth. It was now pain that grabbed hold of him, his throat, his lungs, his heart. It was all painful, so painful. Where was the comfort in all this again? Hope was drowning. He was truly dying in this nightmare. Yet somehow that word felt unreal to him despite the ripping agony. The fear of death was absent, but the thought of being trapped buried in the deep was something worse than death. Then a voice whispered through the depths. The spell's voice rang like pearly bells. You have slain an awakened demon, fire hound. You have received a memory. Hope slowly looked through the narrow slits of his eyes and felt the waters tremble. The atmosphere had changed. It seemed that the luminescence had pulsed around him in alertness. One moment it was dark, then the next it was light. Like some unknown presence was making its way towards him. There was a low, yet thrilling sound when the spell spoke again. Your presence is made known to a distant god. A god is alerted of your trespassing. A god finds a soul in her waters. Wait, W-H-A-T. Heart god is shaken by your intrusion. Heart god identifies no divinity in you. The waters trembled again. Heart god is threatened of your presence. You have corrupted the waters belonging to the heart god. You are an interloper. Before Hope could react, his vision slowly engulfed in black. Once more the pain vanished from his body, and he was met with darkness yet again. Ah, was this the peace that people mentioned? Hope felt like he vaguely understood it now and was ready to embrace it. And yet, before he succumbed to his eternal slumber, he heard a soft whisper in his ear. You have acquired tears of sorrow. One of your attributes is ready to evolve. Wake up, Hope. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal. Hawk, Hawk. Hope heavily gasped and instinctively clawed the air as if he were breaking through the surface. He flipped to his side and coughed repeatedly till he felt his throat become raw. Was he back? Was he finally awake? Was he alive? Hope continued to gasp for air as he hunched over on the ground. Well, the pain felt very much real. Huff, huff. He was alive. And yet for some reason, that didn't thrill him. Never again do I want to get involved with gods, angels, demons or whatever, Hope thought. Hope groaned and laid back on his back, his chest rising and falling as he slowly regained his normal breathing. The pain slowly began to subside as if it were all just an old memory. That nightmare was more than he could have imagined. Usually, people would have spent a day or two in their trials. Some rarely less than that. Although Hope didn't know how long he was in there for, he doubted it was even 6 hours. Maybe 4. No, less than that. Not that that comforted him in the slightest either. Sigh. Well, he finally finished his first nightmare. Success, he supposed. It was always best to finish any problem given as soon as possible so one could have the luxury of living without worry again. Well, until the next problem occurred, in which Hope now had a different and difficult future awaiting him. He was graduating into becoming a dreamer. And eventually an awakened. The path of becoming the strongest for humanity. That was if he didn't get a crappy aspect as well. Although he must admit, he never really dreamed of becoming an awakened. Sure, they get special treatment, but that may also qualify them to do more work. The food was a plus. But Hope was perfectly fine with the plain meals he had. The thought of a feast with a number of strange added ingredients sounded unappealing. He probably might be able to get a better room with higher ceilings, luxurious furniture glossed with expensive oil and set with perfumed flowers. Or something along those lines. But they were all the same to him as long as they had a window. And he didn't mind his stiff mattress. He usually slept on the floor anyway during his missions. Hope continued to have these thoughts as he lazily laid on the floor. As his body started to finally relax, he realized he was staring up at the night sky. Or at least he thought he was. He recalled that any clear night sky in the waking world were rare, so where exactly was he now? Hope slowly sat himself up, grabbing onto his right arm in which faint traces of the beast's afflictions still throbbed. Once he looked up, he realized he was sitting on a dark sea that stretched over the horizon. Hope paused as he absorbed the scenery. The water was like a black mirror shimmering with a myriad of stars at its wake. Their celestial threads faintly woven together like some web-like tapestry made him feel as if he were inside a night's cocoon. The clearest view of the night he had ever seen. He felt incredibly small under the foreign constellations of deep space as his gaze traveled around. The infinite reflections that seamlessly overlapped showed no signs of entrance. So, he was still completely at the spell's mercy before he could return back to the waking world. Hope crouched, then carefully stood up, still feeling lightheaded, and realized he was also back in his soldier uniform from before he entered his nightmare. The familiar black camouflage pattern and vest were just as he remembered. Gloves check. Shoes check. Thankfully, his whole body was back intact too. No more burned marks, broken bones, torn flesh, hot slobber. You have received a memory. Huh. Ashen shield. Ah, a memory. Quote, quote. Wait, a memory. Hope blinked at the achievement. He really did kill that damned beast after all. Tisk. He only had hoped to leave some critical injury to it, but to think that his plan worked even beyond that surpassed his expectations. Its screams and brutal jaws were still fresh in his mind. Hope subconsciously touched his shoulder where the beast bit into as well. Was that all he needed to do to wake up from his nightmare? Kill the damned beast. But another thought intruded his mind. Hope also remembered that the spell had mentioned a god while he was drowning. Something about him trespassing. Hope blinked at the thought. What exactly happened back there? As if ignoring his question, the spell moved on with his appraisal. Aspirant, your trial is over. A priest who didn't belong ventured through the dark catacombs while in the hands of the enemy. Through seeking the truths of the past, he put it upon himself to find the heart god's tears. Hope frowned at its words. Wait, that's not. Nothing could stand in his way. Even as to put his own hand into the maws of a savage beast, he obtained his goal in the end. Quote. Well, yes, but that's not. You have defeated an awakened demon, Fire Hound. You have defeated an awakened human, Knight of the Heart Templar. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Hope began to speak. Hey, I didn't kill. You have obtained the heart god's tears. You have crossed the unknown where no unblessed should have passed and intruded on the forbidden sanctum of the heart god. You have corrupted the heart god's tears. Final appraisal. Exceptional. Your will is exemplary. Quote. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He paused and looked down at his hands. The memory of the night before he was pulled into the beast's jaws crossed his mind. Did he really kill the knight? It was not like he directly stabbed the guy or anything. But was he indirectly responsible for it? Was it almost like when the first priest had died because of Hope's silence? But that priest died by the elder's spear, and the old man surely gained something from that. The beast could have gained something when it killed the knight as well. Hope's frown deepened. He didn't know what rules the spell went by to give him that achievement. For all he knew, it really had a dark sense of humor. And he was unblessed. Dreamer Hope, receive your boon. Hope blinked absent-mindedly from the spell's words. Right. This was the moment every new dreamer waited for when they completed their first nightmare, their aspect. The driving factor that would determine their position in society. Their so-called golden ticket, as people described it to be. However, the spell began with a different appraisal. You have been bestowed a true name. You have been bestowed a true name. Hope felt like his heart caught in his throat. A true name. He barely knew anyone with that kind of appraisal. Maybe there were awakened with true names at the heart of the government, but he wouldn't know. Nor did he care to know. But of course, the most famous one known to humanity was Immortal Flame himself. Hope cleared his throat. Of course, there was the other legendary cohort with true names besides Immortal Flame. He was just one of many. True name. Here it was. Hope subconsciously held his breath, his heart pounding fiercely like it was going to burst. A cloud of exhilaration and fear filled his chest when the spell began to speak. And then finally, exclamation mark, and then, and then, and then, the hell, he didn't hear his name be called out. No, wait, did he? He was sure the spell spoke, but it sounded unintelligible. As if it were speaking in the rune language itself. But then that wouldn't make sense. Hope paused. Hey, what is your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect. Yes. Wait, hold on. Hope raised his hand in gesturing for the spell to stop. The true name is dormant aspect interloper is evolving. Can you just? New aspect acquired. Go back to aspect rank, supreme. Aspect name, harbinger of sleep. Hope sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. For fuck's sake, what the hell was going on? Did the spell always act this way? Well, it would have been nice to get a new name. Hope wasn't exactly thrilled with the name he was born with. He was always met with baffled expressions when he introduced himself. He couldn't blame them. A boy named Hope in this day and age. It was comical. And now this spell was behaving strangely. Tisk. He'd been having a muddle with the spell from the beginning that he couldn't properly focus on the appraisal. How many known to humanity have dreamers experienced this type of problem? He rubbed his face and took deep breaths. Hope paused. Now that he thought about it, who told him deep breathing was supposed to help again? My commanding officer. His commanding officer once mentioned it helped her a lot when she came home to her husband. Whatever that meant. But she was the one who taught Hope all he needed to know as a soldier. She always gave him some sort of solutions and advice. Whether it were battle tactics or reviews on which beverage was the best, coffee specifically, she had a voice almost on any topic if one asked. He would have to report to her to see if she had any solutions to this problem as well. It was too much. Too much. The odd attribute names and descriptions, and the oddity of his true name. How many more anomalies would he have to take on? Hope shook his head from his thoughts and waved his hand to summon the runes of his new aspect. Aspect. Harbinger of sleep. It doesn't sound useless. Something to do with, well, obviously sleeping. Hope's eyes flickered to the next line. Aspect rank. Supreme. Supreme, huh? Is that big? Is that the highest rank? Is it? Wait, how many ranks are there? Hope raised his right hand and counted each rank by his finger. Dormant, awakened, ascended, transcendent. And then there are 2 more. No 3. Hope frowned. Somewhere up there. It was never confirmed to him how many there were. Not that anyone had ever reached transcendence. That seemed impossible. Maybe Immortal Flame could, but Hope wasn't going to put so much faith in that guy. But would a supreme rank make him work more on the field? He then peeked to the next set of runes describing his aspect. Aspect description. Your soul contains fragments of a soul that bears a great burden. It has found a perfect vessel in you, you are one and the same. Fates intertwined. You wish to escape it but instead offer other souls the solace you cannot have but also should not seek. Did aspect descriptions always read out like some sort of riddle? Hope read the runes again and still felt puzzled by it. Maybe his power associated with sleep was the same as just relaxing the body. Or was there more philosophical point to it? There was another odd saying he had heard of dreams being the best escape from reality. That most likely meant when someone was actually dreaming in bed, not exactly going to the dream realm itself. But to recount what he had so far, his aspect was supreme, which would level up his status in society. Possibly on the field as well. How unfortunate. He also got a memory, but it was a shield. In his days as a trainee, he was trained in close combat with comrades and beasts, but now his usual range of attacks were with firearms. He was not directly on the front lines with the awakened cohorts either. Although he may lead from either front or back when it came to transporting the convoys, he was less vulnerable compared to what the awakened usually do. He'd have to check on the memory later. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Hope made a noise of surprise as he hunched over, clutching his chest as he felt something stir inside of him. It was like a glow. No. Another spark. A small fierce flame that had been brought to life as if desperately waiting for this moment. It felt distant and yet its warmth began to grow strong with a brilliance that slowly started to become a blaze. What was this feeling? He couldn't properly describe it, but it felt euphoric. A strange exhilarating energy was blossoming inside of him. He felt it course through his body, invigorating him with its warmth that made his blood run hot. Even the tips of his fingers tingled and pulsed like tiny heartbeats. Yet for some reason, Hope felt like it wasn't at its full potential. Probably because he wasn't an awakened, or that there were still 6 or 7 other ranks to go through. As if he would want to climb higher ranks. Slowly but surely, he felt his tired muscles in his chest and shoulders start to swell, his weak bones began to strengthen, and his sight increased double in vision. He flexed his fingers and slowly brought them up to his face. His skin felt slightly smoother. Right. Every dreamer's body became enhanced when they completed their first nightmare. Although on a much smaller scale compared to an awakened. As they rank up, they also almost tend to look like demigods. At least that was how people described Immortal Flame, who apparently looked fairly young for his age. Weird. Either way, people noticed that the awakened have become healthier and stronger. But that caused a lot of misconceptions around the time the nightmare spell first arrived. There were a lot of diseases spreading around after humanity's nuclear wars, chemical wars, etc. It destroyed nearly all crops and livestock. With the sky shrouded in ashes for many years, the deficiency in vitamin D was even worse and eroded the body. After the nightmare spell's arrival, when they saw the awakened looking better than ever, people desperately wanted to be infected by the spell. How ironic. They wanted that transformation to escape their incurable illnesses. But in the end, it didn't matter. Their perfect bodies were in the dream realm, and their real physical bodies were still as broken. They thought becoming an awakened was the solution, but it was not. One's body just becomes more enhanced than an average human. They don't become immortal. Hope had to admit that he was fooled with this misconception. Although he didn't seek out to be infected, it was a theory that ignited the hearts of many. After what seemed like a couple minutes, the euphoric sensation dissipated and was replaced with a wash of coldness. The simple aches and discomforts completely disappeared, and he felt new strength flowing through his limbs. Sheeing. Hope's head reflexively looked up and noticed there were suddenly random motes of light swirling around each other over the sea. They merged one by one and swelled into a bigger ball of luminescence, its light filling the vicinity as it slowly rose higher and higher above ground that Hope had to bend his neck. Eventually, another orb of light formed, but a much smaller one. It circled the star like some loose pendulum, but Hope noticed a small shield inside of it. That must be where his memory was stored. His ashen shield. He blinked as he stared at it. So, this is what they call Soul Sea, huh? Or Sea of Soul. Hope had heard the names many times used interchangeably, so he wasn't sure which he preferred. The void around him began to grow just a little bit lighter. A viridescent warmth illuminated the edges of the sea, making it seem as if twilight had emerged. But what was most peculiar of this whole process was a black speck at the heart of the star. Like a seed of darkness. It was hard to see if one didn't take their time to observe it, but it was undoubtedly there. It neither blossomed nor contracted, neither pulsed nor murmured, just existed at its center. A star shouldn't be like that, right? Hope subconsciously felt himself walk towards it. His own soul calling to him. But intruding Hope's thoughts and actions, the spell spoke again. Awakening aspect ability. Awakening aspect ability. Hope felt his heart skip a beat. What will happen when he gets an invaluable ability? What if it was so useful for the front lines that they'd work him to death? Or maybe so useless that they'd move him to a different company? He didn't mind the missions he took on. But he did feel picky sometimes. Aspect ability acquired. Hope froze in place. He felt the palms of his hands sweat. Aspect ability name, Touch of Solace. Hope quickly summoned the description. Aspect ability description. Your touch makes other souls fall into slumber. Touch of solace. Hope paused as he stared at his aspect's ability name. He guessed it would make sense if connected to his aspect's description. But a power that requires touch for it to work. Did that mean any soul was subjected to his touch? Not only humans, but beasts as well. Was it guaranteed that they'd all be affected by it? Surely it was not that powerful. He would probably have to harvest power from soul shards before it takes effect against beasts ranks above him. He also would have to be in very close combat, which was not his thing anymore. The fight with the awakened demon was a desperate move, and Hope hopes to avoid being in a position like that again. I won't have a lot of reasons to use it then, he thought nonchalantly. Hope paused and read the description again. Then he went back to his aspect's description and read the last line. Aspect description. You offer other souls the solace you cannot have but also should not seek. Hope blinked. Both are in reference to other souls. His ability was described to take into effect against others but not himself. Well, it would be weird to force himself to sleep. But it also mentioned, should not seek. What did that mean? Was it bad for him to seek solace? To rest? Or to sleep? Was there more meaning behind those words? Hope tilted his head. If he recalled correctly, people had weird tendencies of connecting words together that were similar yet different to each other. Maybe it applied to this as well. Although, Hope struggled from time to time in understanding some of the phrases people used. Such as, time is money. In all honesty, Hope didn't know much the value about money. Not that he never lacked it growing up, but not that he was greedy for it either. If one could survive then that was enough, right? Or the saying like, rages like a storm. That made more sense. A storm was an intimidating thing to face in the sky. Although, Hope would worry if a person truly exploded in fury. He had seen that type of fury only in a nightmare creature. Let's see. And beauty is like. Hope paused. He didn't know what to compare that to. Hope dismissed the thought. Therefore, sleep is like. Quote. He didn't know that one either. What the hell is sleep like? No. Hope did know. He felt himself stiffen at the thought. Death. Quote. A stunned silence filled the space for a few moments. But then Hope frowned. That can't be it. It's not that serious. Immediately he shut down that thought. Hope didn't want to think too much of it. He felt like he would have to discover more things revolving around that idea and he was not willing to go through that journey. Hope decided to move on and summoned his whole character profile. Name. Hope. True name. Quote. Hope's eyebrow twitched. Damn spell. Now that Hope was looking at it, there were a set of runes in its place. However, they were not translated by the spell. Almost as if the spell did not know how to translate it. Strange. He was sure he had heard it speak it though. Recalling back on it, the spell's voice had sounded faint like a voice fading in the wind. But nothing that he could put into words himself through mouth or thought. Truly unintelligible. Hope stared blankly at the runes, hoping to receive some strange revelation from it or something to trigger an understanding. But nothing happened. Just silence. Hope closed his eyes and tried to take deep breaths again. If he could, he would meet the spell and break down its domain to demand answers from it. But for now, he holds his peace. Rank. Dreamer. Soul core. Dormant. Memories. Ashen shield. Echoes. Attributes. Black sheep tears of sorrow chimera. Aspect. Harbinger of sleep. Aspect rank. Supreme. Aspect abilities. Wait. Didn't I have keeper of memory? Hope clearly remembered it was an entirely different name, but now it was tears of sorrow. Was the keeper of memory attribute something that the body he had possessed already had that was remnant of the new one? The runes, however, were desaturated from all the other names. As if the attribute itself wasn't activated yet. But what surprised Hope the most were that the runes in its name were the same runes written back on the cavern floor. Back in that graveyard of bones. Among all those telltale writings. There were other rune writings too, but these were the most common among them. So, Hope thought, after those people obtained it, they saw the attribute's true name and understood what its true nature really was. Maybe that was how rumors spread of it being tears of the heart god. Of course, that was all in the past, so he shouldn't waste his energy in thinking how things came to be. But something that would drive them mad after consumption. To the point of dying from it or committing suicide. What was this? As Hope was about to summon its description, the spell's voice rang. All power has a price. You have received a flaw. Your flaw is distant memory. As the runes transitioned from his attributes to his flaw, Hope's mind went blank as he read the description. He didn't know how to react. Flaw. Distant memory. Flaw description. Memories of you are transient. Quote. Hope paused as he stared the runes hovering before him. Then he looked between his flaw's description and the night sky. Up, down, as if expecting to find the spell's cosmic self hiding behind those constellations. Hope's lips pressed together. No. Hope summoned his black sheep attribute and scanned through the runes for specific lines. Black sheep attribute description. Always against the odds. Hope quickly summoned the Chimera attribute. Chimera attribute description. Carry a complex nature about themselves, of promise and peril. Hope stepped back and absorbed it all in. Or at least tried to. None of this made sense. Hope closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Fucks. Sake. Who is this spell? Hope groaned as he glared at the runes. It may have read simple at first glance, but Hope knew there was something more to it than that. First, Hope didn't really understand the full context of his flaw. It said distant memory, so maybe he wasn't entirely forgettable. But if he wasn't, then does it depend on his first impressions then? But with his other attributes coming into play, although not fully understanding them either, it seemed most likely that his first impressions were close to zero. Second, what would that make him now as a person living in this world? Would that make him free? Someone who was free from law, rules, or any moral code? No, that life didn't sound simple either. Not with his other attributes coming to play or the need to survive in this tragic world. There were many other factors he would still have to face. Even his aspects description foreboded a struggling future. But Hope didn't want to struggle. He just wanted to live his life as a simple soldier. The only other simpler life he knew of was before his enlistment. Which was sitting lazily at a window all day without any problems or obligations thrown in his way. He doubted he would have that sort of life again. The life of a damn normal human being. What was the spell thinking when it picked out these traits? What are the odds that? Hope scowled as he stared at the black sheep attribute. Oh, shut up. Fucking against the odds or whatever bull. Hope continued cursing in his head. Anyone would have been alarmed if they had read his thoughts aloud. Luckily, there wasn't really anyone who knew that side of him. Except maybe one. But, with his damn flaw. Hope swiped his hand through the floating runes in the air and dismissed all of the descriptions. Tisk. What about the other attribute? Hope scowled as he summoned the faint runes of the tears of sorrow. He might as well take all the misfortunes head on. It was omened earlier to be some sort of curse, was it? What would this one have? A curse of overflowing empathy. Tears of sorrow attribute description. Hope gritted his teeth and braced himself for what was to come next. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Tears of sorrow attribute description. The heart god's endless overseeing of the mortals was one of joy and sadness during their trials. She had seen all things, experienced all things, remembered all things. In her naivety, she pitied their short lives. Shortly after, she gifted them the water of life, a remedy to their aging and maladies. In gratitude, they vowed that with every waking breath they shall live for her. But over time, they abused her gift and their cruelty ripened. With the help of her companions, as her bitter tears poured out in shame and sorrow, she warned her people. You swore faithfulness to me, and I accept your oath. In commemoration to me, you shall spend an eternal wakefulness with endless reflection on all you remember. No rest, no escape from your relentless march of time and thought. Quote. Hope felt his feet shift beneath him. That was too much information for one attribute. Well, it was a valuable attribute from the goddess, but still. Not only did his keeper of memory attribute evolve to this, but it also seemed like some hardcore memory enhancement from the goddess herself. Having a good memory didn't automatically make one smart. At least not for Hope. He wouldn't even consider himself smart. Hope reread the description again and felt his nerves begin to shake slightly. In his nightmare, the doors were guarded and had a supernatural darkness shrouding it. Did the goddess feel guilty later on after her decision? Did some other gods come into play as well? The curse that plagued many of those people back in the cavern was from this very attribute. The thing that absorbed their minds into insanity. But also, Hope felt his heart race as he read the second to last line. Spend eternal wakefulness. Did that mean he couldn't sleep? At all. If that were true, then that would mean his chances of becoming an awakened. BSSSSCCCHHH. At that same moment, the runes illuminated an ominous glow. Your attribute is now evolving! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Suddenly, Hope noticed the veins in his hands brimming with blue through his gloves. In fact, there was a chill tingling throughout his body. As if another part of himself was awakening at the spell's will. It was that same small feeling he felt back at the cavern. The rush of cold water, a threatening flame, the shivers of the night, but all of that started to overflow him as if about to break through its surface. Hope could feel something dark and cold approaching. Like the touch of death. The spell hummed darkly. Water has memory. And then pain. AAAAAAAAGGGGHHHH. Hope let out an anguish cry and collapsed onto the dark sea floor. His head, his eyes, his blood felt not his own. Like something was clawing him from the inside. He crouched onto the floor, holding his face as if to prevent it from falling apart. He forced himself to peek through his fingers at his rippling reflection and saw that his eyes were becoming a richer blue. He could feel the tears of sorrow coursing through his body, from the roots of his head to the soles of his feet. 1,000 tiny icy fangs biting into him all at once, the sensation of sores and blisters rippling all over his skin. It was different from a fire. But it was cold. So cold that it burned. Then voices filled his thoughts. Strange voices. No, not strange voices. He did recognize them. Voices from all his memories spoke at once. He could hear them, and he could see them. The voices were so loud that it rattled his brain. Voices that bent and contracted, whispered and screamed in and out of his ear. The layers continued without end. A song sung not by one voice, but by millions. Hope, darling, what do you see out there? He hadn't heard that voice in a long time. Mother. But even as Hope recognized her voice, there were many more that overlapped hers. I could read both of you a bedtime story. Father will come home soon, don't worry. Hope, to your right. Wake up, trainee. Let's meet again when we're both awakened. Tell me all the pretty things you have seen today, darling. Can you do that for me, Hope? As soldiers you do exactly as we tell you. No questions asked. What should we call him, darling? Hope, that's such a fitting name. Stop. Craich. Please help my son. He's still in there, I know it. Don't kill him. ... Hope, you take the nest. Bang. 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 Sensors are good. Take the shot. Do you think we will ever be free? All units fall back. Why not put a smile on that face? Did you forget me? But we don't have any trees. Do you think the other quadrantchevatiseront themselves? Immortal flame. Hesheligent. I want to grow up and belikehimonde. Why did you do it? Why? Goddess of souls. Goddess of memories. We need a victory no matter how what it takes. I understand, sir. The paperwork will catch up with us soon. Well ready, got lucky ons today. Can you help me with this problem? New mission objective, team leader. Please stop. For the glory of humanity, for the glory of humanity. 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 For the glory of humanity and the salvation of the gods. Hope was screaming. He was sure of it. He couldn't hear himself screaming. But he was aware of the rawness in his throat that called for help. To who? He didn't know either. Who would help him? Too much. Too much. It was becoming too much. Even when Hope strained his eyes closed, he could see 1,000 images, moments he remembered from his lifetime, even the ones that he had long suppressed in the back of his mind flashing before him. Emotions so poignant, so moving, so passionate, and so painful that it awfully compressed in his chest. Although his skin was in agony, he could feel 1,000 overwhelming different sensations. The times when he took his first steps. The times when he sat at his window. The times when he felt the warm summer breeze. The times when he called out his friend's name. The times when he tasted his mother's milk. The times when he smelled burnt corpses. The times when he brushed past his apartment's splintered door frame. The times when he heard the hums of lullabies, the screams of monsters, the first baby cries from his sister. The times when he felt the slap from his brother. The times when he heard his mother's laugh. The times when he could smell the soap in her hair as she slept. The times when he could feel her cold fingers on his face. Too much. Too much. Too much. It was all too much. Hope clutched his head and pressed his face onto the floor. Stop, 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 stop. He had to escape. But where? Where would he go? He vaguely felt himself moving. Crawling actually. Forcing himself to move towards the star that hung high above as if to find some shelter underneath it. His instinct was telling him so. Slosh, slosh. The waters trembled beneath him. Sloshes of waves could be faintly felt as if something was emerging beneath the surface. Hope would have tried to see what new anomaly had arisen, but as he forced himself to look up, everything became distorted. The sky and sea crumbled. The whole void shrank. Then the spell darkly whispered, a clear voice that broke through the sea of chaos. Wake up. And finally, everything faded from sight. Tears of sorrow has evolved. Gawk. Hope's body convulsed, his eyes shot open, and he immediately clawed the ground in a burst of agony. A chilling iciness slowly swept through him, and he could feel his body shaking in a cold sweat. In what felt like an eternity, the pain slowly dissipated. Was he finally back? However, he knew his eyes were open. And yet it was still dark. Did I even wake up? What happened again before he fell asleep? Right. Nightmare creatures. Horde. Escaping. Climbing up the rear of the vehicle and then falling off. Somewhere he must have landed near the trackway or rolled down a slope in some pit. Strange. He could recall it so vividly now. As if he were falling all over again. With that thought, Hope suddenly felt pain shoot through his body. Hope let out an aching groan as he clutched his chest, puzzled at another attack on his body. Was it the attribute again? Fuck this. Hope gritted his teeth. Hope tried to steady his breathing again and calm his mind down. He had to get out of here. Wherever the hell, here, was. He blinked several times and smelled something foul filling his nostrils, like something had rotted. The ground he clawed was mushy beneath his hands. His face was rested on something slimy. And somewhere in the dark, he could also feel something round and solid. Then two hollows in it. That must be his helmet. No, a skull. Hope then blindly reached above him and felt several arched bones forming overhead. He realized he was inside a monster's carcass. Raising his gloved hand to his mouth, he ripped it off and touched his face with his bare hand. His fingers traced thick dried grime that stained his face, the monster's blood caking his eyes. He hurriedly tried to peel off as much as he could, scratching himself in the process with his fingernails. After feeling he got most of it off, Hope turned and scrambled between the chunks of flesh, searching for the monster's flank. SQSHH. SQSHH. He dug his fingers into its flesh and roughly pulled what layers he could aside. After a little while, light peeked through the monster's hide. His heart skipped a beat at the sight. Hope forced his arm in between, pulled his head through first and gasped for fresh air. The touch of a morning's cold air hugged his face, but a coolness that was more than welcome than what he had felt earlier. Hope could see the sky slowly starting to light up as if a veil was being lifted. He shoved his other arm to fit through the gap and then climbed out of the carcass like a babe being born. He was awake. He was back in the waking world. Hope didn't know he would miss this god-forsaken world so much. Ah, what the hell? Hope at the moment was leaning against a bloody carcass he climbed out of a little while ago. Even as Hope drew in a lungful of fresh air, the stench that clung to him reeked heavily of rancid milk and spoiled meat. Hope was staring tiredly off at the blooming horizon. Then he glanced behind him where the carcass was resting at the bottom of a cliff. The carcass was actually an awakened beast he fell into off the trackway down a small cliff. Some sort of hybrid between a spider and a snake. He supposed he was lucky that he wasn't vulnerable enough to be sighted by other monsters, although he wished for a different scenario than this. But now that dawn was approaching and the fog from the night before had lifted, he could finally see his surroundings. He was in a rocky gray terrain with bumpy hills and steep cliffs. Sprinkled here and there were bones and corpses of nightmare creatures and soldiers, none of whom Hope recognized from his team or unit. But amid the bodies and formations, there was the main trackway that winded around the slopes trailing up and down towards the western horizon. The direction he and the convoy were headed to. The trackway he and the convoy should have taken on. Not whatever this unstable route that they traveled on instead. As he recalled, the encounter with the Category 2 gate cost almost all of their convoy's lives. Hopefully, the rest have reached to safety in time. Ah, I'm shaking again. Hope blinked in a daze as he looked down at himself. He slowly brought his hand up in front of his eyes and he could see the tiny tremors from it. It reminded him of the old man. Back when they traveled through the dark tunnels in the nightmare. How that suffocating aura and echoing screams were all overwhelming for them to the point that Urgh! A series of images flashed across his vision. Hope groaned as he clutched his head, a splitting headache throbbing from the memories. His grip hardened till he felt his nails dig into his scalp. Slowly the pain brought him back to the present. How strange. Was he still recovering from his nightmare? Tisk. Hope lowered his hands as his mind seemed to have calmed down. Maybe he shouldn't think back on it. In fact, he didn't want to. Hope didn't want to remember any of it. Hope looked up at the sky and took in a deep breath, the coldness scratching his throat, the rotten flesh filling his nose, the dried grime tightening on his skin. Nothing better than to focus on the present. However, his fingers were still trembling, and his legs were slightly buckling. Maybe he could force his mind to block out the memory to a certain extent, but his body could not as easily. What was that saying? Hope remembered someone mentioning a phrase similar to that thought. What the mind may forget, the body remembers. Hope flinched. The voice from his memory spoken a lot louder in his thoughts. The hell. ... Hope remembered the memory a little too clearly. Almost as if it were whispering right in his ear. He then pulled on his ear as if to clear the ringing out. But the faint voices continued to echo softly in the back of his mind, refusing to leave. This was becoming more strange. Damn spell. Hope shook his head and banged his head slightly with his palm. This wasn't the time for stalling though. Especially when he was out in the middle of nowhere, he had to keep moving forward. In need of a distraction, he tried to wipe off the rest of the grime and blood from his armor. His hair was the worst of it all. It was so stiff and gross when he pulled out black muck from the strands. He knew the stains on his face weren't any better, even tiny pieces of flesh were littered in his mouth. He couldn't see what he looked like, but probably someone who rose from the dead. In the meantime, the sun started to rise higher behind the distant hills and fill the world with its warmth light. Hope felt its gentle rays resting on his skin as it did so, a short comfort of its warmth just before it reached the low-hanging clouds. Its light began to dim behind the sky's shroud and the cold accompanied him once more. Nightfall would be even worse, which meant that he had to close the distance between him and his next destination as much as possible. Play. Hope spat bits of monster's flesh onto the ground. First things first, which hasn't changed much, survive, again. As much as one would want to rethink their whole nightmare adventure and attributes, Hope had to devise a plan on what and where he was going to next. There were a few destinations in mind, although he already had an idea of where to go. The city he just departed from, the West Base, was too far for him to travel back to. The convoy was already 3/4 on the way to the port city, also known as Acheron, so it was an obvious choice to continue his way there. That sounded closer than it actually was. By car he would get there in no time. On foot. Around 3 to 4 days probably. But before Acheron, about 15 miles away from the coast, was a neighboring slum city. Some call it the Mirror City due to its mirrored architecture. Hope did not know what went through the people's minds before the spell to have built such an odd thing. It was certainly an interesting sight to see what mankind were capable of building at that time. A few remnants from the past of what the world was like before. But nowadays, after the spell's arrival, those who weren't lucky enough to be accepted into Acheron made settlements in the Mirror City. So, it became a place of survival of the fittest. There have been many skirmishes in between those settlements though. Always fighting for some sort of power with the limited awakened they have. The government didn't even bother to get involved. They only cared about the main road being available to travel through for their convoys and carriers. At least that was what Hope presumed. It was not Hope's job to know every reason behind the government's action. Hope would have to go through that location before he could reach the port's naval base. But also, to get a damn shower. Hope flicked a piece of flesh he gathered from his fingers. Acheron, huh? He had never properly explored the area. That was mainly because he had no business to and was ordered to always head straight for the naval's base. But Acheron was quite an exclusive society with a strict entry process and an expensive identification membership. Before becoming the great port city that it was now famously known for, Acheron used to suffer constant sea monster attacks along its coasts. Luckily, the Awakened have won it back and it became a place known for hunting and harvesting sea creatures. They've used their carcasses for meat, armor, oils, weapons, etc., not leaving anything to waste. One may think it's safe enough to voyage then with all the progress they've made. Well, not exactly. It was one thing to have monsters by the coast, but it was another thing when crossing monsters out at sea. There were numerous unknown category gates beneath those waters that have been corrupted and unexplored for many years. Barely anyone had a clear idea of what they could be facing. It was rare for people, especially for Quadrant I, to have a sufficient enough aspect to traverse through those dangerous waters. It wasn't impossible though. Those rare exceptions with a special enough talent to voyage out at sea to transport and receive supplies to and from Quadrant 3, although a very long and arduous process. Luckily the arcs the government had built were heavily fortified for such an adventure. To Acheron then, well, the Mirror City and then Acheron. Forgotten or not, maybe his soldier identity would be of use to get inside. It felt logical that the first thing he must do was to find a secure compound to hide in. Although, Hope must admit that he felt a little strange. Not just because of his situation, but because he was separated from his unit. Broken contact from his command. Mission removed from his hands. He usually saw things through to the end no matter what. As a simple soldier, his life was dedicated to those simple tasks: transporting cargo, patrolling city walls, taking post and shooting any rogues. People were encouraged to take on duties for the sake of peace and security of their cities. Although most did not have activities as grand as an Awakened's life, but a duty nonetheless to serve society. So, Hope couldn't help but feel out of place when he didn't carry out his current mission properly, even if understandable circumstances crossed his path that hindered him to do so. It felt out of place. But other than that feeling, he was complacent if it just meant surviving on his own for a little while before regrouping with the others. Hope sighed as he bent down to pick up his rifle gun, which was thankfully still intact. His helmet was not. CHK. Empty magazine as well. Hope frowned as he turned around to look down at his broken helmet. It was protocol to not remove one's helmet when leaving the compound. Safety first, he supposed. But it was annoying when it would get stuffy over time. And he wasn't putting on a helmet soaked from a monster's innards to follow that rule. It didn't feel that urgent. Damn it. Hope slapped the magazine back into his rifle gun. He rolled his shoulders back, his muscles still tight and sore from the fall. Hope sighed. He wished his teammates had the reflex to catch him because that was a nasty fall he took off of the trackway. Huh. That memory was playing a little all too real as he was recalling back on it. Ack. Hope's body jerked forward as if something had shocked him. Hope stumbled and quickly turned around to see what threat could have caused it. But nothing was there. He touched the back of his head and frowned. Strange. Quote, quote. What was he thinking again? Right. Of course. When he was back on the carrier, but then he slipped off. His teammates though had found something when they opened the cargo. Even as he fell, he could clearly recall their ringing voices mixed with the howling wind before he entered his slumber. Well, before that sudden pain from when he landed. ACKKK. Fuck. Hope's body jerked again, and he spun around. Still nothing else was in sight but slabs of stone. What the hell? There were no monsters. No tracks or hints of some invisible creature. Just himself. Quote. There's no fucking way. Hope looked down at his hands and slowly his thoughts led to a frightening possibility. He didn't want to believe it, but it would make sense for it. Every time he thought back on the incident in little too detail, he would get shocked, but why? No. His instincts were telling him that he already knew. It happened when he was inside the carcass too. His memory was clear, too clear of what he went through that night. The same biting wind, the same shrills, the same shakes from the explosion, and the same pain when he fell just before. Arg. Hope's body lurched forward. He quickly regained his footing. But his eyes began to tremble. I don't just have a good memory, I'm actually reliving my memories. Quote. That's how hardcore that memory attribute is. It wasn't like recalling back through some picture book like before. But he was feeling things as if firsthand when he remembers them for too long. All of his senses were highly attuned to the memory. If that were really true, then he shouldn't think about. Quote. Hope froze in place. You know what? I don't even know what I was thinking about. Completely left my mind. What was it again? Tisk. Yeah, I don't remember. Hope quickly tried to think of a random string of words. Blood. Carcass. Dawn. Sky. City. Port. Monsters. Gods. Oh, the gods. The gods. The damn gods. Tisk. That damn heart god. Hope rubbed his face. True, it was partially Hope's fault for consuming the sacred water. But it wasn't like he chose to, that damned beast practically threw him into it. And he couldn't even swim back up. Mother AACCKKK. Thud. Hope fell backwards onto the ground. He thought about the damned beast and their stupid brawl. Some people would say that the spell was all about balance, that it didn't choose the roles randomly but ones that attributed to the person. That there was a reason for everything from the person's purpose and flaws of their character to all of the number of misfortunes and blessings they'd experience. That had to be a lie. Hope felt scammed. Cheated. You could just outright say you hate me. Hope somberly thought as he stared up at the sky, still assuming that was where the spell hid its fragmented self. It would be mutual. Was there anyone else who hated the spell more than Hope did? He wasn't sure. But he felt like he was at the top of the list for it. Hope grunted as he climbed back up the small cliff he had fallen off of from last night's excursion with the monster gate. With his rifle gun slung over his shoulder, he used it to prop himself back up on the trackway. Standing tall, he took in the view of the wide gray expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. He still had ways to go before crossing paths back on the main trackway, but he supposed this trackway would work for now. He started to march forwards, but with every movement, with every stride, he could feel more and more how filthy he was. The grime on his face cracked, his uniform soaked with blood now hardened as it dried from the cold, even the strands of his pale blonde hair roughly scratched his eyes. It was also practically a dark-haired color instead at this point. And from time to time, he could still taste the faint rotten flesh on his lips. What a sight to behold if he crossed another soul. A living one, not a dead one like all these dead bodies littered across the terrain. For a while in silence, the only sound that could be obviously heard was the rush of breeze in the hilltops, and the infernal scratch of bone and gravel beneath Hope's boots. He even entertained the idea of stealing one of the dead soldiers' uniforms, but they were just as or worse than his condition. But aside from all that noise, Hope's mind was in a conundrum. Not only was it the invasive whispering voices, but he was fighting them to focus on one thought. The heart god. Is she connected to my aspect then? It was the same for that immortal flame guy, wasn't it? Him and the sun god. The elder had mentioned the heart god as goddess of souls and goddess of memories. To simply give your names to the heart god is a fool's gambit. SKSSHH. Hope's foot slipped from the automatic voice ringing in his ear. It caught him by surprise to hear that dirty old man's voice. Hope gritted his teeth as he straightened himself. Right, sensitive mind. Hope continued crossing the hill and reached its other end as he continued his primary thought. Who is the heart god? A goddess, of course. But there was more obviously to her than just her title. A goddess of souls. And she embodied people's trials and memories. It mentioned how she oversaw them throughout their life, so practically she also saw them till their end. Then, was she the goddess of life or death in a way? Did gods interchangeably use similar aspects? A goddess taking her time to understand her people, only to be betrayed in the end. Well, in all honesty, it was because of her naivety that any of that happened in the first place. Maybe it wasn't surprising for gods to make stupid mistakes. Did people in this waking world contain fables or records about gods and their failures? Hope was sure some story like that was written out there. Although he didn't know who would have written it, he would have to acknowledge their writings in revealing the despicable sides of those gods. Crunch, crunch. Hope was now crossing another layer of old dried bones on the trackway. He kicked some aside as he walked past to have some clearing. But then he paused. He turned and looked at some of the other monster carcasses that have been left for days. Weeks. Maybe months. He remembered that the government would sometimes send an operation to scavenge the monsters' bodies for soul shards. Not many could during the heat of battle when they were in the middle of another mission. So, they would have to send a different group to dedicate their time in harvesting them. That didn't happen too often because, 1, it was a time-consuming job, 2, there were other necessary duties to be carried out, and 3, this wasn't the only region that had littered bodies at its wake. Hope walked off the trackway to the nearest corpse. The one that looked the freshest. It was one of the carapaced monsters he and his team had fought before. A common beast type that came through the monster gates. He stared with a blank expression at its shredded body traced by spewed bullets. The head torn and exploded in rotten bits of flesh, spots and tints of green and gray tainting the exposed surfaces. If Hope remembered correctly, which he did, Awakened would cut through the monster's belly or lower back to achieve the soul shard. As Hope slung his rifle off and grabbed it between his hands, Hope heard selective voices arise in his mind, ones that were related to the Awakened performing this action. He tried to ignore it and focus on the carcass in front of him, but he could see a vague film of an Awakened cutting through the monster's flesh. Specifically, this monster, so it wouldn't be too hard in figuring out where the soul shard was. Stab. Hope shoved his rifle in between the monster's shell. He dug it further into the monster before ripping it out. He then knelt next to the gash he made and pried the skin open with his bare hands. A wave of spoiled meat hit his nose, but he ignored it as his arm rummaged through the torn tissue. He felt his hand reach and touch something round and solid. Almost like a marble but bigger. A lot bigger. He grabbed onto it and pulled it out. Squilch. And there it was. A soul shard. Blue and small. Lit and ethereal, minus the blood coating its surface. But a soul shard, nonetheless. Huh. Never really held one close before. Hope gazed at the glossy ball. It seemed surreal that such a thing could exist in this waking world. Like it didn't belong to it. Hope felt something stir inside his chest from that thought but ignored it as he then crushed the soul shard between his fingers. The soul shard collapsed into blue vapor. Then, as if being magnetized, seeped into his chest. Hope could feel his own soul tingle at the new sensation, brimming for a few seconds as if hungry for more before it reached back to its reposed state. I wonder how much I have. Hope touched his chest as he picked up his rifle and stood up. He had heard that no one knew the specific number of soul fragments one had. It was all about the feeling. They could sense whether it was halfway saturated or near to its brim. Although, it was very rare for anyone to fully saturate their core. Half of the Awakened almost had it easy when they first entered the dream realm because they were able to find a gateway nearby. So, though they may be an Awakened, they knew only the basics to swing a sword and to avoid monsters. Not the harsh revelation of life and death, kill or be killed. Not grand or warrior-like as people make them out to be. At least, the number of awakened that Hope came across. Maybe there were more now out there knowledgeable about such things. But to count one's soul fragments. That would surely be a unique thing for an awakened to have. Tap, tap. Blood dripped from Hope's rifle gun and hands as he moved to the next, fresh, corpse 30 meters away. Hope thought that maybe it wasn't so bad that he had such a dirty uniform. It would be annoying to spill blood on a decent one. Stab. CHKK. Another soul shard. Stab CHKK. Ah. Empty. Stab. And another soul shard. Stab. 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 Maybe I won't be able to reach the Mirror City in time at this rate. Hope frowned as he looked up at the sky as he knelt next to another carcass. Was the spell watching him from above? Was it omniscient? A sunken feeling set in his chest. He didn't like the idea of the spell watching his every movement. And you better not do anything stupid or inconvenient for me, got it? No response. Not that he expected a real response. But if it was listening, then it should know that Hope hated it. The day that if even a part of the spell died would bring an indescribable peace to Hope. He wasn't sure why he thought of it in that way, but that was how he could describe this feeling. But as Hope continued down the path, trying not to veer too far off the trackway, he continued searching through the monsters' carcasses for more soul shards. The thought of luck felt forbidden to admit out loud. Even if this situation called for it. He felt like he would jinx himself. Or maybe an ominous future was already awaiting him because of the number of soul shards he was obtaining now. Ah, damn it. Even alone I feel like I can't rest. Hope paused at that thought. He frowned. Wait. He shook the thought off and continued stabbing his rifle into the monster's belly. Stab. Squilch. How many hours have passed by now? It was a series of trial and error as he dug through the bodies. Most he couldn't tell if they had a soul shard or not because of how mauled their bodies were. Others were easy to tell. But strangely, some intact ones didn't. Did soul shards disappear? Or was there a monster that consumed soul shards? Hope frowned. Never heard of a monster like that before either. Hope dismissed that thought as well. Then, a shadow flickered at the corner of his eye. Hope froze in place, and cautiously turned his head towards a distant silhouette. It was a beast. An awakened beast or a dormant one, he could not tell. Hope knew he was bound to cross at least some monsters on his journey, but it felt like a pain now that it came to reality. His plan: to avoid it as much as possible. Hope kept a watchful eye on the distant silhouette as he dug again into the awakened beast's innards. He was slightly getting used to the smell of the spoiled flesh. His stomach, not so much. He quickly broke the shard in his hand, the blue vapor disappearing into his chest, and he slowly crouched away towards a jagged stone jutting out of the earth. Although he thought of himself always having a perceptive gaze for a soldier, his vision was clearer now. Right. The benefits of having a dreamer's body. Strengthened bones and better vision. Or sleepers, people also called them. Although, why did they switch to that name? Hope couldn't recall any memories to answer that question. The monster from afar seemed to have a large abdomen that it carried behind itself. It crawled with thin limbs across a hill heading. Hope squinted his eyes north, but the monster kept turning its head back around as if catching his presence. How could it? He was bathed in the common blood of the monster's brethren which scattered and bathed this terrain. He could not stand out unless it was his own blood that spilled. Hope waited for it to turn its head away before he slid carefully down the slope and used the hill as a shield to hide himself. Crunch, crunch. The rocky soil crunched beneath his boots as he walked further away from the monster. Ah, was it noon already? Crunch, crunch. After seeing that it was a safe enough distance away from the monster, Hope started to jog. And from time to time, he would stop by the monster's carcasses to scavenge for more soul shards. The soldiers he left untouched. Hours have passed and sunset was finally approaching. As Hope reached another hill, he was greeted with a larger one that towered over him like a challenging foe. This rocky terrain was hard to fastly travel on with all the ups and downs, slippery slopes, and jagged cliffs. Hope swallowed back a complaint, sighed inwardly instead, and continued forward. The cold started to settle into his bones, and he could feel his blood-stained fingertips becoming numb because of it. Whoosh! A wind suddenly picked up and blew debris in his face. Hope winced as he turned away and saw the scattered pieces be carried off in the wind, flurrying around almost weightless. Almost like flakes of snow. Yes, they slightly reminded him of snow. He had only seen it as a kid. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. But with that tangent thought, an image resurfaced in his mind of when he watched the snow fall outside of a window. Hope clutched his head at the memory, but strangely also felt reluctant to dismiss it just yet. Ah, there was another thing special about snow. It came in winter. Of course it came in winter, but what was special about winter was the winter solstice. And that made everyone on edge about the season. Infected or not, families and children alike wait for that inevitable time of the year. Winter solstice. Hope squeezed his eyes shut and finally tried to dismiss the memory. Right, when dreamers enter the dream realm for the first time. By now it was late winter. Already in the early months of the new year, so Hope would have missed his chance to have entered in the dream realm. Although with his cursed attribute, maybe he couldn't anyways. Hope shook his head from the thoughts as he started to march uphill with a steep cliff to his right. It almost seemed as if a landslide had happened here. Well, probably so. Hope noticed the trackway disappearing beneath his feet. Maybe it happened after the convoy passed through here. It was still somewhat usable. Somewhat. For carriers. Maybe they had to go around. My teammates. How were they now? Did they take refuge in the Mirror City before they reached the naval base? He could remember them without their closed helmets on. The three of them with their dark brown hair. One with freckles. One with gray eyes. And the other with a scar above his lip. The four of them together were practically the same age. GA014. GA012. GA015. The team who had brought up the weird topic of which death was better, being burnt alive or being drowned. His answer. Still fucking both. Who the hell in their right mind would think one was better than the other? Hope remembered when they huddled together against their carrier one dark night, and they brought up that ridiculous question to pass the time. That memory was playing all too clearly. Almost as if he were really there. Wait, he can't really see anymore where he was walking. Hope tried to pull back from the memory, but he felt that it was already too late. Wait, shit, slip, Hope tripped forward and landed face first onto the rocky soil. A cacophony of voices started to spring up at that moment. Do you know which way is up, trainee? On your feet. Move it. Go go go. And many more followed along those lines from when his officers would call him out for acting too clumsy. Just shut up. Hope groaned as he sat himself up. Hope rubbed the gravel off his face. Well, he figured out a small concept of how his new damn attribute worked. It was a given that if he thought on a memory for too long, he would be absorbed into it so much that even his vision would struggle to distinguish between reality and memory. And the damn voices of his memories never ceased from his mind. If anything, if he could focus a task at hand, then they would subside. But never absolute. So, the scavenging of soul shards was a big help, but Hope knew he had to pick up the pace and not be stalled for so long. When he left the carcasses alone, even when he was also busy avoiding the other monsters lurking around, the voices were more apparent. So, all in all, how unfortunate. Hope brought his arms down to rest on his knees. Was the soul shards a plus? Yes. But did he need to find proper shelter and food? Also, yes. Could he eat one of the carcasses left by the trackway? If it comes to that, then maybe. BVVVVRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR Not from his memory, right? No. It was certainly real. Hope immediately stood up and faced down the number of hills he just previously traveled across from. The noise came from somewhere amongst those hills. Not from any sort of monster, but from a vehicle. Down the distant hills, under the heavy grayed clouds with flushes of yellow in its cracks from the setting sun, was a black armored personnel carrier with two stark white marks on both its sides. Even if it wasn't perfectly shaped into view yet from this distance, Hope knew they were shaped into two stars. An awakened cohort's vehicle. Hope skidded slightly in the loose gravel as he stepped forward, debating if he should run in that direction or not. From a distance, it looked like a speck. Well, maybe not a tiny speck, but small enough that it was like an ant crawling up its mount. Was he really in luck? Could he hitch a ride and get out of these cold hills once and for all? Hope's body stiffened at the thought. Why do I feel like I jinxed myself? KRRRSSSH. Quote. That didn't sound like it came from the vehicle. But from beneath him, Hope looked down and saw the gravel sink in a small line. Slowly at first, then rapidly all at once. Then, the whole ground crumpled beneath his feet and a long gray limb slowly rose out of the earth. KRRRRSSSSH. Hope immediately dove off to the side and turned around in time to see a whole monster emerging. A monster nearly twice his size or more started to tower over him. It had ashen skin and long pointy arms with bone spikes up its limbs as it clawed out of the buried earth. It bent its shelled back and dragged behind a large purple abdomen and 4 broken hindlegs. It was similar to the distant silhouette monster he saw earlier this afternoon. So, a landslide really did happen here. How was it not dead? Cree. It turned towards him. A head resembling a lot like an insect had 2 wide alabaster eyes with a torn jaw hanging from its face. It may have survived, but it wasn't spared from any damage. Reflexively, Hope's hands moved towards his rifle and brought it up to aim. Although a part of his rational mind was screaming, no, his fingers pulled the trigger anyway. Tink, tink. It's out of ammo, idiot. It wasn't that he forgot. He couldn't. But impulse and knowledge were truly 2 separate things. Crary. The monster shot its left arm out. Hope immediately dove off to the side to avoid its attack. But once he got back on his feet, the monster was already clawing the earth violently towards him at an incredible speed. Fast, fast, fast. Hope tried to move backward away from the monster, but his feet slipped onto loose gravel. The monster did a wide sweep, and Hope at the last moment let himself fall backward. Instead of impaling his side, its tip caught onto Hope's chest rig and swung him up the hill. Hope breezed through the air like a pitched ball. Quang. Kiuk. Somewhere off to the side, he heard his rifle gun rolling down a steep slope till it became an echo. Ah, I'm next to the cliff. Ugh. Pain spiked through his back and the world faded into a blur as grabbed his abdomen. He struggled to gulp for air. It took just one swing and already Hope was blown away. But as Hope forced his gaze downhill on the monster, memory voices roared in his head. Right. Hope had fought this type of monster before, albeit it was from a distance with his firearm, and it was the awakened who took it head on. But these awakened beasts were agile creatures that tore through their prey and bit off their heads in a single bite. Frighteningly agile for a mere soldier. For an awakened, probably not as much. But what did that exactly mean for him as a dreamer? This monster, however, had 4 hindlegs broken, so it wasn't as fast. But still quite fast. As his vision started to clear, a blurry blob swelled towards him. Jump. An instinctive voice whispered. Hope took in a quick breath and jumped far away from the cliff. Crash. A loud explosion of rock shattered behind him. Hope rolled and scrambled a distance away from the monster, stumbling as he shook away the last remains of his days. At that moment, his mind began to move quickly more than the fierce pumping of his heart. How far was the awakened's carrier? Should he make a run toward the cohort? It was worth trying, but a long-distance chase with this monster had a low success rate for him. Short bursts of dodging its attacks and creating enough space between them was what he could do for now. Cree. The monster's jaw swayed as it let out another pitch cry. The sky that was once flushed with yellow became dim. The sun was disappearing more and more by the minute. And darkness in the wastelands was a heavy blanket to be under. Damn it. Hope shoved the last traces of pain aside as he prepared himself for another dodge. Cree. Its limbs scraped up the earth, dragging itself frantically towards him as if he were its biggest archenemy. No dreamer would fight a monster head-on fresh out of their nightmare. He did spend years training as a soldier, but the progression from him becoming a dreamer to fighting one-on-one with an awakened monster was happening incredibly fast. No awakened even taught him how to fight these monsters as they did. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Hope made a noise of surprise as a stream of memories blurred his vision. He quickly clutched his head and was about to curse when he realized something else about them. Wait. Whoosh. A gray limb rose and descended upon Hope in one fierce motion. But at the same time, Hope took a sidestep from the monster, letting the monster's momentum carry itself downward. In between those seconds, Hope grabbed a handful of gravel before spraying them right into the monster's eyes. Cree! Cries of alarm and confusion echoed off into the hills as the monster shook the flakes of gravel, swinging itself side to side in search of its small foe. Hope had already dashed far behind it to buy himself time. But as he did so, a faint film was playing in front of his eyes. Distant figures of the awakened fighting it, coordinated with it, their moves, the monster's countermoves, the patterns, the timing. Cree! The monster finally caught sight of Hope. It crouched low to the ground, and although its hindlegs were broken, Hope knew what its next move would be. Its forelegs dug into the rocky soil as it forcefully lunged itself towards him. Hope waited a couple seconds before jumping off to the side again, avoiding the aftershock on the ground. He rolled back onto his feet and counted the seconds between its next anticipated attack. Of course, he could see it. He could remember it. He could remember it all. Crash! Hope dodged another strike from the monster's ashy limb. Under the now falling twilight-enshrouded sky, its purple abdomen and alabaster eyes had begun to glow. Hope had replayed the memories of the awakened fighting this monster over and over again. A few times he accidentally submerged himself into the memory and almost met an untimely death. But other than that, he finally identified its rhythms, patterns, and attacks. Maybe his curse wasn't so useless after all. Slice left. Hope instantly dropped to the ground and felt the blow pass overhead. Slice right. Hope placed both palms on the floor and rolled himself in the opposite direction. Strike down shit. Hope quickly did a back roll and barely dodged the monster's arms raining down. The great force exploded the ground. Hundreds of gravel stones arose and spewed in different directions from the impact. The force caused Hope to awkwardly bounce off to the side. This had been going on for a couple of minutes. The awakened cohort didn't seem far off, but with the slopes and winding roads, it would take some time before it reached them. The thought of running away was still tempting, but in the growing darkness, there was a high chance of him misstepping and falling to his death. Cree! But there were a couple of things Hope had deduced from this monster. 1. It was obviously dangerously strong and fast, so likely its endurance was impalpable once it set eyes on its prey even if he made a run for it. 2. It was a mindless beast. Hope had the upper hand in reading its patterns and avoiding its attacks. But because it's a mindless beast, Cree, it could let its mind go completely berserk, a point of blind frenzy with unpredictable attack patterns. And it wasn't too thrilled with its lack of progress. He supposed he had only one weapon at his arsenal in replace of his lost rifle. But he wasn't too sure how he could use it against the monster. Would it be too big for him to carry? It wasn't a sword, so it wasn't like he could swing it around either. Hope clicked his tongue in annoyance as he leapt back. As the monster leaned onto one side and raised its spiky limb, Hope finally summoned his memory. Ashen Shield. BSSSCCH. Ethereal lights swirled around his left hand, emitting a pale blue glow as it took form. Cree. Hope didn't plan to dodge this time. After a solid weight replaced the flurry of lights, Hope swung the shield to the side of his face. Cheek. And narrowly deflected the monster's thrust. His body grew rigid against the tremendous pressure. But he felt something else wrong when he held up the shield. No doubt there was weight on it. It had its physical form wrapped around his hand. But the shield felt light. Too light. The monster pushed back and suddenly brought both arms up for a smash. But Hope was too close to safely avoid the attack. Cree. No time to think. In an instinctive hurry, Hope flung himself forward, narrowly passing its limbs. The ground quaked beneath him as he rolled next to its glowing abdomen. In its dim purple light, Hope glanced down at his shield. And it was. The fuck is this? A small round shield. It was a shield just a few inches bigger than a dinner plate with a small, raised sphere at its center. His hand gripped in a fist on the central handle. It was metal, durable, solid, but mostly importantly, it was small. Crary cray cree. He had never seen anyone use this type of shield before. Most of the awakened carried majestic steel swords and big shields that were formidable against monsters' attacks or their spitting fire. But this tiny thing was far from majestic. Damn it. Maybe I should have read the description. Hope gritted his teeth. No shit. Hope shook his head. There was no need to hold on to regrets. But he had neglected the idea of exploring his memory because he didn't want to deal with his character profile anymore. Well, at least for a little while. Especially not after the interaction he had with the spell in his soul sea, if he could call it that. But it was a shield. Typically, would have been a heavy broad material. Cree. Its milky alabaster eyes glowed with a frenzy as it locked its gaze on him. In a moment it was going to go in an absolute berserk mode. Its patience, if it had any, was wearing thin. Hope squinted his eyes as he looked around for a clearing. A stable ground. Anything. Finally, through the twilight's darkness, he vaguely caught sight of a patch of solid rock near the cliff. A plan quickly formed in his mind. And here I thought I'd put close combat behind me. BVVVVVVRRRRRR. Somewhere in the darkness, he could hear the awakened cohort's engine rumbling closer. Maybe they could deal a death blow in time on this creature. But at this rate, his tears of sorrow attribute could only take him so far into the creeping night. He'd have to attack it himself. Cree. The monster's hanging jaw gaped wide as it released a deafening, blood-curdling scream. Yeah, I'm coming. Hope dashed towards the cliff till his feet met the solid patch of rocky ground. The pain in his chest resurfaced as he took in a slow deep shaky breath. Cree. He could see the monster's milky eyes in the darkness floating towards him. 1, 2, 3. Hope crouched down, his hand tightly gripped onto his shield. At least he had a weapon to use now. If he had to fully attack, then it was best to get it over and done with. Inhale. A chilling calm swept through. He breathed in carefully this time, letting the air flow gently into his lungs, and suddenly the world slowed to a crawl at that moment. Crary. His eyes locked onto the monster's outburst, its silhouette movements becoming distinct as it loomed toward him. His undisturbed focus on the monster had the voices from his memories hush into a murmur. The only clear sound came from the rhythm of his heart, soft and steady in his ears. Exhale. His body felt lighter. Fingers and feet tingled, itching to respond to the slightest command of his whim. Kriya. Now. Chiik. Metal hissed against the monster's thrust as Hope brought the shield up to the right side of his face. And echoes of stone crumbling behind warned him of a falling death. If the attack came to his right, then the next would be. Hope dropped to one knee. The monster performed a wide sweep. But the moment its limb was about to pass overhead, Hope twisted his body and raised his left arm. The shield being brought through the monster's joint. Slash. A satisfying slice passed through flesh. The monster reared back and shrieked in pain. Hope could see its shadowed silhouette drop to one side. It was open, vulnerable. Hope's body lunged itself forward. He dodged as the monster bent down and clumsily tried to bite his head off with its torn jaw. Hope craned to the left. His cold gaze watched as the broken mandible bit nothing but air. And with one motion, Kriya Hope shoved his shield right into its armored chest. The monster twisted to bite again, but Hope swung already onto its back as he did a chokehold on the monster. Leathery skin and spiky hairs were felt underneath his palm. He didn't have enough momentum to strike deep enough into its chest. But that wasn't of concern. The instant Hope made physical contact with his hands, he could feel something slightly draining from his body. At the same time, the monster began to sway. Cree. Smash. Hope was about to feel relieved of his aspect ability to work. Until the monster started to thrash its head around. Its head writhed around in its last desperation against him. It even smashed itself onto the ground to get rid of the annoying pest. Hope's head was starting to be sucked into a nauseous spiral from the frantic movements. How many seconds was it? Only 3. No. Now 5. How long will it take for his aspect to fully subdue this monster? Now 7 seconds have passed. Hope didn't know when it would, maybe less than a minute. But now it was too long. Damn it, he was annoyed. This bastard wouldn't give in. Hope gritted his teeth as he shifted the angle of his shield and dug into the front of the monster's neck. Krura. Reek. Slowly, the rim inched into its throat. Hope could hear the skin, the flesh, the cartilage, the bone. Slice. All of a sudden, all support Hope held onto disappeared from his grip. He felt himself roll down its back and expected to hit the ground as well. But then the ground also disappeared. Not again. Hope struck his shield blindly into a thick shadowed wall he saw towering to his right. The sound of rock broke in his ears and his descent slowed. Until the wall also vanished, and Hope fell for another several feet before crashing into the ground. Supik. The wind knocked out of him. His face became flushed. Hope swallowed gulps of nothing into his lungs as the spell breathily spoke into his ear. You have slain an awakened beast, Grieve Crawler. Shut up, Hope thought as he rolled to his side. Crash. But then the whole ground shook beneath him. He quickly reached out for something to support him, but instead, his hand met a strange texture, a leathery rubbery wall, a long bent stick. No. An arm. With jutted thorns. Ah. It was the monster's body that fell after him. Tisk. Hope kicked the monster. Although clumsily and with weak effort. But he shouldn't rest now. If he did, then his body. Arg. All the pain slowly crept back onto him. It started like a spark on his back, then it clawed towards his arms and legs, twisting a knife in his chest. Hope's limbs trembled as he tried to get up once more. Another reason why he shouldn't rest now was the cohort. He could hear them, their carrier rumbling somewhere high above. But as Hope suspected earlier, the result of the landslide would veer their direction. And it did. Their engine started to pull away from Hope's ears, the sound trailing far off into the night. The knowledge of there ever being a lost soldier nearby would never occur to them. In the meantime, Hope gripped his chest and tried to force himself to breathe normally again. How hard could breathing be? His mind was clear, minus the faint voices that accompanied him once more back in its normal volume. But his fingers were able to obey into a fist. His eyes scanned the darkness for any further danger, his nose registered the monster's odor and the clouds of dust from their fall. But telling himself to breathe and his body obeying such an intuitive command were not aligning as easily as he thought. Breathe, damn it. Ha-a-quook. Cough. His lungs and chest weren't impressed at his assumed speed recovery. Hope then let himself lay there in the dark until he could finally breathe again. The chance of help out of his grasp once more. Huff. Huff, huff. Some time has passed as Hope remained curled on the floor taking in short breaths. His face rested against the cool ground as his chest rose and fell rapidly. Hot breath passed his lips against the chill air as he counted the seconds. What did it matter to count the seconds? It still hurt. Everything still hurt. But even so, Hope willed himself to move. His muscles screamed as he adjusted himself to a crawl. Now that night fully submerged the world into darkness, Hope could barely see what was in front of him. The only forms he could make out were the vague silhouette formations and hinted blue of the night. Behind him was pitch black. It must be a cave then. No wonder it felt like the wall had disappeared during his fall. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr always change when the seasons change? Why were some nights longer than one portion of the year, and some days longer than the other portion of the year? Such small questions didn't benefit Hope. At least, he assumed they didn't. What was important was that it was cold. Cold nights were just as much of a threat as facing monsters. But more so in challenging the intelligence of one's survival. Not hand-to-hand combat. KRRRRR. Hope dragged his shield that was still enclosed around his left fist as he crawled. He then stopped when his hands brushed against the monster's corpse. Or grieve crawler the spell called it. But as he sat himself up, something snapped inside his chest. Hope bent forward and groaned in pain. It throbbed and ached like a sucking vermin that stubbornly wouldn't let go. Damn it. Wanting to heal at an abnormally fast rate only happened in stories fellow soldiers would say. Wherever and whatever stories they have read it from he didn't know. They entertained themselves too much with tales and daydreaming. Every time they would return from their missions, those soldiers highly expected themselves to easily spring back into action the next day. But soreness would tie them to their beds, making it impossible for them to stand. The more that happened, the more they realized that such stories and realities were different. And the imaginative dream of them acting like an awakened was a mere fantasy. But awakened had it rough too, right? They're damn awakened. Don't they recover a lot faster? Hope thought. Definitely faster than a dreamer. Hope crouched low to the ground to relieve the ache in his chest. The voices in his head slowly replaced the pain in his mind. He supposed they would be a distraction till the pain passes. How should he put it? He recognized all of their voices. But at the same time, he didn't. It was almost like standing in a sea of crowds. Individually, he could pinpoint what line came from where, or what lyric belonged to whom. But if they spoke all at once, then it was intangible. If he tried to recognize them all at once. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Hope's head swelled from the action. The voices, once distant and docile like the brushing of a wind, suddenly turned into vicious snarls and barks. His mind tore in multiple directions as he attempted the feat. A call pulling him in one corner. Another pulling him in the other. They didn't have conscious thoughts of their own, or maybe they did, but Hope could feel them crying, "Listen to me here," or, "No, over here." Bad idea. Fucking bad idea. Choose one. Hope thought something said. His instinct probably. Something from the crowd, it said. Anything. No. Hope pressed his head harder into the ground. Hope didn't want to. He didn't want to be at the mercy of his own mind like this. Hope then bit down on his tongue. A sharp pain shot in his mouth as blood started to overflow with the taste of salt and metal. Immediately the voices calmed down as the pain at hand overruled them all. Finally, they returned back to their original volume. Huff, huff. With a shaky hand, Hope leaned on the monster's corpse and forced himself to sit up again. This time he did it without fail. Although the pain was still there, he refused to obey that as well. He traced his hand along the monster's shelled back. After reaching its middle to lower back, Hope slowly raised his left arm and then brought his whole weight down to strike the monster's spine. Slash. Irk. Hope squeezed his eyes shut. His muscles screamed from the action. But Hope was more than enough fed up with its complaints. Move. Damn it. Tisk. Hope pulled back and struck again. Then again. And again. And again. And again. SQLSSH. The sound of flesh and the squelch of soft juicy meat were felt under his shield. Its bloody aroma filled his senses. Finally, Hope dismissed his memory. The shine of ethereal light lit one moment then disappeared the next. Hope flexed his hand before reaching through the dark warm flesh and silk blood. He felt around the monster's torn innards before a sudden dim orb of light peeked through. Hope was greeted with the soul shard. Nothing that could serve as a flashlight or a lamp, but it was something, nonetheless. Hope wouldn't destroy it just yet though. That's one though. Hope paused and eyed back at the monster. Should he hide inside it? He didn't like the idea. But it was an option. Even in death it's still useful. Hope set the orb gently aside before turning back and widening the gash he made on the monster. A few times he had to force himself to stop to give his arms and chest time to rest, but then continued until the monster's skinned side matched the crouching size of himself. He didn't plan on hiding directly inside the monster. But resting against the monster's flesh would serve enough as a warm wall. Sigh. Besides, he didn't want to be in the belly of another beast again. Hope turned and grabbed the orb. Pain scorched him as he adjusted against the skinned flesh, facing the cave's mouth. Hope didn't mind what effect it would have on his outward appearance. How worse could it get? The monster's blood metallic smell mixed with its odor filled Hope's nose heavily. He stared blankly down at the soul shard in his hands, feeling the blood dry streak along its surface. A ball of silver-blue flames between his palms. But no warmth emanated from it. Hope frowned. Well, now what was he going to do for the rest of the night? He was exhausted, no doubt his muscles were tired from the battle with the crazy monster, but nothing of a sleepy spell lurked behind his eyes. Truly, was he unable to sleep? A thought crossed his mind, but he felt reluctant about the idea. His fingers twitched on the orb. I'll have to do it carefully this time. There was an obvious thing he could do if he were to stay up all night. If he was going to explore his memories, he was going to do it his way. But more carefully this time, of course, so as to not lose himself in its sea. He was able to accidentally submerge himself into the memories before. That meant that he could do it consciously as well, right? He might as well learn since this damn curse was with him in the long run. Let's see. Hope paused. Maybe memories of his sister then. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Hi, Hope. Guess what I drew today? Don't tease me like that. Oh, look at those lights. Can you see them? Can you see them? Mama says to smile, smile, haha. Hope bit down on his tongue again. It was quiet once more. Well, as quiet as it could be. He turned his head and spat blood off to the side before recollecting his thoughts. More. Specific, memory, damn it. He muttered under his breath. Hope took a deep gulp and shut his eyes again. As he carefully sat in the silence with the voices whispering in his mind, he caught one that was his sister's voice and held onto it. Hope, come here. Hope just wanted to listen to the rest of her lines, but the more he held onto her voice, the more he focused on the memory. There was an immediate pull towards it. Images from that memory flashed behind his eyelids, all sporadic like puzzle pieces. But Hope let themselves piece together until finally, they rebuilt themselves completely around him into one concrete image. It all happened in an instant. But since he was more conscious about it, he saw the layers it had built itself upon to its final form. And this memory, which time was it? He remembered. Of course he did. As his sister's voice continued to call out to him, the world from his memory felt like it was truly within reach. The weight beneath his feet was there. His feet were smaller in size. The soft wind through the window's net frame could also be felt against his skin. The splintered wooden planks could be counted too. Hope wanted to touch it, but his arm didn't move. Right. It was a memory. Not something he could run freely inside. But something that he could only relive in the moment. He felt a sigh escape his lips as he turned in the direction of where his sister called. He remembered. The apartment he and his family stayed in had worn gray rooms with short hallways. Shadowed green tints hid in the corners, adding to the stuffy mold smell of their home. Or temporary home. It was one of the many settlements he and his family had chosen from. And they had moved a lot. Hope, his sister called. He paused as he looked into the room she was in. She was lying in bed with a messy fold of sheets around her. If you don't wash that filthy mouth of yours, then you owe me $1. How did his sister learn to talk like that again? She was 8 at this time. And he was 10. Not that that explained her way of speech. Hope felt his mouth curve into a frown and his small legs carrying him to her room. The hell is $1? He heard himself say. Yura, his younger and only sister, pouted. Don't say that. And well, I don't know. I hear people mention something like that to the other kids. She raised her chin in the air. They said every time they swear they put $1 in a swear jar. She nodded as if in agreement with herself. Hope reached her bedside and grabbed the edge of the flowery patterned wrinkled sheets. You sure? Positive. Hope sighed as he pulled the sheets up to her waist. Then tried to flatten the wrinkles with the stroke of his hand. They didn't disappear though. We don't need to do that. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire could be heard in the distance. Like faint rapid thunder. Yura simply shook her head. Yes we do. You spend your whole time at the window so much that you pick up your talk from all them soldiers. She glared at him, although, Hope couldn't help but pat her on the head in response. He thought his way of speaking was fine. I think $1 is money. Hope noticed Yura tilting her head in confusion. He sighed again. Something about growing on trees I heard. Yura's eyes widened. But we don't have any trees. The gunfire ceased in the distance. Nope. Hope placed her small worn teddy bear next to her. But fine. I'll put a coin in a swear jar. She frowned as she fiddled with the teddy bear's ears. But where will you get all that money? Hope shrugged. I'll remember till I earn myself some. Crack. A random shot of pain twisted in Hope's chest. Hope involuntarily gripped onto the orb hard enough that it shattered between his fingers. Ah, damn it. How long till I recover? Hope gritted his teeth as he watched the faint blue vapor seep into his chest. Then darkness replaced the light. Hope groaned again as he steadied his breathing. Huff, huff. Hope's hands closed into a fist and pressed against his eyes. Seriously. Hope felt slightly conflicted as he glimpsed back at the memories of his sister but then willed himself to pull away. At this point, Hope thought he should offer his sister the world then for his failed actions. Though it would be comical if she actually put a number on how many times he'd cursed. His jaw started to ache from clenching his teeth for so long. Seconds have passed. Probably minutes. As Hope stared into the darkness with the monster's flesh hugging behind him, he forced his mind to keep the voices at bay. He was slightly tempted to explore more. But he didn't want to go into the past anymore. It was the past for a reason. Besides, it wasn't like anyone would miss him anyway. So maybe he should do the same. In need of another distraction, Hope summoned his Ashen Shield's memory description. He might as well learn what this new weapon, or defensive item, had in store for him. The familiar ethereal runes weaved themselves as they began to fill in line after line. It almost reminded him of when he first summoned his aspect's description. Nope. No. I don't fucking remember. Hope shook away the tangent thought and stared back at the description. Memory. Ashen Shield. Memory rank. Awakened. Memory type. Weapon. Memory description. Against dragons and fiery beasts, a shield belonging to one of the great heart warriors withstood the heat and might of its enemies. But time has worn him and his allies. Even his shield had broken into a myriad of pieces. In last remembrance of him, the people have repaired what little remained and restored what little of itself. But alas, the strength of the shield always reflected the strength of its owner. Even to death. Hope blinked at the runes. Dragons. With this thing. Hope paused, then summoned his shield and felt it form onto his left hand. He frowned as he felt the weight again. Light. Too light. But it had its benefits for that as well, he supposed. In close combat it proved not only to be good for deflecting and blocking, but for quick agile attacks. That would prove useful. Hope wasn't exactly keen on carrying or using a heavy shield anyway. But that also proved that he would have to be in close combat for it to work effectively. Hope dismissed it, a bitter taste filling his mouth. Not from his bloody tongue this time. But such a valuable thing lost much of its originality, dwindling to a smaller insignificant part of itself. Sigh. Well, it seemed to have some fight left in it to have withstood the strength of the monster. Hope leaned more against the wall of flesh as he felt a slight chill from the wind. It was going to be a long night. His muscles desperately needed it. At least dreamers healed faster than mundane humans. Hopefully, by early morning, he would be able to start traveling again. He was ready to get out of these hills as fast as possible and reach the Mirror City. Then he could re-equip himself and travel his way back to Acheron. And after that then, Hope paused. He would have to plan for that later. Hope lost track of time that night. Or at least he led himself to as he stared off into space and battled the voices. He had nothing to do after all except to be teased by their whispering. His fingers traced the rocky ground beside him, sometimes in light motions and other times in aggressive ones whenever he was ensnared by the memories. The skin had blistered from the constant friction throughout the hours, its raw tips more prone to pain now. But Hope's face remained placid. He then turned his right leg to the side. That hurts less than an hour ago. As he thought that, the atmosphere started to lighten up. It happened at a slow gradual pace, but the cave in front of him became clearer. The cave was surprisingly small. The mouth of it was tall, but the inside ended no more than 14 paces across. Hope turned his head to the left. East. This time he couldn't see the sun rising. But he knew dawn had finally approached. After a new day started to wake, a foggy veil had fell upon the rocky hills and shrouded the land in its gray walls. It had Hope creatively challenge his thoughts in comparing it to the sky having fallen. And in a way it did. No more were the clouds tied to the ceiling but now laid out in front of him. Stab. SQLSSH. Hope pulled out a soul shard from another monster's carcass and broke it instantly between his trembled fingers. During dawn hour, Hope waited for another half an hour before he commanded his body to move and begin journeying again. The soreness had died down considerably. Although, with certain movements did the pain return. His injuries haven't fully healed yet, but he was satisfied with the progress. He wasn't too far from leveled ground when he checked his surroundings that morning. He had climbed down from the small cave he rested by that night, recalled which was east, and begun heading to the opposite horizon. It took some time to find the trackway again, but many times did he stop by monsters' carcasses to harvest more soul shards. At this point, Hope had counted that he collected 70 soul shards in the past 2 days. Was that a lot? He wasn't sure. He almost had all the time in the world with no disturbances to wander around to harvest them. Almost. It seemed that the government had sincerely lacked their duty in harvesting soul shards in this region. Hope touched his chest and tried to feel his soul core to weigh its saturation. 70 soul shards sounded a lot, but even now it felt like it was barely even a quarter full. So, it was 70 out of, what? Hope felt like he probably shouldn't figure that number out. Like many other awakened, they'd become fixated on some imaginary number and obsess in saturating their core. Hope had no interest in challenging himself in that aspect. But he wasn't going to entirely miss out on the opportunity for free soul shards. By now it was late noon. The longer he traveled west the more he realized there were less and less monsters around. Dead and alive, it wasn't hard avoiding the other monsters. Most of the time they were off in the distance. So, he had to either hide behind the hills or go around them like he did the first time. Why fight one at all when one could avoid it? Hope shook the blood off his shield but slightly stumbled back in the process. Not a sleepy spell, but a dizzy one that reared his mind. He caught himself and straightened himself as best as he could. But his body hunched over with evident fatigue. He raised his free hand up in front of his eyes. It was trembling. Hungry. Hope thought. So hungry. His eyes lazily looked back at the carcass at his feet where he tore the soul shard from. Quote. Should he eat it? Sigh. It was tempting. In its own way. But Hope knew his stomach probably couldn't handle a raw rotten monster's flesh. Who knew what kind of diseases or sickness could befell upon him if he... Wait. Hope frowned at that thought. Quote. Hope didn't need to see it. But from his silent tangent thought, runes instantly appeared in front of him. The damn attribute showed itself, almost tauntingly. Tears of sorrow, attribute description. The heart god's endless overseeing of the mortals, she pitied their short lives. Shortly after, she gifted them the water of life, a remedy to their aging and maladies. Hope skimmed through the description anyway and blinked at the line, remedy to their aging and maladies. Remedy. Maladies. Wasn't maladies tied to the words illness and sickness? Wouldn't that mean that the damn cursed attribute still had its original healing property? It's still a damn curse, sure. But the healing aspect of it must be still in effect. Not a healing property for physical injuries though. Hope thought as he subconsciously touched the side of his ribs. Does that mean that I could? His eyes fell again upon the monster's torn flesh. Quote. He felt stuffy at that moment. Well, he already felt that way in the confined walls of the gray fog. Even the idea crossed his mind of maybe raining would have done him some good instead to wash the blood from himself. Of course, the cons weighed itself out. He wouldn't want to walk around in soaked clothes. Soaked blood and dirt was enough. But the thought of eating a clump of flesh. Hope weakly knelt down to one knee in front of it. When was the last time he ate? It was the day before yesterday. The morning of the night of the convoy attack. Although maybe he could hardly call it a meal. It was colorless and had the consistency of mud that came out of a tube. He had around 10 of those that day. He was never one much of having a big appetite, but he should have eaten more when he got the chance. Not that he knew he would be separated from everyone else and had to walk miles just to get to safety. Hope leaned forward and used his shield to slice a good handful of meat from the carcass. The sound of it ripping met his ears as pulled it close to his mouth. He paused. He did say before that if it came down to it that he would eat from one of the monsters by the trackway. He was lacking strength, and he didn't want to risk in what would happen if he failed to hide from an awakened beast. Or if he had to fight one. Sigh. Such a rotten smell of spoil and death. The blood was sticky and grimly dark, even the flesh felt a bit tough. Who would have thought that he would be in such a predicament to have desperately reached this point? Hope closed his eyes, the voices clustering in his mind serving as a convenient distraction more than ever. And bit into it. Step, step, step. The gray walls around him were thickening. They were blurry fuzzy mists, but they seemed to lose their reflection now. Was the sun setting already? Step, step, step. His lips and chin were cracked and tight from the flesh he had eaten earlier. The rancid taste still left in his mouth. How revolting. Step, step, step. He was close. He had to be close to the city by now. Hope's eyes were fixated ahead as he walked in a straight line. A few times he had realized that he had almost lost himself from the trackway completely. He continued on ignoring the carcasses he passed by and instead focused on moving forward. But eventually they disappeared as well. That meant he was close, right? The gray foggy wall in front of him was especially becoming darker. That meant that there must be another hill, and maybe another one after that. And after that. And after that. Hope abruptly stopped. Then he shuffled his feet back and gazed high above. No. It was a wall. A real one. Hope felt his heart quicken as he inspected the familiar wall, his eyes following a deliberate crease that shot up from the bottom to the top. It was the gate. Hope was panting as he strode forwards and reached to touch the thick metal gate. Definitely real. The gate was flanked by two gray walls that also towered towards the sky, their bodies stretching themselves to the sides until it disappeared into the fog. People. Where are the people? Hope was about to call out but felt his throat scratched and scorched from the effort. He gritted his teeth. Even if he made no sound, there should have been someone greeting him by now. No guards. No alarm. How could there be no guards? He turned his head to the right and saw a shadowed boulder-sized silhouette crouched meters away. Hope's feet had already moved their way towards it, his feet slightly shuffling against the rocky soil as two white spots started to form itself on the figure. He paused in front of it. It was the awakened cohort's vehicle. The fucking hell. Hope narrowed his eyes as he summoned his shield and opened the carrier's door. Empty. That didn't matter. Not too much anyways. What he needed was a weapon. A real one. Hope immediately looked through the drawers and shelves. Even looked through the crevices of their seats and a lounge area. How luxurious of them. Hope tossed an empty canteen of water to the side, the sound releasing a clattering noise against the metal floor. He was just about to leave until he found a flashlight hiding at the far back end of a shelf. He reached and grabbed onto it. Not a weapon, but still useful. Awakened's main weapons were their memories anyways. But could they leave memories behind? Was that even possible? Hope sighed as he reached behind his back pocket and pulled out a long black shard that looked a lot like it belonged to some clawed animal. And it did. Hope thought he might as well tear something off from a creature to use as a weapon. But it wasn't as effective as an actual memory. With a sigh, Hope stepped out of the carrier and looked up at the familiar towering wall. The Mirror City's border. Its name was proven behind those walls, but no guards. No awakened. Did they climb over then? Hope frowned. With what such urgency? Hope wasn't exactly confident in his skills in climbing over the wall himself. Maybe some adrenaline might help. But that didn't exactly come on command, did it? So, if not over it, or through it, then under it. Why did the odds keep getting lower? Hope narrowed his eyes. He quickly glanced up at the sky then away. Forget I said that. There was no time in feeling so bitter about it. Hope turned and started to walk down the wall. He realized the fog around him was losing more of its reflection and draining itself from light rather quickly. There were no hints of warm hues in the sky this time. Only the approach of night's cold bite. But as Hope continued down the wall, he kept an eye out for some entry. Of course, not a gate, but a tunnel or a sewage line. Each city had them. Although, the main problem was that he didn't have the knowledge about these tunnels. It was still the best chance he had. After what seemed to be about 10 minutes, Hope finally saw a trench. At the bottom of it and against the wall was a bordered circle with a rusty cage 2 meters tall and wide at its center. It was slightly bent and torn, with claws ineptly scarred around it, but nothing that could fit a well-sized awakened beast. Hope slid carefully down the trench, the dirt and gravel crumbling after him, and stood in front of the cage. The darkness behind it did not seem at all like the pitch darkness back in his first nightmare. Hope gritted his teeth and immediately shook his head from the memories. Nope. This was different. Normal, but still deadly. Hope quickly dismissed his shield and put the flashlight in his other back pocket. He grabbed onto the rusty gate, the metal chapped and cold against his bare hands, as he climbed and fit himself stiffly in between where the bars were torn just wide enough for himself. He grunted as the pain slightly resurfaced in his back and chest. Phew. Hope let out a sigh as he finally reached the other side. He paused, then summoned back his shield and turned on the flashlight with his right. He would save the black shard, or claw knife he supposed, as something of a last resort. In the darkness we go. Step, 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 step. Hope walked on ahead and let himself be swallowed by the shadows, leaving the open wasteland behind him. As he continued forwards, with the company of his whispering memories, the thought resurfaced on what happened back at the gate. Maybe the disappearance of the awakened did affect him in some way. And with the absence of the guards. Hope frowned. He had only hoped to come, stop, and go through this city. But what was preventing him from doing all of those things? Surely his other damp black sheep attribute couldn't be the cause of all of this. Step, step, step. His steps cruelly announced himself in the dark. The flashlight he held onto only defined the darkness, not dispelling it as he shone it around. The smell of wet, metal, and rot filled his nose, almost tickling his senses. Almost. But at this point they didn't affect him as much as compared to eating raw spoiled meat or being hugged by a wall of skinned flesh for hours. The light bounced off tiny puddles that were displayed sporadically at his feet, and above his head were droplets falling at random. Was there a possibility he could get lost and die in these tunnels? Yes. But that truth didn't seem to frighten Hope. Not that it encouraged him either. Step, step, step. Should he make a run for it? Hope paused in his tracks. He didn't see the harm in doing so. It would make things a lot faster actually. The soreness was already halfway gone from his body. He did still feel slightly dizzy. A light jog would be a better option. Sigh. Hope took in a breath then started to jog forwards. His steps were even more stark against the silence. Maybe they would unwittingly lure monsters out from the depths of these tunnels. But staying in one place for too long that he didn't know of was dangerous enough. He felt the urge to leave. After several minutes, Hope finally reached a point where two tunnels diverged. That reminded him back in the catacombs when he was acting as a guide for the shit. Hope stumbled. He lost his balance and slammed against the nearest wall as a stream of memories erupted. He gritted his teeth as he tried to push them back. Present. The present. Think about the present. But there wasn't much he could describe around him. Except that darkness lengthened endlessly in all directions with a few shiny puddles here and there. But nothing of detailed resemblance to call upon. Hope pushed himself off the wall and chose the left passage. He had to try to keep the voices at bay, but more so in keeping the films and images from playing. How else should he describe it then? He supposed it was like walking into the maw of Black Death itself. The darkness rushing forwards and backwards no matter where he looked. No other sound but his steps alone, the loud thumping of his heart, and the accompanied whispers. He had almost expected to meet some monster by now. Maybe he really could die down here. Left, right, right, left, straight, straight, left. This was too damn long. Hope paused in his tracks. He heard something. Or was that from his memories? He squeezed his eyes shut as he forced his ears to single out the noise. Definitely real. The sound of a man. Make that men. As if they were hollering. Noise. People. Exit. Somewhere. Hope immediately picked up the pace. His muscles tensed from the action, but he only felt the rush pulsing through his body as he chased the noise. Left, left, straight, left, light. His flashlight shined a ladder in front of him screwed into a wall. Above was a broken ceiling partially covered by a wooden plank with the night's blue light faintly spilling through. Was the moon visible enough that it was able to shine through the fog? It was rare to even see the moon at all. But its presence was always made known in one way or the other. Hope put his flashlight away, still keeping his shield though, and climbed up the rustic ladder. He paused at the top and listened out for the men. It sounded to be a decent-sized group all right. And they seemed to be on a hunt. A chase. Carefully pushing aside the wooden plank, Hope peeked his head through. He found himself in some sort of narrow alley. He slightly caught a smell of smoke as well. But the walls, no buildings loomed overhead disappearing into the tall fog. Wrist-thick vines entangled themselves through their windows and their frames like some possessive nature. Ah, that was another weird thing about the Mirror City. Fooey. A whistle called out, followed by a clustering of steps and snickering. Hope silently climbed out and closed back the wooden plank over the hole before hiding behind a building's column. He peeked to the side, overlooked the front of the building's courtyard and saw two men armed with rifle guns. Not guards though. 3 other men came into view, 2 had a crowbar and 1 at the head had a pistol. In front of all of them, where they had their prey cornered, was a man and a boy. A father and a son most likely. Don't you know what happens if you break the fucking sector's rules? The man with the pistol said. The father was sweating profusely as he pulled his young son further behind him. That kid seemed to be about 12 years old. Or maybe 13. Please, we're just hungry. Pa, hungry. The man let out a hollow laugh as he loosely held the pistol on his finger. What? He continued. You think we'd just give it to you for free just because of some fucking kid? Quote. Maybe I'll find some other people that could help me. Hope thought as he looked away and stared off absent-mindedly. But where could the others be? This city was different from the others. Just as he thought before, the government didn't seem inclined to get personally involved in this city's business. As long as the main road was available, then this lawless city runs itself. At least, that was what always seemed to be the case. Hope never personally met with the settlements himself. But it was evident that they were ruled by survival of the fittest. We don't mean any harm. Kahahaha. You hear that, boys? It was all a fucking honest mistake. Yup. I'm sold Kekiki. Too bad you came across us then. The man's eyes curved like a sly predator. Maybe those other settlements could carry you jackasses. But not everyone has the luxury to live that way. The father gulped and anxiously reached over his shoulder. Take it. He threw his backpack at their feet. The man's eyebrows furrowed, and a disgusting expression formed on his face. That's not what we want. He spat. What we want is fucking compensation. He brought up his pistol and aimed at the father's head. The boy instantly gripped onto the hem of his father's shirt, eyes wide in horror. Dad. Hope heard the familiar click of a gun. He turned just in time and narrowed his eyes as he saw the man's finger pull the trigger. Bang. Dad. His father's head knocked back. A red mist sprayed from the blow. Soon, his body followed. His weight crashed onto the floor and life in the next moment vanished from his face. Blood spurted out of his right eye, seeping out beneath him into a puddle of red. Adam gulped. He stood in shock with the torn hem of his dad's shirt in his hands. Dead. He was dead. His dad was. Cruor. All of them froze in an instant. The man with the pistol gritted his teeth and whipped around to his men. I thought there weren't any in this area. He hissed. They said they. Adam immediately shoved past them. He ran down the courtyard and started to head towards the farthest building. Hey! Get that kid! Wait, stop! Don't shoot, you fucking idiot, or else The distant monster's noise roared again in the night. Huff, huff, huff. They were right though. There shouldn't be any monsters this close by. Not this far into the zone. Adam breathed heavily as he picked his way up clumsily over the broken concrete and vines sprawled on the street. As he bursted through the fog, his mind and chest became a whirlwind of emotions. He wanted to scream and cry, but all his forced rational thought was put into the need of escape. Away. Away from these people. Away from the monsters. Adam could feel tears emerging. The temptation to just curl and cry in his arms pulled on his mind. And yet he felt possessed to race on forward. Their footsteps echoed after him as he skidded to a stop and began sprinting left behind the corner of a building. But just as he was turning the corner, a column of some sorts that stood in his way time suddenly started to slow. Because what was before him gave a new wash of cold terror. Something was outlined in the mist. The figure appeared to be a man. Tall in comparison to himself. Its smell reeked of hot rot and death that betrayed the coldness in the figure's eyes. Those eyes. Maybe they could have served as beautiful stones he'd used to collect and perch next to his bed. Stones he would ask his father about what kind they were and hear a whole history behind them. But what sort of precious item belonged on a creature's face? Unable to pull away, unable to do anything else but to react, Adam's mouth gaped open, and a scream began to build in his throat. But before he could let it out, the shadowed hands lurched forward and grabbed him. MMPH. Cracked and dried skin covered his mouth. He tried to reach behind him for a pocketknife but then found himself completely restrained at the mercy of the creature. The next moment, he was pulled away into one of the broken crumbled walls of the side of a building. He felt like he was hovering, the floor gone beneath him. It was as if darkness had lifted him off his feet and dragged him into its den of shadows. Adam wiggled desperately against the creature's grasp. He didn't want to die. Not like this. Shish. Adam froze at the shushed tone. He slowly turned his head to look up behind him. A set of blue eyes met his. Cold. Chilling. The contact strangely made his whole body tremble over. Quiet. Human. The voice sounded human. Adam gulped. He fought off the revolting smell he was hugged by and remained silent. Over here. What about the ton? PFF'd. That kid wouldn't be brave enough for 5 minutes even if he tried. He didn't know what tunnels they were talking about, but he knew he definitely would have soiled his pants if it meant being completely on his own for too long. Both Adam and this unknown person holding onto him were hiding behind some knocked-down round table in the dark. He squinted his eyes to view around the room, wondering of what sort of building they were in. He registered the other fallen tables, the number of chairs, a long counter with mechanic machinery built in the walls, a filter, and a sink. A cafe. Adam had scavenged a couple of those with his dad before along with another group. He remembered a conversation was usually brought up about how people served others, laid orders, but most of all, brought out a nice, delicious cup of drink with a sugary bread along with it. What did those taste like? Did ever a time like that truly exist? His dad, quote. His dad, was still outside. Lifeless. With a bullet in his head. Gulp. His dad died. His dad was really dead. Adam didn't have to see the mysterious man's face, but he could feel his chilling blue eyes turn towards him at that moment. Adam's body trembled even more over as tears poured themselves out, his face crumpling into whimper. He choked back his sobs against the dirtied hand over his mouth. At least he was held by somebody so he wouldn't be left to grieve uncontrollably. Not when there was danger nearby. He didn't want to make another mistake at the cost of someone's life. Not again. Oh why? He squeezed his eyes shut. The clustered steps from the group resounded closer outside. Hey! Adam shuddered. The voice spoke close in his ear. Like a dark whisper. These men, do you think they know where the next settlement is? Quote. Huh. Adam opened his eyes slightly and forced himself to meet the person's gaze. His face. It was definitely human. Same shaped nose. Same shaped chin. Same shaped cheeks, although the blood around his mouth made him doubt otherwise. And the smell. These men. The man pointed with his other hand. Did they know? The man paused. Or do you know? Adam felt his mouth go dry. The question sounded threatening, almost as if daring him if he even should be honest with his answer. He knew the way. Sort of. His dad definitely knew. But these other men. Adam looked unsurely back at the group that was approaching the broken entrance. They had too as well. They patrolled at least near the border to know of it. He nodded. A flicker of calculation and resolve crossed the man's eyes in a matter of seconds. Almost in comparison to someone planning a hunt. Adam didn't know if he should feel relieved in that or not. The man casually stretched out his left hand again. Light glistened before them and started to form into a circular shape. Round. A dome. Silver or iron it seemed like. A shield. A small shield. Quite small. But, is he an awakened? Adam turned and was about to try and ask, but something forced his body to be paralyzed in that moment. It was already dark around them, but he could see another set of darkness creeping into his vision. His eyes felt heavy too for some reason. See you when you wake up, kid. Then his mind went blank. Shit, you think that monster is going to pass through here? Probably. That good-for-nothing father will buy us sometime though. Hope slowly laid the boy's head onto the floor, careful to not make any noise. He then felt through his pockets and pulled out a small pocket knife. So that was what the boy was reaching for before. Hope's fingers lightly caressed the blade and recognized it as a spear-point blade. He decided he will return it later. The entire time he was preparing himself, his eyes remained locked on the men's visible entry. Their bodies, as they appeared, silhouetted against the gray fog like shadowed predators. One by one they entered with wafts of mist clinging to their clothes. Sounds of their carried guns clicked, and their scratchy steps against the rubble floor followed carelessly after them. 5 men, 2 rifles, 1 pistol, 2 crowbars. These odds are a bit. A bitterness filled his mouth again. Never mind. Hope internally sighed. Right. No time to be bitter about it. For one thing, he wasn't actually sure which part of the city he was in. The main road through the city could be blocks away, maybe even the next street over. But he would have to wait till morning to properly scout the area. Or, he could also get some answers from one of these men. But, Hope eyed the guns they were holding. This was not how he wanted to start his first day in the city. Forget about the damn kid. He probably won't make it through the night anyway. He stole my knife though. Hope nonchalantly spun the knife in his right hand. It was a decent knife. We still got the rest of our stuff back. The other lifted the bag that the father had thrown at their feet. The man with the pistol let out an annoying grunt as he picked up a fallen chair and sat on it. Well, too bad. You just wanted to get him for his pretty face. They all laughed in unison. Hope eyed the man who sat down. He must be the leader of the group. A leader with knowledge. The main target. Hope's body itched at that moment, legs tensed as they prepared themselves to spring. Even the voices in his head began to come in waves. They rose and fell, but all related to the lessons his commanding officer had drilled into him on how to approach a beast. But before him instead were people. But that was still the same thing, wasn't it? They continued their chatter as Hope repositioned himself into a proper crouch. A natural calm filled his mind as he silently circled around the edge of the room where the shadows were thickest. His steps cautiously finding empty gaps between the spewed vines and wreckage on the tiled floor. 5 men were a lot. He would have been more hesitant before, like in his first nightmare. But they seemed to be human. Just ordinary humans. And Hope finally had some weapons to serve him. Hope finally reached an angle that seemed best for attack. 14 paces away, just like the small cave he rested at the night before. He could make it in half if he exerted a little more energy. But instead of raising the blade, he laid the knife gently out in front of him. He was going to approach a little differently. One of the men picked their nose. You think it's just one beast or a pack this time? It better be fucking one. Greg, go check on the... Swish. What the... One of the men's voices raised. Suddenly, a light spun and split through the darkness. They reacted too late. In fact, they couldn't properly figure out what just happened as the thing flew at them. Kook. Before they knew it, a flashlight hit square onto their leader's face. His body hit the floor as the light bounced and slid across, casting wild shadows and drawing eyes away from one area that truly mattered, himself. Who the hell? Weak. Hope finally let the blade fly. It found itself right in one of the gunmen's head. Without wasting another moment, Hope's body pulled itself towards the second man with the rifle. He took out the black shard from behind and slid it right into his throat. The man's eyes had widened in that instance with a sheen of horror across his face. The sound of his choked gurgles followed. You have slain a dormant human. You have slain a dormant human. A part of Hope's mind was almost pulled away by the spell's uncanny voice. But instinct hurriedly enveloped his senses as he felt the other's presence. Hope turned and met eyes with the two men who remained still in shock some distance away, standing with their rustic crowbars. He then saw a slight movement from one of them. Hope wrenched the shard from the throat, hearing the body drop behind him as he faced towards the flying crowbar. Sheik parried just in time with his shield. Who the fuck are you? Hope dismissed the man's words as his eyes narrowed at the sight of their leader reaching out for his pistol. He must have dropped it from Hope's previous blow. Hope could see a runny bloody nose as well. 2 dead, 3 left. Although, there didn't seem to be any harm in keeping 3 alive instead of just 1. With that thought, a shine of metal shined at the corner of Hope's eye. Hope sidestepped, having the crowbar pass in front of him. At the same time, he pulled his right arm back and threw the black shard past them. AAAAAACCKK. The leader hugged his hand. A spill of blood could be seen from where the shard had impaled. H hit him, damn it. Sheik. Hope blocked another swing. His foot stepped forward and then he pummeled his fist squarely between the man's ribs. A forced gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed and started to hoarsely breathe for air. Why you? Gurrah. The last man standing yelled and swung with blind fury. Sheik. 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 Metal clashed and pitched in the air. As Hope blocked the man's trajectories, he could faintly see their behemoth shadows from the flashlight mimicking along the walls and floor. Even the mist that seeped through the entrance dragged along their movements like a clingy ghost. The visible wrath started to make the man lose more control of his swings. After the 4th swing, Hope dodged with a simple extra step back. Just as the man's weight carried himself through the attack, Hope pounded his shield right into the man's face. Slam. His head knocked back, eyes rolled up, probably seeing stars as well, and collapsed onto the floor. Cruar. The sudden roar from the monster from earlier cried out. But it came a lot closer. Too close. A flurry of lights appeared on Hope's left arm then quickly disappeared along with his shield. Hope dropped down to one knee and picked up one of the rifle guns. He aimed it at the crumbled wall's entrance just as a shadowed figure started to emerge. Bang, bang, bang. A spew of flashes sparked through the fog followed by deafening shots. In the next moment, a lizard-like creature that was making its way through the hole fell limp on top of the rubble. Deep holes blotched across its head from the bullets as rivulets of blood seeped out from them. Hope froze and held his position. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Ears attentive for further threatening noise. But nothing else followed. It seemed only one monster was nearby rather than a pack of them, just as the men had hoped. It may have been by itself, but one was enough to be a threatening monster inside a slum city. You have slain a dormant beast. Shut up. Hope stood up and stared down at the lying men around him with the rifle still in his hands. He didn't exactly feel any sense of triumph. Only a calm poise. Cough. Ugh. The collected groans of alarm and confusion echoed from the two wounded. The flashlight was still on, its light emanating at their feet creating large shadows against the wall. Hope's shadow being the tallest of them. Step, step, step. Hope strode towards their leader. The man helplessly scrambled back as he cradled his injured hand. Who are you? Instead of approaching face to face with the leader, Hope bent down and picked up the backpack that was dropped earlier during the battle. Quote. Hope nonchalantly looked inside, then began to rummage through, feeling around on the items for something specific. Once his hands grabbed onto something cylinder, he quickly pulled it out. He opened the bottle and greedily drank from it. His dry throat soothed at the long-awaited moist. A desire and thirst finally able to be satisfied. But after a few seconds he forced himself to pull away. He had to save some for later and not waste it all in one go. The lid was screwed back on silently as he ignored the confused expressions of the remaining two who were awake. The third was alive but knocked out. The other two dead. And the last one was sleeping peacefully in the corner. Hope slung the backpack over his shoulder, then raised the rifle back on the leader. He felt his own eyes still glazed with a direct prowl nature. It didn't seem to be a bad thing, but the voices were surprisingly still, hushed down to a murmur as his focus remained unnaturally undisturbed. He supposed he could blame it from his training days. Such things could not be erased so easily. The man shuddered from the pointed barrel and shrank away. Hey, let's not get too hasty now. Quote. W, what do you need? Food. Water. M, more weapons. W, we can get it for you. Isn't that right? The leader looked expectantly at his partner, who still struggled to recover from the blow to his ribs. He forced a nod. Quote. The man squirmed under Hope's gaze. Ha ha ha, well, speak, you know how to speak, right? Hope blinked. Then an inaudible sigh passed his lips. Questions. Hope said calmly. I have some questions for you. And it would be sufficient if you could have some answers ready for me. It is a matter of life or death after all. Name. M. Marcus. And you? Greg. Hope blinked at their response. He then backed away 6 steps before kneeling next to one of the dead bodies, his tall shadow trailing behind him. The flashlight he had first thrown as a distraction was still on, lighting the dark floor with a bright yellow mist. Sector. Marcus, their group leader, perked up. Sector 1. Sector 1. He wrenched the spear blade out of the head. Tell me. He wiped the blood on his right leg. What other known, friendly, settlements are there? Marcus gritted his teeth. I don't know. PFF'd. Are there any fucking saints left in this dam? The man stopped. Hope wasn't entirely sure why, but when they met each other's gazes, all words slipped from Marcus's mouth. He regrettably looked away and continued cradling his injured hand where the black shard still impaled. Greg, finally recovering from the blow Hope pummeled earlier, knelt on all fours. His face a ghastly white with sunken eyes. Hope gestured him with the rifle. Why are there no guards at the front gate? Greg licked his lips, hand-hugging his chest as he cleared his throat. Those guards haven't been there for nearly a month. Hope paused. What do you mean? Hope usually had taken a route through the Mirror City when transporting convoys. Although, the last time he had gone through that route was almost a month and a half ago. He assumed more or less that they didn't need him anymore for the side job. But what happened after that? Cough. Greg pulled himself to a sitting position as Hope waited for his response. A fucking monster gate appeared. That's why. Whole damn city went loose. All the guards were called to the city's center and not much was heard then. Did a convoy pass through here? Quote. What? Hope aimed the gun's barrel at his head. A convoy. 2 nights ago. Who let them in? Greg sneered. Maybe. I don't fucking know. He glared at Hope. Look, boy, this is fucking no man's land now. Every man to himself. No more damn government. No draft. No power but the people who make it. Monster gate. Huh. Hope frowned as he folded the knife and put it in his chest rig. Some cities were able to quarantine themselves effectively when the nightmare spell first arrived and maintain a level of infrastructure and security. Albeit that took the country many years for that resolve. With the East Coast's constant sunken peril to the seas, people continuously had to move from settlement to settlement. Eventually, the government pulled their focus on specific cities with the utmost care. There were times when a monster gate would break through those peaceful homes, but they always handled it readily. But what did that mean for people who weren't as lucky to be behind such walls? Or the right ones anyway. Some cities, towns, regions became hotbeds of infection and chaos. How the government dealt with them was not his business. But it seemed a bit of his business with this particular city. Especially if it placed his own teammates in danger. How the hell was the government handling this? Hope's eyes bounced between both Greg and Marcus, then the environment of the room, fallen chairs and round tables, a lengthened limb counter stretched out from the far wall. A sign with a weird cup with swirls spiraled out and decorated over a mechanic machinery with what seemed to be soil inside. What a strange room this was. But of course, the most out-of-place thing in this room were the vines. It was like veins that crawled through the cracks and spread out on the ceiling and floors. Some wrist-thick ones strangled the legs of the chairs. Another cross of nature and man's creation distastefully mixed in this city. Open your eyes, boy. Anything's for the taking, Hope sighed as he stood up. It became a sort of tale amongst the army about how three masters, heroically, saved the Mirror City from a fallen titan. They could contain it, but it seemed that destroying the monster itself proved a problem. Within that time frame, it released a colossal nature throughout the city. Maybe remnants of its aura still scared off any monsters outside the walls, but the damage remained, and instead of assisting the slum civilians, the government sent small troops and did little when people were infected with the spell. Some luckily became awakened, but life was even more difficult without the proper sleeping pods. But the story of the three masters, a motivation speech of some sorts, encouraged mundane humans and awakened alike that any monster was possible to overcome with the right prowess and battle tactic. Hope strode towards the two men, the foggy mist parting at his feet. You have slain a dormant human. Hope paused in front of the so-called leader. Ah. Hope turned his head slightly and looked at one of the dead bodies behind him. The one person whom Hope struck their face in with his shield, who was only knocked out at first, was dead. He supposed he had more strength behind his blow than he thought. Hope looked away. Not that he was planning on holding back anyway. Your uniform. Greg chuckled. Huh. You a soldier. Obviously. Hope thought. Despite their disadvantageous position, even Marcus audaciously made a smirky expression. Although, his shaky limbs spoke otherwise. Aren't you too young to be playing soldier? Marcus began to taunt. Did you strip that off from one of those fucking corpses? In one fluid motion, Hope inverted his grip on the rifle and thrusted it against Greg's head. His head snapped back, and he collapsed onto the floor. Marcus's eyes widened at the action and his body went rigid. He tried to remain motionless, as if somehow hoping his stillness would make him go unnoticed. But Hope knelt in front of him, meeting eye to eye with the pitiful man. Let's try this again. Hope reached forward and pulled the black shard out of his hand. AAAAACK. Marcus shot back and slammed into one of the fallen tables. He hugged his injured hand, gazing at the opened gash in which one could see directly through it. Shut up. Exclamation mark quote. Marcus looked up, his body tensed, expecting to find Hope striding forwards again. But all he saw was Hope kneeling where he was, not showing the slightest interest in moving from his spot. Even from that distance, Marcus obeyed his command. Smart guy. Hope didn't have to do any tactics then. So, we're in Sector 1's territory. Why yes. Hope paused. He had walked 10 minutes down the wall's border. But how much distance did he cover when he went through the tunnels? You a small group. Well. Yes or no? It depends. Okay. Marcus said through his teeth. Terrible answer. Hope sighed. How so? Must be a lot if you have rules for your sector. Yeah, so every goddamn settlement has one. We get by what we can with who we have. It's annoying enough that we have to deal with the old, the sick, the young. Marcus froze as Hope nonchalantly started to spin the black shard on his hand. So, a big group then. Let me assume that you, Hope pointed at him, and your men, he gestured to the bodies around him, play the role of necessary evil. Right. The pitiful man looked away. Huh. Hope casually placed the black shard away in his back pocket. Hope didn't necessarily feel inclined to punish this man. It was natural for anyone to be pushed on the brink of survival to use extreme countermeasures. Not that it was justified. But Hope could see why this man would result to such things even if it went behind the public eye. But maybe he and his men made it hard enough for the boy and his father to the point of them committing desertion. That wasn't his main focus though. Nor his problem. Which closest settlement has the highest lookout? Marcus licked his lips nervously as he tried to find the answer lost in the crannies of his thought. If you mean the closest one, then Sector 2. We were adjoined together but, well again. Our rules were different. What building, and how do you get in? Marcus gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. You can't get inside. Hope frowned. How so? It's blocked. He snapped. Some stupid flowers that some awakened had grown borders their settlement. Hope sighed, got up, and walked towards the flashlight. And how special are these, stupid flowers? I don't know. I hear stories that people fucking sleep, die or whatever if they get near it. As Hope picked up the flashlight, he paused. He turned to Marcus and saw him flinch. People sleep if they get near it. For some reason, Marcus scooted further away into the darkness. Not that there was any escape or any weapons that he could use. Even if there were any, he didn't seem smart enough to use it. Yes. Hope faced the flashlight at him. The pitiful man with his blood-stained nose and injured hand shrank even more from the light. His eyes darted between Hope and the room's darkness as if trying to find comfort to spare himself from the gaze. Hope blinked. He didn't seem to be lying. He would have negotiated for some food or water as the man had offered earlier. But, how does my flaw work? As he recalled that thought, an image of him first reading it flashed before his eyes. A moment later, the runes itself formed in front of him. Flaw. Distant memory. Flaw description. Memories of you are transient. Hope sighed and waved his hand through the runes to dismiss them. Yeah. You don't have to remind me, damn it. ! Clang clang klng. Hope tossed aside the rifle gun, its mechanic body clanking against the floor. He ignored the puzzled expression from the man as he rubbed his face, his mind battling down as other images tried to resurface. Sigh. He peered through his fingers to stare back at the shrunken figure. You still haven't answered my question. How do I get there? Marcus gritted his teeth and looked down at his feet. It's some library. With a glass dome. Hope dropped his hand from his face. When you said different rules, does that mean they're more lenient? A fucking zoo is what it's like. A zoo. Elaborate. Yes. Acting like some fucking saints. I bet they had to resort to the same thing as we did. You could barely get by with food for that many people. Hope blinked at that response. This seemed a little fortunate, and he may have just the right ticket to get him in. Hope thought that as he eyed the shadowed corner where the boy still laid. He almost had considered on abandoning him. Is that all? Are you going to let me go now? Hope's eye flitted back to the man. Step. As he carried the light, blinding the man's eyes from his approach, Hope wondered what would happen if he let the man live. Would he remember this whole interaction? Would he be able to give an accurate report back to his settlement's leader? Hope crouched in front of him. Maybe one survivor was enough to send a message. How they interpret this scene was up to them. It could be an exercise of some sorts for their minds. One more question. And it involves you. Marcus squirmed from the closeness, eyes squinting against the light as he awaited his next words. Do you trust your men? He gulped. Why yes. Hope tilted his head. You don't seem too distraught about all the blood that has been spilt. A nervous laugh was forced in response. Ha. They just work for me. Nothing personal. You know, maybe this man wasn't in fear because of the death of his comrades, but of the possibility that he would end up just the same. So far, he seemed honest with his answers with no visible attachments to this world except for power and survival. But that primary fear, Hope could turn that into reality. One survivor was enough. It seemed that Marcus saw something shift on Hope's face, because he acted out in that next moment. He immediately pulled back and thrashed his arms out like a desperate animal that had been caught in a web, knocking the flashlight out of Hope's hand in the process. There was no need to rush though. Hope nonchalantly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Naturally, Marcus tried to wrench his arm free, but his eyes and his strength dulled. Horror and daze flickered across his face as he tried to fight off not only the physical restraint, but the intrusive slumbering spell that was plaguing his body and mind. After about 5 seconds, his eyes closed, his body then tilted and dropped to the floor with a thud. Hope scanned the pitiful man's face for a few seconds, observing the consequence of his power that he forced upon. Although he was asleep, his face relaxed like all the other dead bodies behind him. Maybe death and sleep really weren't that much different. Hope nonchalantly reached over for his flashlight and turned it off. Darkness blinded him for an instant. But then shadowed formations started to appear, and the gray-blue fog through the crumbled wall's entrance started to present itself lighter. Hope paused as he listened again for any threatening noise. After a couple of minutes, he pulled out his black shard again, then angled it on the man called Marcus's neck. Only one man was enough to survive. That didn't mean it had to be him though. He's lighter than I thought. Hope carried the boy on his back as he walked up the stairs of another building, carefully stepping one foot in front of the other in a methodic march. It wasn't too difficult walking in the dark as he recalled the precise distance and proper move to take. Earlier, he left the place with the group of men as he carefully traveled down the street. He had waited a little while to make sure that the man called Greg didn't die from the blow to his head. After confirming that the spell wasn't going to announce his achievement, Hope found the boy and exited the area to find some proper higher ground. Well, not after stripping one of the dead men's bodies for a new pair of clothes. Hope was dressed in dark gray cargo pants, a black sweater, and a new pair of black boots. He also placed back on his military's chest rig. It was still high quality, although it has seen better days, and it had more pockets. Hope adjusted the boy on his back, in which a rifle was strapped across his shoulder as well. Maybe one day he would soon have a memory garment to use. RRRRRRRR. Hope opened the door to the roof and settled the boy against the door frame before exiting. He walked over towards the ledge to view the cityscape. But of course, it was still night, and the fog hadn't cleared yet. Hope frowned as he stared at its gray misty wall. Strange. He could tell the area was lit by the moon and yet it was still dark. It reminded him the night of the convoy attack, when dense fog reduced visibility, which proved to be a challenge for them against the horde. It almost seemed impossible to survive, but they persevered, didn't they? But what about now? Were the rest all right? Sigh. He was still their team leader. Forgotten or not, it was his responsibility to take care of them. Everyone else came in second. Or maybe honestly even at bottom. But what that man said about a monster gate appearing a month ago. Hope leaned against the ledge and stood in silence. The voices accompanied him, but then rose as he recalled the image of the monster gate a few nights ago. Like a spatial wound, he remembered how it split through existence itself to expel the monsters within into the waking world without any regard. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Team leader. Boom. Keek. Og. Help us. Please. Hope slammed his fist against the stone ledge. Shut up. Shut up. Explosion continued to resound in his ears. It was such a clear noise. As if he was pressed up against it to hear the metals being torn and the hot breath of fire and the screeching of tires. The battle cries of the profaned beasts and the dying screams of his fellow soldiers intruded along in his mind into one big buzzing noise. He then started to faintly feel the shakes in his body as if the ground was rocking from his feet, just like slam. Hope pounded his bare fist into the ledge again. A sharp bite split through his knuckles, bringing his mind back to the present. He glanced down and saw blood trickling down. He opened his palm and saw the scabbed blisters on his fingertips from the previous night. And tonight was going to be another long night. Was that how his future was going to be from now on? A battle with his own mind. His jaw started to ache as he recalled the words from the damn cursed attribute. No rest, no escape from your relentless march of time and thought. An empty coldness filled him at that moment as he stared blankly over the ledge into the fog that blanketed the streets. The lines of those attribute runes floating faintly across his vision as if taunting him. But through them he could see vines that trailed up along the building he was on, greedily grabbing hold of the structure and its dark embrace. He remembered when passing through the city, nature was at its thickest at the city center. But the men had mentioned another gate appearing in that exact location. Do gates usually reappear in the same spot? Was there someone now trying to defeat that nightmare? More questions, damn it. The cold air, which was a threatening element the previous night, was now becoming a convenient distraction. It was another factor that helped somewhat to keep him in the present. If not successfully, then of course pain was the option. Hope turned and walked away back towards the door where the boy rested. Hope wasn't sure how long his power took into effect, but if the boy woke up, then he'd have to knock him out again. With his powers, of course, not a blow to the head. Hope closed the door behind him and the blowing cold air stilled. As he sat across from the boy on top of the stairs, he couldn't help but think about the boy's age. He couldn't help but think that he was almost the same age his sister. Did his sister make new friends? Was she able to get along with the others just fine? Hope let out another sigh as he rested his head against the wall, fighting off the forced images of his sister that crossed even behind his eyelids. Hope wished he knew. He practically didn't know much about her anymore. But maybe her was life better. Maybe she was surrounded by lots of people who tend to her with the utmost care from the government. Maybe she had better food delivered to her. Maybe she had schedules to follow and homework to do. Maybe she even had a spacious room to rest in with ceilings so high and walls so far apart that it could fit 100 people. That sounded all plausible. She was an awakened after all. And awakened lived luxuriously. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.